Girls can be taxi drivers too. Whee! Hi, Ugly. It's me, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today is the moment that we've all been waiting for! Fans have been talking about it forever, queens have been denying it for years. They said it would never happen, but it's here. All-Star 7 is officially announced, featuring a cast of 8 previous winners from the RuPaul's Drag Race franchises. And to their surprise and delight, I'm sure they'll be competing for not $100,000, but $200,000. And the title of Queen of All Queens. The season will be double premiering on May 20th, but today we'll be breaking down the promo looks and each queen's entrance look. And then at the end of today's video, we'll take a little peek at the Twitter jokey feud Bianca had with a couple of the girls regarding the casting of the season. Now let's rank this winner's cast from raddest to rat to hottest hot based on what I thought about their 2 looks, with 5 possible hot flames awarded for each. First up, and all the way from across the pond, we've got the Vivienne. Or just Viv, if you nasty. The first winner of RuPaul's Drag Race UK. Let's give her a big, warm, Bussy queen welcome. While we look back at the 3 challenge wins from her original season. There was the double queen runway, Snatch game that she shared a win with Bag of Chips winning wins. And the water brand design challenge. And we are going to be taking a peek at each queen's prior promo looks and entrance looks, but for Viv, there is just not a lot of glow up to look at because she came into UK1 extremely polished, and she's known who her drag character is since day 1. And concerning her crystal and nude promo look, I think it's gorgeous. And actually the main promo photo they released of her in this look doesn't even do it full justice, because when you zoom in on the photo, you actually start to see all of the fabric is like microstoned. It's just a shame that the lights are so bright and harsh in these promo shots and didn't really reveal that, so it did kind of look just like a bunch of beige fabric with some chunky jewels randomly placed. But seriously, the video footage of this look and the darker lighting shots, wow, this look is hot. I do have one question for you though, Ms. Vid. Did you borrow that wig from Ketamine? Because I've seen that before. Little sisterhood of the traveling foam wig. Girl, I got a lot to do. This lash, oh, she is fighting with me today. Wow. Where were we? Entrance look for Viv. She came in giving us a little bit of professional business drag. Some day drag, going up into the office to boss around the team, maybe do a PowerPoint presentation for the board, and leave early. There are elements of this look that I enjoy. I will say the wig, fabulous. And the top part is absolutely stunning. I just didn't love the business pants that she ended up wearing with this. They were a bit drab compared to how fab the top part of her look was. So this look for me today is going to be a rat. I just wanted something a little more thrilling. We're in all winners, so I'm gonna be picky today. Next up on my list is Monet Change. And this is Miss Monet's 3rd time around the RuPaul's Drag Race block, so she's coming with a little more experience than some of the other queens today, having participated in the season 10, where she garnered no wins, and All-Stars 4, where she had 3. In the Supergirl groups, Makeover, and Roast in Peace challenges. But she did win Miss Congeniality in season 10, so can't say she didn't win anything in that season. I really enjoy that in Monet's promo, we get to see the element of her style that is very elevated, casual glam. Like, obviously, an everyday woman would never wear something this intricate and like show-stopping. But at the same time, having it be a kind of cocktail dress with a puffy coat brings it back to that streetwear zone that is actually really enjoyable and fresh. The only thing I found myself wishing, though, was I wanted some more crystals in that hair, because you can see there's tiny little stones in the hair, and you're like, oh, I want them to be bigger. Medusa, hardly know her. But a solid hot look nonetheless. You can tell these girls spent some money on these. Wow. But does Monet Change's entrance look stack up? Stack, because, you know, like stacks of cash. This was a really strange outfit for me. It was very like the British are coming, but I'm also entering a wet t-shirt contest later, and I've got my little booty shorts on underneath. I did not understand the jean shorts under all that tartan and the ruffles with all of it. It was a little strange for me. I mean, she does look put together and polished. We have to give her credit there. I just think it really is those shorts for me that's throwing it off, but I'm gonna leave it at a 2 flame, warming up rat. And you know, Monet has always been a queen that has had some interesting entrance looks. The first time she came in dressed as a janitor, and then the next time, butler bunny fantasy? Didn't live for that one. And next up, it's Monsoon season once again. I'm so excited for Jinkx Monsoon. I don't even think y'all really know. Look who's back there. She's been back there the entire time. Quite the scandal, really. Back she goes. Life's like a taxi cab. You never know where it's gonna stop. It has been 9 long years since we've seen Jinkx Monsoon on RuPaul's Drag Race. Unless, of course, you count getting slapped by Aquaria in season 10. And from that season, she brings with her 2 challenge wins in her legacy from Snatch Game and the telenovela challenge. Huh! I'm acting. But now here she is all grodied up. She is, I think, of this cast, the one that needed a new promo look the most. Wow, what a glow up. I had a laugh at this being her idea of nude and crystals, because the nude color she chose for her skin tone is solid white, and it actually ends up making sense because she is so pale. This look on Jinkx is gorgeous. It's simple, elegant, fresh. Wow. It's not the most inventive look ever, but I also don't think it needed to be. This is a very soft-spoken and slightly understated opening for Jinkx in this season, but I'm gonna give this look a hot. And her entrance look is giving me fully evolved mom has had one too many cocktails and is now over there flirting with the cabana boy, the cabana girl, and the cabana they. Is the look fashion? Maybe not, but it's pretty simple and makes sense for who Jinkx is as a drag queen, and she looks put together as hell, so this look for me is a hot. I have been watching RuPaul's Drag Race for 14 years now. Mama's getting old, and I can't wait for the new generation of drag fans who fall in love with her today. Water off a text pack, water off a text pack. Next up, from the House of Hole, Jaida, Essence. Jaida is another queen who, as a fan of Drag Race, is very special to me because actually season 12 was the first season that I really started reviewing on YouTube. It was a little rough, a little busted there. It's really cool to see Jaida now here 2 years later, and I think this is such an important opportunity for all of these recent graduates of Drag Race to continue to get opportunities in front of the fans because they all are graduating into like this pandemic that has been very difficult to navigate and tough on a lot of queens' pocketbooks. And as a competitor, Jaida is fierce. She brings with her 3 challenge wins. First in the premiere episode where she wrote a verse and lip-synced against herself for the win. Iconic. Then there was Choices 2020, which spawned her catchphrase, look over there, and the makeover challenge. For her promo look, I love that this is kind of a classic Jaida silhouette. Branding, branding, branding. I love that she tapped into crystallized hair. I love that little blown out waist part of the silhouette she has going on. Overall, she is just giving me galaxy version of herself, and this look is absolutely hot. And she comes into the workroom owning 51% of this workroom in a really interesting stoned or pearlized fabric that kind of shifts and changes as it turns over on itself. Love the red hair. She introduced herself to the world in our season 12 promo with red hair. It kind of reminds me of maybe she went to DragCon and she's there signing autographs, and I think she looks great. I'm gonna give this look a 3-flame hot. And I will say I think Jaida is absolutely ready for this season, but she's one of the queens in this season who overall has less Drag Race competition experience. She's going up against these powerhouses that are coming in for their 3rd time. Like our next up, Trinity the Tuck has 7 challenge wins across her seasons. That is insane. Lucky number 7, on All-Star 7, conspiracy time. The wins that she brings in are for a Fairytale princess / sassy sidekick runway. That was a trip to rewatch. The 90210 acting challenge and the makeover challenge from season 9, and then 4 wins in All-Stars 4 talent show. The Snatch Game is Caitlyn Jenner. The acting / sales club challenge where she had the Hive, and a Sex and the City TV show parody acting challenge. Huh! I'm acting. And looking back on Trinity's journey through her promo shots, it is so funny to see her season 9 promo next to her All-Stars 4 and then this one. Wow, that's a glow up. In fact, like a complete evolution into a new person. I will say that All-Stars 4 promo she had is very difficult to beat, but this Crystal Nude Illusion look I think does that with that classic pageantry look that it brings. Plus, who doesn't love an updo? She looks gorgeous. She's giving me crystallized she-warrior goddess ready to take on the world. And if I were just ranking the promo looks today, she would be sitting right about 2 or 3 easily. This look is hot. But concerning how she raced into the workroom in this little like motorsport up top, 20s feather ball gown thing on the bottom, I don't know about this. There's a lot going on here, girl. And I was really conflicted as I was looking at this look because it has that quality that Trinity brings to almost any look of being super polished and put together, yet at the same time, it is just over here, over there, and nowhere in between, and everywhere in between. It's a trip to look at. Honestly, for me personally, it's just a little bit too much. So I'm gonna give this look a next up. It's Yvie, who brings into this season only one challenge win, the least of any of her winner sisters this season. And it was actually a win, no less, that she shared with Scarlet Envy. But I guess it is a little more like, you know, punk rock and very like on brand of Yvie oddly to have less challenge wins than anybody else and then still win the crown. But sometimes having super memorable runways are even more important for the fan base. For example, I will never forget her orange look, the jellyfish look. All winners were out winning. Her promo is a little bit of a callback and very much is on brand with Yvie oddly. It is the weird, it is the strange. I love all the different pieces that construct this look, like the skirt, the leg, the like one giant sleeve, and the way that she played with the different types of nude fabric in like giant strips of crystal. It was very, you know, punk rock. I don't care, but I do very much care about the details of this look. At her core, being that artistic, strange human that she is really gonna help her stand out. This look is so amazingly hot. And her entrance look does not stutter either. She comes in giving us this like strange troll doll meets art pop meets spray painting under the bridge. Craziness. It is so fun. The purple and the yellow colors are bright. They're in your face. They're crazy. And the bottom of the coat that she's wearing even has like shower rod hooks. So, you know, functional fashion, I think, is very in this year. She did something creative, memorable, on brand. This look is hot. Next up, it's Coulee. And let's look at the 6 challenge wins that she snatched on her previous seasons. Only one short of that record held by Trinity, by the way. In season 9, she won Good Morning Bitch that she shared with Sasha, the Reality Stars musical where she was Black China. We don't need to relive all that drama. There was the gayest ball ever, and the TV pilots win that she also shared with Sasha. In All Stars 5, she won the I'm in Love performance and Snatch game as Flavor Flay. This is another queen who I would be absolutely and pissing if I walked the door and saw her at that workroom table. And somehow managing to glow up even more since All Stars 5. It's like every like year you look at her, she just keeps leveling up. And you're like, it's too much, Shea. How can you go any higher? How can you keep doing that to everybody else? Like, it's not fair. And this promo look is just a perfect example of that constant leveling up and the accumulation of power that she has. It's kind of scary, really, how good she is at drag. This is an extremely show-stopping look. It is kind of reminiscent of the Britney Spears toxic crystallized bodysuit meets Thierry Mugler, Kim Kardashian at the Met Gala a couple of years ago, R.I.P. But it is fabulously done. She looks like one of those little rock candies that you just lick, lick, lick. With the amount of crystals dangling from that and literal chunks of crystals attached to the different parts of it, you know that thing is heavy and I'm sure reinforced somehow. I would love to see the inside of it and how it was made. She absolutely shit it on him with this look. It is stunningly hot. And in her entrance look, she's giving us a little Miss Mandarin fantasy. With some gorgeously slicked back hair. Love that shoulder silhouette moment on this look. It's stunning, but it's also very simple. And I think this is a great example of how she can do casual looks as great as she can do that super high show-stopping eleganza like in the promo. This look though is orange, hot, almost red hot. Orange though. And finally, I see you. It's Raja. The OG fashion queen at the tippity-toppity of my list tonight, but who's surprised? Raja was actually the queen I was most surprised to see enter this cast of all winners because she is, I guess, less active on social medias, much less so than the winners of the new school days. She re-enters this ring 11 years later with 3 challenge wins, 2 of which were design challenges, and 1 was from the RuPaul-a-Palooza, which was like a singing challenge. But God, she is another queen that has these iconic looks that are burned into my brain. Oh, and listen up, chickadees. Grandma's got another story to tell ya. The big scandal at the time, actually during season 3, was that Raja was leaked as the winner from Perez Hilton, of all people, the OG gossip blogger, which actually led to every season after season 3 having a multiple taped finale, which allowed them to, you know, not have winners leaked before the season even started. Anyways, let's break down her promo look. I love this look. I love the coat. There's just something about the silhouette of this, like this shot in particular of her modeling this look. You can tell she's in the fashion industry. She knows how to work her body. She knows how to sell the garment. The way Raja carries herself, always, all the time, you're like, oh, I'm watching, I'm paying attention. I love the coat. I love that inside bodysuit. Everything about this is just so gorgeous, polished, put together, and just shows how smart she is going to be approaching everything she does. A lot of people will be scared. A lot of drag queens will be scared. This look is hot. And concerning her entrance look, wow, wow, wow. What a way to come into that workroom and reference yourself as having one of the most iconic entrance looks of all time. And you know, that entrance look, it was just so like stupid and campy, but fashionable and fun. And so is this reiteration of it. She has now become and blossomed into this like giant iron cage eye creation. It is an insane work of art that she came into the workroom with and blew every other girl out of the water with. Everyone else said, oh, casual day drag, it's fine. I just need something to like, you know, walk into the workroom, whatever. And Raja said, I'm gonna give the children something to gag over. She's cut from a different cloth. This look is hot. And before we break down the winner's tweets with Bianca, let's go ahead and get through our hottest hots. You could probably already guess, but for the promo, it's gonna be Shea for me and the patrons, and for the entrance look, it's gonna be Raja for me and the patrons. Now let's take a peek at those tweets. When this cast was revealed, Bianca tweeted out, "I was busy," and Shea quote tweeted her saying, "No, you weren't." To which Bianca then replied, "Good luck! You will need it." The Vivienne read her saying, "The age limit was 65. Sorry, queen." And Trinity also replied saying, "Making the same gown." Bianca claps back, "Indeed, enjoy bankruptcy." Clearly, these silly little tweet exchanges were jokey and in good humor, but damn, they were funny. But on a real note, this cast is fabulous and I cannot wait to see what happens this season. It is going to be absolute bloodbath. You know how RuPaul always says Drag Race is bringing families together? This one is going to rip houses in half. This is gonna home wreck families. RuPaul's Drag Race family wrecking season. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. For sure maybe, for sure not, for sure F, for sure bomb. Hi, Coulee. It's me, and welcome back to Hats or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing the premiere of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Star Season 7. Queens that haven't entered the workroom in 10 years are here, and I'm dressed like a scene queen. Life's finally coming full circle. In the premiere episode, RuPaul challenged our winners to write verses and choreo for a collaboration on RuPaul's new song, Legends. And the runway theme was I'm Crowning. We've also got tons of new exciting twists and changes for this season, so let's break those down real quick first. RuPaul let us know there's going to be no eliminations this season. And each week, RuPaul will pick 2 top queens to award Legendary Legend Stars to. And those 2 Legendary Legend Star receivers will lip sync to give the Golden Plunger block to one of their competition and win a cash tip of $10,000. And by the way, when a queen gets blocked, that means they won't be eligible to win a Legendary Legend Star the next week, although it seems they will be able to compete, lip sync, and win the cash prize. The Legendary Legend Stars will come into play at the end of the season, where RuPaul will let the top 4 queens with the most Legendary Legend Stars participate in the lip sync LalaPaRuza for the crown, and our final winner will take home the title of Queen of Queens and a cash prize of $200,000. Also, Bob has been announced as the official host of the pit stop, and the queen that came to the workroom at last dressed like the Hamburglar was indeed Raven. And now that we've taken care of housekeeping, let's go ahead and rank these queens from raddest rats to hottest hots. And on my all-winner scorecard, I've awarded each queen up to 5 hot flames for their runway presentations and 5 for their main challenge presentation, where I have further broken down those 5 into lyrics and choreography presentation. Say presentation again. First up and coming in at the bottom of my list today is Yvie Oddly. In the performance, she sang, "Oddly, it's Yvie. I can't be beaten, believe me. Nope, nope, I'm freaky like Friday. I won the crown my way. And I'll make this next one look easy." Ooh. And I've awarded Yvie 2 hot flames for her challenge performance because I think the lyrics could have used a little bit more elevation. She has spent a lot of time in the past and continues to do so now, telling us how weird she is, which of course I love and appreciate, but I feel like if you have to tell everyone how freaky and weird you are all of the time, it just gets a little redundant. And I wasn't looking for Yvie to show us a different side of the Oddly, but I was maybe looking for a little more cohesion between her and the rest of the group since it was a group challenge, and I think she just kind of went out of her way to be like, look how different and strange I am with my back bends, as entertaining as they are. So I'm gonna leave it at a warming up. And grab your coloring books over on the runway. She has taken the I'm crowning theme into like wax crayons, melted all over her body. It's a really interesting interpretation of this runway category, although I will say it was interesting to see everybody come out so opulent, elegant, and glamorous, and then to have her come out in this kind of very structured armor-esque silhouette made of crayon wax, and it was like, okay, this is very different. But if it is gonna be something so different from everybody else, I do wanna see all of the tiny pieces and parts be absolutely perfect. And you could see the undergarments beneath all that crayon wax, like on the sides and in the back, and not in a good like, ooh, look how I'm revealing this way, but more in a like, oops, this outfit isn't finished way. She also did acknowledge this look was a nod to early RuPaul punk looks from the 90s, which I did appreciate that reference. This look for me is gonna be a warming up. And next up, from across the pond, we've got the Vivienne. In RuPaul's Legend song, her verse came in after several high-intensity rap verses, and it felt like a really nice reprise and, you know, fresh breath of air. I also think it was a great showcase of her voice. She sounded really pretty on the track. How much of that was like, you know, her natural vocal training versus auto-tune, we may never know, but she sounded good. Queen of Queens has always been my future. Since my life found a way, hey yeah, gonna show what the UK's got. I'm ready to start my reign, my reign. And I know when I say those lyrics, they don't sound as good as they sounded when Vivienne sang them, but I do want to give her credit for sounding ethereal, pretty, and powerful right in the kind of middle of the song when there were a bunch of heavy-hitting rap verses right before her. I'm giving her a challenge performance 4 hot flames, and over on the runway. Just her inspirations here are Iris Van Herpen, Vivienne Westwood, and burlap bags. And I do see elements of that very edgy, punky Vivienne Westwood style with those ruffled edges and kind of almost unfinished looking pieces throughout the outfit. I think the gown and the headpiece itself are really gorgeous. They definitely say crowning. She's even got a scepter. That said, I did struggle with this look a little bit, and not because I don't appreciate what she was doing here with the ode to fashion, but because that bone color was so close to her natural skin tone, and on those stage lights, she just kind of looked like one giant blob. Those stage lights are not meant for white garments. They're just not. Or all black. So had that main bone color been closer to the brown burlap of like, let's say the shoe, I think it could have had a lot more bang for her buck. Still a great look, but because of how it was delivered, I'm gonna leave it at a warming up. Next up, look over there. It's a dinosaur. Rawr. XD. I'm just like so random. Jaida had a really emotional moment on this episode where she was crying because she felt like she had won the lottery, but couldn't actually use her prize. She just had to look at it from far away. Of course, using a metaphor to describe her winning season 12 in the middle of a worldwide pandemic where she couldn't go tour. She really was robbed of having that international drag race tour that I think helps a lot of the winners really solidify their self-confidence. And it just broke my heart to think that someone like Jaida, who is literally perfect, thinks that she like didn't deserve to be there. So really nice to have this sisterly moment with all the queens. On to the performance. Her lyrics were, "The legend's back again, gonna snatch the crown, about to turn the whole world upside down. The worldwide pandemic with 7 more queens, with a set for Mama Ru, though I can't even sing." Such a fun verse. And sure, her lyrics did kind of rely on that very traditional verse lyricism where she's like, I'm sickening, I want to get the crown, but she paired it with 2 really great instances of comedy where she did a little slap to Raja and then that auto-tune fall at the end of her verse. And because those 2 elements were delivered so well, I actually laughed that whole track thinking that she was one of my favorites because I laughed twice. Overall, I loved what she did, and I think she proved herself a standout on episode 1, which in a competition like this, girl, you gotta be showing Mama Ru that you deserve that crown from the get. This performance was hot. And on the runway, she had easily one of the best looks tonight. She's giving me whimsicality mixed with perfection, which I think is where Jaida's drag has found a beautiful little niche. That giant beehive with the flowers and then the tiny little Fairly Odd Parents crown on top is just such a perfect amount of camp and beauty blended together into what is the essence. Miss Jaida. I think this look was hot. Next up, Monet Échange. We hear from Monet and Trinity as well in confessionals this episode that they are not interested in sharing the crown this time around. We've also got an interesting little potion brewing with Miss Monet and Trinity, the twinners. They actually had a little aside where Monet offered her an alliance. The benefit, of course, from blocking each other from winning Legendary Legend Stars, that is. But we'll chat more about that later. In the performance, Monet's lyrics were, "Realize the triple crown is why I'm here." And that's what I had to think about. She's talking about her congeniality win, the win of All Stars 4, and now the Queen of Queens crown that she's trying to claim. Smart. Queen of Serving Face, 7 other bitches know. Beep, 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 beep. Can't say those letters or those acronyms or they get me demonetized. I want All Stars 4 and I'll do it again. I'll do the bop, bop, bop for me and my fans. Her lyrics were some of the best flowing of the entire cast, and the way that she brought the energy and charisma and intensity to this track, while at the same time kind of like telling everyone exactly what she's going to do, I think was the right move, and in a smart way. We love to see it. Plus this like Amazonian warrior goddess mixed with Scorpion from Mortal Kombat outfit she was wearing on stage was amazing. Hotter than hell, even. But let's take a jog on over to the runway. Monet will meet us there in her tracksuit. This is an interesting look to me. I think the hair is phenomenal, and from the waist up, it is a perfect look. I love that she took that very casual fashion vibe and elevated to the highest nth degree. That is what she does best. However, she lost me with like baggy white pants. I think this look would have just been a 10 out of 10 excellent 10s across the board if the tracksuit had been gone into a big ball gown. And I know, not everything has to be a ball gown, but just seeing the baggy windbreakers coming out and like the brown heels, it just felt like, oh, we were so close for me. But you know, I think the judges loved it as is, and girl, that's all that really matters. Who am I? Nobody. This look is hot. Next up, Trinity the Block. If y'all are on Twitter and Reddit and all those places, last year she changed her Twitter name to Trinity the Block for like a good period of time as she was dealing with like people harassing her and stuff, which please stop harassing people on Twitter. What is that? Stop doing that. But that's just an aside. I could not stop thinking about her calling herself Trinity the Block, and then the idea of this whole like twist being that the queens were blocking each other. And I'm just wondering, will she be able to reprise her title as Trinity the Block in All-Star 7? To be determined. In the performance, she's saying, "Guess who's back here to slay again? Under my belt, count 'em, 7 wins. This southern gal on her game, body for days, make you say ooh la la. Herstory know me by name, this be more than rain. Set it on fire, ya." And I'll be honest, her challenge performance overall, like the lyrics and the way they were delivered on the track, didn't do a lot for me. They felt almost like they were not hitting in the right parts of the song, but that's not to say there weren't some good little pieces in there, like under my belt, count 'em, 7 wins. I guess the even gaggier part was her admitting that she didn't even know her own lyrics and was struggling to keep up lip syncing them. But even though that part of her challenge performance wasn't perfect, I think she still absolutely delivered in terms of charisma and stage presence. Her challenge performance, because it was so charismatic, I am gonna give a very safe hot to. And honestly, she may not need to tell another joke ever again after what she delivered on the runway. Wow. Blue crushed velvet dreams. This look, soft, supple, elegant, beautiful, opulent. This is like the draggiest form of drag, right? This is high pageantry mixed with the strange mind of Trinity the Tuck. I love every centimeter of this. And for everything that's going on with this, the beading, the stoning, the sequining, the giant literal like arm floaty blue crushed velvet pillow cushions on her arms, it could have been too much and too busy, but she found a way to change the different tones of blue throughout the outfit to keep it dynamic and keep your eyes going like, whoa, what's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? And the orange hair, oh, she thought about every detail. When I hear a theme like I'm crowning, this is what I want to see. This look was hot. Next up, more for Gemini. It's Raja. If you're not following Raja on Twitter, you're missing out on a daily update of the Gemini astrology horoscopes. She actually opened the verse and sang, Raja the goddess, the supreme deity. There is no rivalry. God lets you worship me. Iconic style transcending he or she. Refer to my pronouns as thou. Drop to your knees and bow. I'm really big on lyricism and metaphorical meanings, like all of this, you know, the allegory that she is bringing into what she wrote and the way she had couplets in there as well. I loved what she did here. In terms of lyrics, in terms of overall challenge performance, I personally was not a huge fan of the like pink Power Rangers bodysuit that she was wearing with that blunt bob. Not for me. That was a rot. If she had matched the ethereal deity goddess lyrics to a more deitized performance presentation, could have gotten 5 hot flames, but because of what she did with the outfit and the bob, I'm gonna leave it at 3.5 hot flames here. Over on the runway, she lets us know that Raja in Indonesian actually means king, and she here is seen giving us a King Louis XIV reference. I also think this maybe was a way of her to reference herself yet again, right? Her entrance referencing her own entrance, and now this runway, I think referencing her extravagant drag runway. This outfit is phenomenal. I love what she said. She said, I designed the shoe and then I designed the outfit around it. Like, what? Crazy. This look is absolutely 5 flame hot. Next I have Water for Duck's back. It's Jinkx Monsoon. Miss Jinkx had an excellent showing this episode. Oh my god. She started off by winning the reading challenge, which I 100% agreed with. I think the only other person that came close was maybe Raja, just because it was so stupid and silly. But it's all stars, and Jinkx doesn't just win the title of winning the reading challenge, she also wins a $2,500 cash prize. In the Legends track, Jinkx sang and rapped, Hello world, I'm Jinkx Monsoon. I'm here to make your stepson swoon. Rub-a-dub girl, get in my tub. Mommy's gonna scrub dub on these sobs. Yes, I'm Jinkx and I aim to please. Don't believe me? Check my knees. Her performance was ridiculous, over the top, a little subversive, and both entertaining to watch on stage and funny when you think about what she's actually saying. She absolutely nailed this challenge. Didn't necessarily say, I'm a legend, I'm going to live on forever. Maybe not, but she still had my favorite verse and performance. She is so funny and so smart, and it just shows every time she does anything. So this, absolutely amazing. She was oozing hot mommy juices, and this gets 5 hot flames for me. And on the runway, again showing her smarts. She comes out in what she described as a Mary Queen of Scots meets Queen Elizabeth I meets Angelina Jolie with that little leg that pops out at the end, of course referencing Angelina's iconic red carpet look from like, what, 10 years ago? Loved to see that reference. And not only was this look full of beautiful inspiration from, you know, iconic royalty eras and modern day pop culture, but to approach the I'm crowning runway theme with a Virgin Mary Ray of Light crown. Because the Virgin Mary was what? Crowning for the Immaculate Birth. Subtle subversities here that I am appreciating and loving. Plus, this is, you know, Jinkx at her highest form in her signature color. She looks amazing. This look is hot. And sharing a 10 out of 10 score with Jinkx for me tonight is Shea Coulee. These two are just so different and approached both the runway and challenge so oppositely tonight, and that's why I have paired them together at the top of my list. This episode actually started off with each queen getting a little runway advice from Naomi effing Campbell. Gag of the century. She tells Shea Coulee that she has like a perfect, wouldn't change it, best runway walk in the world, like gives her all the praise that I think Shea wanted and could possibly ever need to hear. Like, what more validation could you possibly want out of life than RuPaul telling you that you are worthy of winning a crown and inviting you back from all winners, and having Naomi Campbell tell you that you have a perfect runway walk? We get it. Shea is perfect. That's the tea. And in the performance, she shows off her unshakable confidence. That's right, save the best for last. I'm Miss Coulee, but did you gotta ask? Better bring the energy, because slaying is my legacy, and if you ain't scared of me, Miss Thing, you better be. Delicious lyricism that is confident, iconic, funny, and also very serious, right? She said, if y'all give me the block, oh, it's gonna be over for you, honey. She gets 5 out of 5 hot flames in the performance, and over on the runway, she is giving an homage to a Queen Nefertiti hair with these insane ear prosthetics. That got me, girl. That got me. I was like, when did she stretch her ears out? It was prosthetics. And I really loved the dress that she was wearing because it's such a beautiful color story that we don't often see on the main stage of like RuPaul's Drag Race. She's representing and giving a love letter to a different culture and value set that needs to have this light shown on it because it is so beautiful. Such a scrumptious look. Shea, this look is hot. And losing is the new winning, but not on this season. Shea and Monet actually earn our legendary legend stars this episode, and at first it did kind of surprise me, but then I remembered, right, they are really just judging based on the challenge, and for tracks like this, I do feel like what the judges are often looking for are those high energy, pumpy lyrics that are easy to learn and also say a lot while saying a little. Because I think if there's one thing that RuPaul likes more than comedy, it's confidence, and both of these verses showed, I mean, they were dripping in it. So I do understand. However, my top two would have been Jinkx and Shea. And in the lip sync for the ability to block one of their contestants, Miss Shea Coulee takes it and gives the bedazzled plunger to Trinity the Tuck. We didn't really get to hear much reasoning this episode about why Shea chose Trinity. I would suspect that she has identified Trinity as somebody who is extremely competitive, and she's the only queen there that's got more wins than her. So I think just going off something like that, it made the most sense. But I will say, in terms of analyzing the episode as a TV show, this did feel a little anticlimactic. It maybe would have had more of a payoff had we as viewers known, like let's say the next challenge was going to be Snatch Game, right? Because then the queens would have been able to make their decision based on what they thought their competitors were good and bad at. And yeah, I do think she still would have made the same decision here, but maybe it also could have gone to Jinkx, because Jinkx had one of the most iconic Snatch games ever. Other little analyzation things that I picked up on was I did not notice a bottom queen edit. Shea very much got the winner's edit this episode, and if anything, I felt like Viv had the least presence throughout the episode. But that did leave me wondering, how is this going to affect the pacing of the season with no eliminations and little conflict? I mean, getting the golden plunger and being blocked from getting a legendary legend star sure has its consequences, but are the fans, are we going to feel those consequences? And I'm saying all of this to say, I have a sneaking suspicion that this isn't the last twist we'll see, because this is a show that has in large part built its base on drama. And if we're just kind of getting a, winner's tour de talent every episode, it will be entertaining, but where will the drama come into play? Finally though, let's move into our hottest hots on the runway. It's going to go to Trinity the Tuck. And in the main challenge, I've got to split my hottest hots between Jinkx and Shea. I think they approached the song completely differently and excelled equally in their own ways. And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots over on patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website, where my patrons get exclusive member benefits like early access to my videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And this week in the performance, they voted for Shea, and on the runway, Jinkx Monsoon. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. First things first, if you see something wrong with my makeup, then no, you didn't, because it's been on for almost 24 hours now. Hi, Ugly. It's me, and welcome back to Hot or Rot. And today we'll be reviewing episode 2 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 7, All Winners. In today's episode, our queens were challenged to participate in a double snatch game, and the runway category was Leather Principle. And today's video is a big one with lots of little pop culture icon references sprinkled throughout each queen. And today we'll be ranking our queens from Rottest to Rot, the hottest hot, with 15 points total on the scorecard. 5 for the runway, and then 5 for each of each queen's snatch game performance. First up, and rounding out the bottom of my list tonight, is Yvie. Her only snatch game experience coming into this episode was as Whoopi Goldberg on her original season, which today she does not reprise herself with Rico Nasty, who by the way is one of our new generation female scream rappers. I think one of Yvie's bigger problems with this character was that none of the judges knew who she was, and RuPaul kind of does that thing where if she doesn't know who a character is immediately, or the character isn't just completely absurd, she kind of ignores them. Doesn't play into their jokes. For example, with this one, Yvie just kind of started making strange noises and RuPaul goes, "Oh, okay." Which about sums up how she did overall as Rico. This was a Rico Rot. In Snatch Game Round 2 though, Yvie oddly had a lot more luck with a completely made up character. She took the boogeyman and basically turned him into a gay villain. And I did think it was interesting that both her and Trinity took this approach of just doing a villain but making them very gay tonight. Trinity's we'll get to later, but Yvie's boogeyman was very successful, I think mostly just because she could be her silly self. And I also think it helped the judges and audience understand the character a lot better, because villains are often in cartoons and movies kind of gay coded. So we were in a sense primed for an eccentric gay villain, and Yvie executed this well. I'm gonna give this performance a hot. And over on the runway, Yvie said she is inspired by anime for her pleather principle runway, and but it's okay. Like, this is a cute look, but not much else. On a regular season of Drag Race, I think this might be one of the middle of the pack or better, but here it just kind of is lacking something extra. It's lacking even a weirdness or an oddness from Yvie. I think it also doesn't help that my other references for drag queens doing anime characters or inspired anime things is recently we saw Pill on the red carpet do the Kill la Kill character, which was phenomenal. And then of course back on like All Stars 3, Aja did that multi-reveal kind of anime big giant pigtail character. It's just that compared to the other girls on the runway tonight, this anime character might need a redraw. I'm gonna give it a rot. Next up, look at the chess tournaments that she snatched today. It's Shea, and her first character is Elsa Majimbo. This was a new character for me. She's this 20-year-old social media star from Kenya. She's got like 2.5 million followers on her Instagram, and her humor style are just these really quick, short clips of her saying, I would say very like relatable and ridiculous things. Here's one for your enjoyment.
If it's in the bank, it's for using. If it ends, you cry in Versace.
Now, as social media famous as Miss Elsa is, I do think this was an interesting choice because her humor, from what I can tell, is mostly funny because of the style of the video. It's that really quick, snappy, Gen Z humor. But even though Shea doesn't have all of the camera tricks and quick editing, I think she does pretty good as Elsa. As funny as the videos? No, but I did have a good laugh or two. She also was able to use the accent to really sell a character that was different from her. And more than anything, I'm just happy that she introduced me to this girl, because girl, I clicked follow real quick. This performance was hot. As hot as Flavor Flav? No, absolutely not. And neither was her second character, Miss J. Alexander. Now, the look, I think she definitely captured the eccentricity that Miss J carries with her persona. But I think getting a hold of and harnessing that strange approach to the world that Miss J has is a little more difficult. A bad performance from Shea though? No, again, but I really was just expecting to be rolling on the floor laughing after, seeing her do that Flavor Flav, which, she was just kind of the victim of her own success from her prior season. This was a very safe, hot performance for me though. And on the runway, meow. She is giving us a look inspired by the iconic Catwoman, played by the iconic Halle Berry. Shea though here has done the look in all white, a fun little interpretation, and put little other fun comic book style details onto the rest of the outfit. I like the freshness that she brought to this classic look, because this has been done time and time again by drag queens, but not in this way. The only reason I gave this look 3.5 hot flames tonight though was the shoes. We had a little bit of a shrimp cocktail situation happening with those pumps. That was absolutely shocking. Sometimes the toes just want to jump. Anyways, this look was still hot. Next up, Vivienne, who comes into the Snatch Game episode having also won her Snatch Game from her original season. She originally did Trump, the former US president, and Michelle at the time even said that her Trump was like the best Snatch Game character of all time. Tonight though, she doesn't have as much luck. In round one, she did Joanna Lumley, who, according to Wikipedia, is an English actress, presenter, former model, author, television producer, and activist, who has won 2 BAFTA TV awards for her role as Patsy Stone in the BBC sitcom Absolutely Fabulous. And as Joanna, it was kind of a flop. They did showcase her using some of the, what are, in my opinion, very tired setups for Snatch Game. They're like, I don't know, Ru, I just wrote. And so maybe that was what they were trying to emphasize with the edit, was that her performance in this round one was just not fresh enough. Her Joanna gets a rot, but her Catherine Tate, I thought, was one of the better in round 2. This is another British actress who it seems like is best known for sketch comedy in her self-titled show, The Catherine Tate Show. She's also had roles in Doctor Who, The Office, Catherine Tate's Nan? What is that? I was watching her in this role as Catherine and thinking, it feels like Miss Viv is finally breaking out of her shell. And it could be because, as they talked about, she has the weight of an entire country on her shoulders. But, this is also kind of a safe space, being that there are no eliminations. I think I ended up thinking her Catherine was funnier than the judges did. And I think she might have even had more success had she really played into that like mumbling British accent and kept RuPaul from understanding understanding anything that she said. RuPaul would have thought that was ridiculous and probably loved it. Still a strong one for me though, and I'm gonna give this performance a and over on the runway. This is what RuPaul meant when she said shoulder pads on the season 14 runway. I love this. And as the judges complimented her, Viv has an excellent palette or taste for fashion that is very unique, I will say. You really don't see anyone else approach clothing and putting pieces together like she does. There's almost like a masculinity built into all of the feminine ways that she does things that is really intriguing to me. This look is red hot. Next up, the essence of beauty. Miss Jaida Essence Hall has an interesting time on Snatch Game tonight. Her original Snatch Game character, Cardi B, did not land very well, and she starts this one off as Prince. And you know Prince, he's a bit of a rock god, fashion icon, kind of a gay icon depending on when and where you tuned in and out of following him, because I think near the end of his life, he did end up taking a more conservative political route that pushed away a lot of his gay fans. Back to Jaida. The prince that she played was not at all kingly. It was so strange. She was just like sitting over in the corner like shy and meek and like kind of making some strange noises, and I did not get it. But as RuPaul said, as she and I think everyone else realized that she didn't really know what she was doing with this character, it did kind of get funnier. So this wasn't a great performance, but I would say that it was kind of just bordering somewhere in Safeville because it was so intriguing and RuPaul was laughing, and which made me laugh. It was kind of mostly Rod. Her Lady Chablis was much funnier though. She picked up, I think, the character that she kind of created or already had with her when she went into season 12 that came out in a lot of the acting challenges. And by the way, the Lady Chablis is according to Wikipedia, an American actress, author, and transgender club performer. Through exposure in the best-selling nonfiction book Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, hence the RuPaul reference, and its 1997 film adaptation, she became one of the first trans performers to be introduced to a wide audience. Look at RuPaul's Drag Race and Jaida Essence Hall teaching the children. We didn't see a lot from Miss Lady Chablis, but what we saw was good, so I gave this performance a 3 flame hot. And over on the runway, I'm in. Miss Jaida is giving us an almost perfect recreation of Jada Pinkett Smith in The Matrix as the character Nairobi. Wow, love what she did with this. The first movie of the Matrix series is one of my favorites, so if someone is gonna be making a Matrix reference, I'm gonna just immediately love it. But it wasn't just a great reference. For me personally, the look itself was phenomenally executed. She looked amazing in it, and it was very new and different for someone like Jaida, who normally kind of plays in that very like polished pageantry world on the runway. Plus, even if you didn't get the reference, I think this look is very on trend with like all of the 90s and Y2K fashion that is happening all around us. This look was 5 flames worth of hot. Next up, Monet Change. She comes into Snatch Game with a mixed bag of history in this challenge. Her Maya Angelou back on season 10 was actually really good. It was also just a really strong Snatch Game, so she couldn't take the win. All Stars 4 though, she could not take the heat, literally. Anyways, in round 1 she does Mike Tyson, who is a famous boxer in the US and who's famously known for his boxing career and infamously known for his controversial opinions, eccentric personality, and prison time. Oh, and his face tat. Can't forget the face tat. Overall, I think Monet did an excellent parody of this crazy character. She captured that lisp and even added lots of flamboyancy and gay tendencies to Mike Tyson, which made him even funnier. A definite standout in round 1, this performance was hot. In round 2, she does Martin Lawrence in drag, which really confused me because I was not familiar with this character, who is Shanae Roshaniah Simone Jinkx. This was a character portrayed by Martin Lawrence, and this is a quote from Wikipedia. Shanae is sassy, flashy, mouthy, confrontational, and feisty. She is the owner of Shanae's Show Nuff hair salon. Here's a little clip from one of the sketches.
Don't get hurt by this little girl, okay?
No, you didn't.
Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
Don't you put your hand in my face. You don't put your hand in my face. I will hurt you, okay? I will hurt you. So what you trying to do?
Me not knowing this character, I was very confused because I did not understand the like, I'm a lady, I'm in drag, I'm not in drag, I'm just having fun. Like, I did not get any of the jokes that she was making. In retrospect, I understand why she was making those jokes, and I do think that they were funny. The important thing with Snatch Game, though, that I think Monet missed with this character was capturing the idea of being able to make somebody or something funny without the audience being in on the joke. But concerning just being in that competition and playing to the judges, yeah, she probably knew that her audience, the judges, would know the character. And I'm glad that she shared the pop culture reference with us. I love learning and being gay. But because it didn't really land at first, I did end up giving this performance a warming up bordering on a rot. But over on the runway, oh my god. I think this is the best look that Monet has ever served on the runway, period. Absent maybe like one of her crowning or like, you know, finale looks. This is phenomenal. She's got on this beautiful brown tone, like chocolate bodice armor with a big bow up front and a beautiful pussycat finger wave wig. The guest judge says she was getting McQueen bodice. I was getting Kim K. Kardashian in that Schiaparelli outfit that she wore a couple of years ago, I think for like a Christmas thing. Everyone was calling it the She-Hulk look. She-Hulk's about to come out as a movie. The doors that Kim K. Kardashian opened. Anyways, Monet, never exchange this look. It is a gorgeous piece of fashion. I love it. It is so hot. Next up, Trinity the Tuck, who comes in a Snatch Game with lots of great experience. She actually won her All-Stars 4 season with her Caitlyn Jenner performance. Her first character was an invented one. Like Yvie did with the Boogeyman, she did very gay Satan. Doing this, I think, was definitely a risk since it wasn't necessarily based on any particular actual real existing actor, which is like kind of, you know, the spirit of Snatch Game. And what Trinity did with this character was visually stunning. It was insane the dedication that she had to transforming both into this character and her next one, Leslie Jordan, which we'll see here in a second. And her Satan, I think, absolutely was one of the best in round 1, which overall was weaker than round 2, but I didn't think that this gay Satan had a lot to offer besides just being extremely flamboyant, which is only like so funny. There just weren't a lot of layers to what she was doing, at least from what they showed us. Still gonna give her Satan a hot as hell. And her second character, Leslie Jordan, oh my god, phenomenal. Truly phenomenal. Again, the dedication to being the character, the visual gag of having Leslie Jordan like needing a booster seat and sitting shorter than everybody else because he is such a short guy was key, I think, to landing a lot of her punchlines. She had prosthetics. She spoke just like him. Trinity is an excellent comedian, and this was a great character for her to do. You're also probably familiar with Leslie if you watch Drag Race, considering he was just on the Moulin Rouge musical episode. He's also been featured as a guest judge several times, which is why I think this was an excellent and familiar choice, speaking in terms of the audience for Trinity. But for as hot as Trinity Snatch Games were tonight, her runway didn't really do a lot for me. She says that, well, honestly, she's even kind of, I think, confused about the concept she was bringing to the runway. She describes what she's doing as a puff or puffer or puffy coat interpretation. She did, I will say, tweet out originally that some of her looks were delivered to her unfinished, so this could have been one of those. It just didn't feel like it had that like final Trinity polish that I would expect from something that she would be walking on the runway. I also just personally wasn't a fan of that like pastel blue and pink color story, so I'm gonna give this look a hot. Next up, Raja, coming into the Snatch Game with, I think, what is regarded as a very like safe performance as Tyra Banks in her original season. Not bad, not great. Very strange though. But this time, she caught me so off guard. With that first Madam Puppet character that she did, I said, Mama, what in gay hell is going on here? I had never even heard or seen this, and I was confused. The house down boots. Did some research, and I found out this was a puppet that was really famous in the 70s and 80s, played by an openly gay puppeteer named Wayland Flowers. And they did a show called Wayland Flowers Madame, and as Wikipedia says, a major national success on stage and screen. Here's a clip for you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Madam. This is Larry Davenport over here. Larry is no ventriloquist, and I am no damn dummy. Out where they say, let us be gay, I'm going Hollywood!
You can see the humor is very of the era. It's safe, it's very setup based, gay and campy, friendly, family fun for all, though, I must note, which was very important, I think, for we, the gay people. Thank you for your service. I gave her Madam Puppet 4 out of 5 stars. I wanted to see more. There just wasn't a lot of jokes showcased from her, but everything they showed was good, and I think the dedication to the illusion was absolutely phenomenal. Her round 2 character was Diana Vreeland, who was a French-American colonist columnist and editor for Harper's Bazaar, and later editor-in-chief at Vogue. Again, the commitment to the illusion that these all winners brought to their looks is insane. Prosthetics, makeup, everywhere. They said, we are going to sell you a fantasy. Raja is an artiste. She did it both times. It is insane what she did here. Illusion speaking, right? This character, though, I will say, kind of faded into the background here. We did not see a lot of Diana Vreeland, other than that first purple mittens joke that was really funny. I was like, oh, okay, I guess that's it. But then again, Jinkx kind of was being the main star of Snatch Game Round 2, so maybe that's why we didn't see much from Diana. I don't know. Went ahead and gave this a safe 3 flame. Over on the runway, she says this look is specifically inspired by London glam rock around 1974. She's got a very visually intriguing snake print color story of blue and red, extremely saturated with a beautiful fascinator, a gorgeous lacy boot shoe. I am in love with this look. Raja's eye for detail on fashionable things is phenomenal. And Raja doesn't just wear something that looks great. She shows off the clothing in a way that makes you love it. She's a true model, is what I'm trying to say. This look obviously gets 5 hot flames from me. And finally, winner chicken dinner, Jinkx Monsoon. Jinkx was one of our all winners that did have a win in her original Snatch game for her role as Little Edie. Oh, there's Little Edie. Oh, there she is. That was like when I fell in love with Jinkx. I mean, who didn't fall in love with her then? And I am just falling in love all over again every time I see her on my screen. Anyways, let's just go ahead and get into her literally game-changing Snatch games tonight. Round 1 was Natasha Lyonne. And I actually didn't recognize this name or the way she was dressed, so I didn't catch that Natasha is actually the actress that plays a character in Orange is the New Black. Regardless of not knowing the character though, I thought it was a hilarious performance. The best joke that she got in, maybe of that entire round even, was her telling RuPaul to imagine Jaida topping Monet, like a 4-year-old pushing around a couch. Oh my god. But honestly, I do feel like a lot of the performances in round 1 were very balanced out with each other, which is why I only awarded as much as 4 in round 1 for any of the given queens tonight. I don't feel like anybody was like the one particular standout, except maybe Monet as Mike Tyson. Round 2 though is what will change Snatch Game forever. This Judy Garland that she did was absolutely insane. Judy, of course, is sort of hailed as the OG gay icon and is one of Ru's self-proclaimed favorites. The easy reference for you here being that she was the actress in Wizard of Oz. She was also Liza Minnelli's mother. She is kind of playing it coy and safe at first, but then breaks the fourth wall and gets completely raunchy with the Dean Martin sandwich. And then what absolutely sent me to the next galaxy and beyond, she acknowledged the gay veteran who told RuPaul to his face that he thinks he was responsible for the death of Judy Garland. To bring that reference in your back pocket and integrate it into a Snatch Game performance as Judy Garland, speaking to him from the dead, her mind. I was screaming, I was shouting, I was crying. And I did also react to all of the Snatch Game performances and lip sync and runway over on my Patreon, and that video is available exclusive to my patrons at patreon.com/BussyQueen. You can click the link in the description of this video to join today and support the channel. See you there. But back to Jinkx, she continues to elevate her performance above and beyond. Still, she pulls out like a karaoke set, looks at the camera and just starts singing and giving a live Broadway style singing performance. It was crazy. As you can tell, clearly I was very excited about it. I loved it. Jinkx Monsoon, can drag you effing lations. This was phenomenal and absolutely hot. Way far over the rainbow. It's just a prop set, Ru. And on the runway, she subverts another classic. She's giving Mary Poppins silhouette in a pink and white pleather color story that I think is really fun and unique to see. Not a lot of queens are bringing this type of style and perspective to the runway or competition in general. So even though it is not necessarily like a fashion forward approach to what she's doing, it still feels fresh because she's the only one doing it. And I mean, let's give her some credit. Her approach to all of this is unique. It is from the mind of Jinkx Monsoon. This runway was hot. Overall for this Snatch Game, I've got to say, Snatch Game is so much funnier when they're not trying to edit somebody to be like in the bottom 2. Like, you can just kind of sit back and relax and laugh at everybody. Or let someone completely take over the entire set like Jinkx did. I also was so happy to see them do Snatch Game correctly for this All-Star season. They said we're gonna give the gays everything they want, not just a a traditional Snatch game, but 2 traditional Snatch games in one. And our legendary Legend Star receivers, not receivers, receiver tonight is Jinkx Monsoon. Trinity, of course, was blocked by Shea Coulee last week from receiving her star this week. She did still lip sync against Jinkx, and I did think that they would go ahead and give Trinity the win here. Both of them had a phenomenal lip sync to an Adele song, rumor has it. And I thought they might choose Trinity just for the drama of her being able to block Shea right back. But they didn't. Jinkx wins and she blocked Shea anyway. I also liked what Jinkx was saying about her strategy for this competition. Block the people that have stars already. I think it's the fairest way to approach this. But that will get interesting if alliances do come into play later with people like Trinity and Monet. I guess we'll see what happens. I definitely agree with the top 2 though this week, and my hottest hots for each category tonight go to Monet Exchange on the runway, Monet Exchange in round 1 of Snatch Game, and Jinkx Monsoon in round 2 of Snatch Game. I also asked my patrons to choose their hottest hots tonight, and for round 1 of Snatch Game, Trinity. For round 2 of Snatch Game, Jinkx. And on the runway, Jaida. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you guys later. Love ya. Bye. Trust me, I'm no angel. Hi, ugly. It's me, and welcome back to Hot or And today we'll be reviewing episode 3 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Star Season 7. Today our winners were challenged to try their look in the Realness of Fortune ball, joined by none other than the actual Vanna White from Wheel of Fortune, who by the way has been hosting that show for like 40 years now, and fun fact, has served over 6,000 looks without a single repeat. How's that for iconicism? And the 3 looks our winners had to serve were Vanna White Realness in her honor, Before and After, which was a sort of blend of 2 pop culture references, and Realness of Fortune Eleganza that they constructed there using materials provided to them based on a color. So we'll be breaking down all 24 looks today and ranking the queens from raddest to hottest based on how I thought they did in the ball. And when we get to Raja's section, we'll be covering a little bit of silly online drama between her and Miss Violet Chachki. It seems Miss Violet's been handing out quite a few boots as one of the new hosts of Fashion Photo Review, and has sent the drag race world into quite the frenzy this week. So make sure to stay tuned in to catch up on all the queens' reactions to what's been going on. At the bottom of my list tonight is Miss Yvie Oddly. Her first look, Vanna White Realness, is... it's not Vanna White. It is game show host glamour-esque, I would say though. I am getting like 90s Vegas vibes with that chunky jewelry, the almost snakeskin green print dress, and that really big hair. And the look not being directly on theme wouldn't have been a major problem for me had the look also been perfect. There were just a couple of fit issues that really held this look back from getting a hot from me tonight. I would like to have seen some tighter tailoring to really allow that big giant hair that she's got on to say something on its own without blending into the ill-fittingness of the dress. As usual, Yvie did whatever the hell she wanted, but tonight it didn't pay off in this category. I'm gonna leave this at a soft rat. Her next look, Before and After, Cardi B Arthur, was a really great concept. I love that she juxtaposed 2 complete opposite people into one look. Yvie says she made this look herself and she was super proud of it, and I think rightly so. The B Arthur, I definitely was getting Golden Girl from it as she came down in the runway in a complete and total characterization, and that look revealed to a very revealing Cardi B look. I will say though, had she not told us that was supposed to be Cardi B, I might not have known. I always think of Cardi B having either that really beautiful long black like middle part hair, or I think of the Invasion of Privacy album cover with that short yellow pussycat wig. The braids were so cool though, and I got what she was throwing down. Plus, more importantly, I think she did a great job of nailing the spirit of this runway and giving us her version of these 2 wildly different characters. I'm gonna give this look a hot. And in the final category, Realness of Fortune Eleganza. Yvie spins the wheel once and wins $1,000, then wins $500, and then goes bankrupt. And the color she ended up with was pink, and the direction she took off in for this look was absolutely the right one. I think making pink punk is so much fun to do. She was giving us a sort of ghosty fantasy with a tattered dress and a couple of pink chains, and I'll say what she did was interesting, but maybe not fully at the finish line. For example, if I had this box, and I'm not sure how many chains there were, but I would have really leaned into that chain fantasy to keep on amping up the punk. And I think another easy improvement for this look would have been to have tattered up those tights to really match the tatterness of the top. Her ghost left me wanting more. This was a boo rat. Next up, small waist, big talent. It's Monet Exchange. That's her line that she said, by the way. For her first look, Monet says that she is giving us a sexy, thick Vanna White. Her dress is all white and It cracks me up because I just know, like, the people watching daytime TV in middle America, if they saw a dress slit that high on Miss Vanna White, they would absolutely have a heart attack. So while the cut of the dress wasn't something that we would see Vanna in, this absolutely was game show hostess, and she did give a nod to Vanna, I think, with the blonde hair and the way that she was carrying herself on stage. The only reason this look didn't make it all the way to a hot for me was because of the fit when you get to the chest area. It looks really bunchy, and then the way the hair and that neckline were hitting on the same side, it kind of lost Monet's neck a little bit there. I'm gonna leave this at a soft rat. And her before and after look is Bob the drag queen Elizabeth, which had me gagging. I loved the reference to her drag sister Bob. Specifically, she had that neon green dress look with the pink paint running down her head, mixed with what seems to be, I believe, a reference to Queen Elizabeth's yellow, very famous, like, blazer and hat look. The Bob part I got immediately as soon as I saw that pink dripping down her forehead. The Queen Elizabeth part, though, I think was a little more ambiguous. I definitely would have just done a traditional Queen Elizabeth hat on top of this to make sure the judges knew exactly who she was referencing. So I think it was a little more Bob than Elizabeth. I am going to give this look a hot because I really enjoyed the fun that she had and the fun I had looking at this look. And for her final look, the luck of the Irish has blessed her with green. Now, Monet says that she doesn't really make outfits, and she said the last thing that she made was her sponge dress. The look that she delivers, I think overall was cute, and I was really impressed with what she did, considering that she really does not construct looks. The only thing, though, is that when I saw this look at first, I thought of Tasha Salad, Roxy's little parody character from the kids show. And I'm not sure if that's exactly what she was going for, but that is what I was getting. Tasha Salad. It's me, kids, Tasha Salad. This is not sound like Roxy.
I'm so excited to be here today!
She's giving us 70s, she's giving us disco, and it is a little strange, but overall, I think it works. The cuts are great, and the thing is, she is selling this outfit like it is the best thing on the runway, so you do enjoy it when you see it. So I'm gonna leave this look at a very safe hot. And no, Monet did not have the most jaw-dropping looks tonight, but she maybe had the most fun, and that's all that really matters. Next up, water off a text pack. Water of a text pack. It's Jinkx Monsoon. She is the first out on the runway tonight, and her Vanna White realness had me busting out laughing because she is wearing almost the same dress as Vanna White herself. Jinkx's interpretation, though, is, I would say, witchier kind of version with the shawl that she's carrying, which I've got to say would probably be a work hazard for Miss Vanna if she were spinning the wheel and, like, the cape got caught. Could you imagine it, like, rips off her entire dress and she's just, like, Probably why she doesn't wear capes, but black sequins she actually does often wear. The other small detail that I think was maybe missing with Jinkx's Vanna White dress was Vanna almost always has her arms or shoulders or like something up in the top area just showing a little bit of skin. So while her more modest Vanna was very pretty and definitely on theme, I think the dress had a couple of fit issues, and I'm gonna leave this at a soft rat. Her before and after look, though, oh my God, it was so great. She called it Whatever Happens to Baby Jane Fonda, which is a reference to Jane Fonda as Barbarella, which if you've watched every season of Drag Race, you've gotta know by now, and Betty Davis as Baby Jane in Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, which, if you watched All Stars 2, was the little sketch, actually, that Alyssa and Alaska got. This runway from Jinkx right here, this is why I love her to death. The two references that she pulled in are an amazing blend of, like, gay pop culture, and the way she blended them together, so unexpected and weird, but also fun and perfect. Like, she got all of the details right. The spacesuit that Barbarella is wearing, the makeup that Betty Davis had on. And I love that she was able to fully execute her vision, and you know exactly what you're looking at, and you see both characters the entire time, no reveal needed. It's a perfect and ridiculous blend of two amazing references. This look is hot. And Jinkx winds up with the color lavender tonight for her Realness of Fortune runway. So she kind of starts off with the sewing machine and then decides that she's not gonna sew the look. She later describes outfit construction as her one weakness, which overall I've gotta say, I was impressed with what she was able to do given her admittedly not so great skill set. I think Jinkx was also super successful at delivering something that was very obviously Jinkx Monsoon. She does this kind of Grecian fantasy thing pretty often. I mean, it was actually her promo for her original season, and then she did a similar style of dress for her promo for this season. So it's all making sense in the Jinkx Monsoon world, which is why I'm gonna leave this look at a warming up. Next up, Queen of Balls Past, Slay Coulee. Shea had some mixed success in the ball tonight, I think. Her Vanna White Realness was definitely not Vanna White. I think the judges nailed it when they said it was a little more Audrey Hepburn. And I think mostly it was the hair that threw it off. This definitely could have been passed off as a Vanna White dress. I mean, like I said in the beginning of this video, she has been doing this for 40 years. And if you want to find Vanna White in a dress of a given color and style, you can probably find it. I even found one kind of almost identical to what Shea's wearing. So had she characterized it a little bit more and done, you know, something really obvious like the hair, I think this would have been a perfect look because my God, does she look gorgeous. This is easily one of the prettiest looks on the runway tonight. It just wasn't totally on category, so I ended up with a 4 flame from me. Also, apparently this dress is pink. A lot of you were asking in the last video if I'm colorblind. The answer is yes, I am colorblind. Shea's before and after look though, she did gold tooth fairy, which I was excited for when I heard, but I think the execution of this was not great. The wings felt a little floppy and all of the details felt a little mashed together. It was kind of unclear where exactly she was going with this because she had elbow length gloves covered in gold watches, which were a good detail, but then on the dress she had all these like safety pins and then the wings were like flopping on her shoulders behind her, which kind of added to, in my opinion, the overall messiness of this look. And I feel like when she turns around, it just looks really saggy. And for Shea, I'm always expecting like perfect fitting, glamorous, beautiful looks. And this one just really did not do it for me tonight. So it's gonna be a rat. For design look, she was given the color white, and she plays with the idea of not doing bridal because she did bridal in her All Stars 5 ball. But I mean, she is given all white materials, so to not do bridal would be like probably a mistake. This look, I think, was really interesting because in some shots, it is stunning, beautiful, and perfect. Like waist up, I love the head wrap, that big giant veil giving her lots of shape, and the fit of the dress, oh my God, it's perfect. But then there are some moments that confused me about it, like when it zooms all the way out, I feel like the shape of the veil becomes baggy and distracting. And because it's a wedding dress, I kind of was expecting a little bit of a train behind her. It just needed that extra bit of fabric, I think. I mean, hey, call me traditional, but I like a train on a wedding dress. Or I at least like it to touch the floor. I'm going to leave this look with a safe hot. Next up, more for Gemini. It's Raja. Before we talk about her looks, let's go ahead and break down the drama, mama. Since Raja is on All Winners, there was an open spot on Fashion Photo Review, and Violet took her place. The fans finally got what they wanted after Miss Violet went viral back on the season 13 bag ball episode with Trixie Mattel, where she pretty much said no to everyone's looks. It seemed everyone loved her brutal honesty then, but not so much now that she is being honest about her feelings concerning Raja's looks. Both of which, for episodes 1 and 2, she gave the boot. I should note here, though, that Gottmik did toot the first look, although she did join Violet in booting the second one. And as a result, there was a trend alert that I don't think anyone expected. Violet Chachki, she was the trend. She was literally trending on Twitter this week when people were finding out about the boots. And according to this Reddit post where these people reinstalled the YouTube dislike button through some special extension thing, these are some of the most disliked fashion photo reviews of all time. And here's how all the queens of the queendom reacted. Violet tweeted out when all the hubbub started bubbling, "I booted your fave," and checks notes, "I will be doing it again." And in the replies of this tweet, we can see some fans allegedly getting blocked by Violet as they expressed disagreement with her tweet. And then Monet tweeted out, "Booting Raja? That's where I draw the line." To which Violet responded, "LOL, leave me alone." And Monet said, "Leave fashion alone." Monet later tweeted, "OMG, booted Roger twice. I'm beeping, vomiting, hyperventilating, and crying. All of it everywhere all at once." And then Bob later joined in, quote tweeting Violet's original tweet saying, "We've given Violet too much power." Bimini Bomboulange chimed in saying, "Raja is an icon and paved the way in terms of mixing fashion and drag. There are many people that came before me that have broken down the barriers so people like me get in these spaces." Miss Fame chimed in, "Raja is a boss when it comes to fashion, always has been." And Jaida Essence Hall even tweeted out about this saying, "LOL, y'all, the girls can handle handle an opinion about fashion, it's not life or death. And Monet clarified the next day, okay, y'all know we're just being silly with the fashion photo review stuff, right? Mick, Violet, and I were immediately texting about it in real time. Literally no one's mad. And Shea came in to help extinguish some fires too, saying, she booted my pleather principal runway. Like I said, it's not that deep. And finally, we even got responses from Raja and Violet. Raja reshared a screenshot of a tweet on her Instagram that read, the girlies are K-wording each other over the fashion photo review boots, and Raja's just out here tweeting horoscopes, truly giving the Tia vibe she promised. And Raja wrote at the top, I mean, ... And funnily enough, there was a really timely horoscope that lined up with all of this drama, talking about how the online world would get really crazy. And I'm not an astrology girl, but the astrology was astrologying. And finally, we had a little TikTok video Violet posted to her page where she and Gottmik make fun of all the crazy comments that they were getting on the videos.
But I need to boop, 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 boop. But I need Violet's opinion first.
Yeah, you
I can't boot it by myself.
Boot, 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 boot.
Then I also boot.
You're definitely a boot as well.
You're a boot.
Considering my final thoughts on this drama, I mean, it's clearly very silly. I think some fans take the fashion photo review very seriously. I know some people take my show very seriously, but at the end of the day, there's real problems in the world, and they're just fun little videos. And more importantly, everyone is entitled to their own opinion. And not everyone's opinion is correct, but they are still entitled to that opinion. Now let's break down the OG Queen of Fashion's looks. Now going into this episode, I'm sitting here thinking Raja is going to win. She's going to nail this. This is her challenge. She won both of the design challenges on her original seasons. She makes, I think, most of her looks. I mean, my God, this was her challenge to lose. And she did. She lost it. I think mostly because of just one of her looks though. Her Vanna White Realness was amazing. Literally looked like you plucked Raja right out of the 80s from the literal like 80s style makeup she did. That perfectly teased 80s hair with the bangs. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And the dress, so gorgeous. Very Vanna White, but also very drag. Raja took that classic idea of like Vanna showing a little bit of skin, being poised, professional, and then added, you know, big ruffles and poofs and elements that took this to the next level. The only reason this look didn't go all the way to 5 hot flames for me tonight was the shoe. I would have swapped the shoe out. That seemed like a weird oversight for her. Still an extremely hot look though. Her middle look before and after was unfortunately her downfall tonight. She did Olivia Newton-John Waters. And when she comes out on the runway, you're immediately just like, yes, Grease, that's her. There she is, Miss Olivia Newton-John. And you're like, but wait a second, where's the John Waters? And it really took me a second to figure out that he was even being referenced because I was looking for that mustache. And when she finally got close enough to the camera for us to see it, it was there, but it was just not there enough. John Waters, by the way, if you're unfamiliar, is a film director who you may know from directing Pink Flamingos starring Divine, who Eureka did on Snatch Game last All-Star season. It's all coming full circle now. I think to really give half John Waters, she needed to not only do the mustache bigger, bolder, blacker, but also I think she could have done like a bald cap with some gray balding hair like he has. So as is, we are going to give this look a and for her Eleganza look, she is given the color gold, and I lived for her getting gold. Like, that is Raja's color. And I thought for sure this would take her to the finish line. What she ended up creating, I think, was jaw-dropping, scrumptious, opulent, beautiful. Ugh. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But I also do think that she kind of created two looks with what she was given. I feel like there's the top part, that beautiful ruffled jacket, and then the bottom part, which feels like a completely different dress. Each part I love on its own. But to get the full 5 hot flames from me, I just wanted to see a little bit more finessing between the two different elements tonight. But still insane that she was able to pull off this look, and wow, what a serve it was. This was absolutely hot. Next up, the Vivienne. This was the Vivienne's moment to shine. She did so well tonight. Her Vanna White Realness look is beautifully styled, put together, poised, professional, gorgeous. The only thing I was kind of missing though was a shoulder or arm exposure moment. And hey, that's not to say Vanna doesn't do full sleeved dresses. She sure does, but her signature really is to show off a little bit of skin up there, and I think that was a missing element. I think the other thing that could have made this look really wow would have been to have done it in a highly saturated red. That would have absolutely stunned on the runway. Because as we've talked about, some of these paler tones get a little bit lost in the stage lights, but still a gorgeous look and totally hot. Her before and after concept is Princess Diana Ross, which, wow, what a great blend of references there, mixing her UK pop culture with US pop culture. The outfit that she has on is modeled after, she says, Diana Ross's famous blue suit, and it's a great draggy recreation of that. The spin that she did to bring it into the Princess Diana zone was to style it like it was from the 80s. And she is also, of course, wearing the Princess Diana tiara. And this look is beautiful. My only issue, had she not told us this was supposed to half be Princess Diana, the tiara is really one of the only things that would have clued me in. I think if she had done the classic Princess Diana hair with this, and then just done the, like, you know, Diana Ross blue jumpsuit exactly the way it was, with the tiara on top still, maybe that would have sold it a little bit better for me, but what she did, absolutely fabulous. This look is hot. And for her final look, she's given the color blue. This is a perfectly constructed look. And I liked hearing at the end of the episode about how Trinity was kind of helping everybody after she finished her look and advised the Vivienne not to also add feathers to it because it was like perfect as it was. And I knew the Vivienne had some amazing fashions, but I didn't realize that she could also construct things like this. And I love that the little flare piece she did on this look was that beautiful fascinator, and that was just enough bling to really make everything pop. This look, it's hot. Next up, Trinity, the trick up her sleeve tuck. And by the way, Trinity and Jaida are scored on my scorecard tonight, both with 15 points. Let's talk about Trinity's looks first. Her Vanna White Realness. This is immaculate. It's reminiscent of a Bob Mackie dress that Miss Vanna White wore a couple of years ago. And at the same time, the look is also still very Trinity, but also giving some like 80s tease styling. And I think overall it's a great blend of Vanna White now, Vanna White of the past, and Trinity the Tuck. This look is hot. Her before and after look? RuPaul Charles II. This maybe was the weirdest combination of things that anyone did tonight. It's like, why? Why did she do this? You know that she literally was just like, who is named Charles? And then found this king, who was apparently king of England, Ireland, and Scotland, starting in 1661 in the Restoration period. Thank you for teaching us a little bit of history tonight. But when you really start to dig into the look, you realize it's actually quite genius because she gets to do something extremely opulent, stylistic, and that will really impress the judges. The details of this, I mean, perfectly executed, from the cape, the little shorts, the heels, but like the heels from the 1660s royalty era. It's so perfect. And then the hair is RuPaul's classic asymmetrical hair. A perfect nod to Miss Ru herself. This look is absolutely hot. And are you ready for her final look? Wow. This look is Trinity at her finest. This is someone who knows their way around their body. Every inch of it. She knows exactly where to put cutouts, where to make things fit, and she knows how to do those things too, which none of that is easy. And she brings in all of those little elements that make you know it is Trinity the Tuck. The big pageantry hair, the dueling, the straps, the body, the trumpet train, and the peekaboo when she is walking backstage. What Trinity did with all three of her looks tonight was extremely impressive, and she is proving again and again. I mean, to go back to back on a Snatch game and a ball episode like this is next level. Hots across the board. And finally, sharing the top spot with Miss Trinity the Tuck tonight is Jaida Essence Hall. I was so pleasantly surprised with Jaida tonight. Like, I figured she would do well because we know about all of the amazing looks she constructed on season 12. She's got that eye for detail, polish, fashion. But wow, let's get into it. The Vanna White. She did Vanna White in a way that was so Vanna White. Like, you know that she grew up with Vanna White by the way she has styled this, done the hair, walking on the runway. Every single thing is just perfect. She's showing off those beautiful collarbones, the shoulders, the arms. I mean, completely nailed it. She understood the assignment and did the extra credit. Ding, 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 ding. This look is hot. And her before and after look, Bag Lady in red. This look is insanely good. Jaida went out on a limb and fully executed. Oh my god. This, I don't even know what to say about it. Like, bag ball who? She has it in the bag? This look to me is just the perfect intersection of beauty, camp, and fashion, all in one beautiful Jaida Essence ball package. I just have to say it takes a special type of person, I think, to make a look like this look so stunning. It's absolutely hot. And for her final look, she was given the color black to construct her look, which probably was the most challenging of any of the other colors because you can really lose texture and shape doing an all black dress, especially on a stage like this. But Jaida knew exactly how to handle that curveball. She said, you know what? That's not a problem. I'm gonna give you every texture, every cutout, every shape, and give you something you will never forget. It was edgy, gothy, punky, totally unexpected from Jaida for me. Well, actually, she did kind of give us a little peek to this type of style last week with her Matrix runway, but like, this is what All Winners is for. She is showing us a new side of her, a more controlled, creative, and professional side that is stunning to see. This look is absolutely hot. And tonight, I 100% agreed with the judges about the top two. Jaida and Trinity get their first legendary legend stars. And concerning the winner's lip sync, I did react to this lip sync and the ball runways over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my videos, exclusive videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But what I thought was that I could see that they were both having a lot of fun and giving great performances, and this may have been the best of the 3 lip syncs that we've had thus far. But I do agree with the judges. I think Jaida took it to the finish line. And she ends up giving the platinum gold plunger to Jinkx Monsoon. And honestly, girl, I probably would have done the same because Jinkx said it herself. This was her one weakness. Y'all better watch out. Still think that they should be telling the queens what the challenge next week is so that they can sort of plan that out a little bit better. But it is going to be an acting challenge, so it looks like she made that right decision. Anyways, that was going to be right up Jinkx's alley. The other thing I realized though with this lip sync is that if you're in the top 2, then you cannot be given the golden platinum plunger. So you almost get like an immunity just for winning, which means if you win several weeks in a row, you are not going to be blockable. It seems to be determined though, I suppose. I still think there's going to be another twist that RuPaul announces like halfway through the season. And finally, my hottest hots on the runway tonight for Vanna White Realness Before and After and Realness of Fortune Eleganza respectively were Trinity the Tuck, Jaida Essence Hall, and Trinity the Tuck. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and they've chosen for each of those 3 categories in the same respective order: Raja, Jaida Essence Hall, Raja. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Hey besties, catch you at the after party. After the after party, that is. Hi, Coulee. It's me, and welcome back to Hot or Rot. And today we'll be reviewing episode 4 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 7. In this week's episode, our winners were split into 2 teams and challenged to improv their way through courtroom reimaginations of popular children's fairy tales. They basically acted out parodies of Judge Judy, you know, RuPaul's favorite show. And the runway category was Spikes. And this episode's guest judge was Jeffrey Boyer Chapman, marking his first re-entry into the franchise since he left Canada's Drag Race. And we've also got a little bit of drama to cover at the end of today's video between the Queen of Reveals from Canada's Drag Race Season 2, Eve 6000, and Alaska 5000. So we'll be breaking all of that down as we rank our queens from rattest rat to hottest hots, with 5 hot flames potentially awarded for each their challenge and runway. Now let's get this party started. First up and at the bottom of my list tonight is Monet Exchange. Her Fairytale character in the courtroom was Hamela Anderson. And I think the biggest mistake that she made on her team was coming into the courtroom last after Yvie and Jinkx gave really good performances, but we'll touch on them later. And she definitely had some positive moments, like snortling in the affirmative when Michelle asked her a question because her character was supposed to be one of the 3 little pigs. But at the same time, when you're snorting to answer a question, you kind of miss out on the opportunity to tell a joke or extend the narrative in your favor. Instead of giving the improv yes and, she just gave the improv Anywho, this little piggy did not make it all the way home. I'm gonna give this performance a rat. And over on the runway, Monet's interpretation of spikes gave us this kind of punk rock business executive realness in a post-apocalyptic world fantasy. It reminded me a little bit of the red quilted look that she wore actually back on season 10. She's got two suit blazers deconstructed and then sewn together on each side. And the combinations of these blazers are being held together by chains, which I think are really pretty. The spike details are great. And I loved the Monet exchange written on the back of the coat. I think the only issue with this look that I had was I don't think the shoes or the mask that she's wearing match the outfit at all. And actually, when she took off the mask later, I was like, oh my god, she's so freaking pretty. Why is she hiding that gorgeous mug? And that mohawk was stunning. This could have been a really solid look, but I was too distracted by the unneeded accessories, so this look is gonna be a rat. Next up, it's our favorite mama bear, Halle Berry. In the courtroom, Shea was one of our plaintiffs, making complaints about Goldilocks, played by the Vivienne, who broke into her home and ate all of her porridge. And the thing is, what Shea did in this challenge definitely was not bad. I think her biggest problem was really just letting herself get so overshadowed by everyone else on her team, because we heard her start off, but then completely faded into the background. And she could have used that as an opportunity to turn into like full grizzly bear mode, switching from goody two-shoes to, you know, ravage, wild bear gonna eat Goldilocks or something. So while this mama bear was a little demure, I do think that she had a fully realized character. She just didn't take all the opportunities she could have. So I'm gonna leave her challenge performance at a warming up. And over on the runway, she says she is giving us Slew Martian Eleganza. And I really wanted to like this. I think the vision she had for this look was really cool. The different tones of blue, the holographic, the more matte latex at the bottom, and the pieciness are all really interesting ideas. But there's just so much going on with this look. Had this maybe been just like a top piece and a bottom piece connected with some straps, it maybe could have been sold a little more effectively. And I also think that her interpretation of the category as a whole was a little weak. The spike components that she seems to integrate into this look, I think look a little more like cattails, like you would see in a marsh or something. I think this gown just needed a little bit of editing, so I'm gonna leave this look on Planet Rat. Next up, ow, oh, ow, ow. It's Yvie Oddly, and her character in the courtroom was the Big Bad Wolf, or BB for short. If you know, you know. This character was essentially Yvie Oddly's boogeyman from Snatch Game 2.0. In one sense, I can 100% understand the mindset of being like, okay, the judges think this is funny, I'm gonna stick with what I know I can deliver. At the same time, I do think maybe had she challenged herself and pushed a little further, she could have even secured the win. And while the Big Bad Wolf being kind of a player among piggies was creative and fun in and of itself, I don't think the character that she brought to the courtroom had enough depth other than just kind of being a playboy. This was a solid performance for Yvie though, and I think she absolutely deserves a hot for this challenge. On the runway, she comes out in this reptilian alien bug praying mantis, almost kind of fantasy. She's walking on point with the assistance of these giant spike arm pieces down the runway. She's got little reptilian pieces on her back and a little head piece. And I will say this certainly is a unique and visually interesting look for this category. I think the only issue with this look that I had was it is missing a little bit of polish for an all winners runway, and this is no fault to her. It's just that we saw almost this exact look on Drag Race Spain season 2 from Onyx. Again, there would have been no way for Yvie to know about this runway considering they filmed this probably around the same time, but I did immediately think of Onyx's and go, oh, okay. So I'm gonna leave this look at a rat. And next up, Witch Teresa? This one. Trinity played the character Witch Teresa, which they Which, do you guys want a sandwich? I want a sandwich, I'm hungry. She played the character Witch Teresa, who is essentially, I think, supposed to be the witch from Hansel and Gretel. The other gag that they somehow worked into this was that she's wearing the exact same hair and outfit as Michelle Visage, and I think they were supposed to be sisters or lovers or twins or something, or maybe all of the above. Anywho, she comes in as a surprise witness the last minute to testify on the side of Raja and Shea's characters. And this is how you make an entrance into a fake improv fairy tale justice courtroom. And I think had she been in the courtroom any longer, she could have even secured a top spot. So in the main challenge, Trinity gets a hot. And over on the runway, the Countess is here. This look, conceptually, I think 10 out of 10. Oh my god, it's amazing. Like, the details of having the candelabra, because she just crawled out of a little vampiric hole, the stained glass window as the train at the back of the outfit, the prosthetic red liquid dripping over the stake that's through her entire body and literally coming out both sides. There are lots of great details here. My only issues with this look and why it didn't end up near the top of my list tonight was because there's so much going on. There is a lot to look at. And because there's so much going on, the silhouette that she ends up serving is a little bit confusing and mysterious, maybe intentionally so, I'm not sure. But this look is awesome, and I'm gonna give it 3 hot flames tonight. Next up, Rupaul says that we're witnessing her rebirth, but it's still not good enough for a win. It's Raja. Her character in the Fairytale courtroom is Gwendolyn Constance Periwinkle Hood, who is essentially Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. And at first I was thinking, oh, this is kind of a safe pick for Raja. This is probably something she's really comfortable doing. I mean, we did just see her do essentially 2 old characters for a Snatch game. But I've got to say, her performance as the grandma was solid from start to finish, fully characterized, realized, and she, knew details about the daughter, herself, and had these fun little moments when, like, for example, she left the courtroom and was talking to Nosferatu Rupaul and looks at the camera and goes, "Hi, Mom." This performance was over the river and through the woods. And for Raja's spiky runway, we get this sort of warrior goddess, with the spikes being found on the armor, pieces that she's wearing on her shoulders, head, and the mace that she is carrying down the runway. The only reason that this didn't rank higher for me tonight, though, was like a lot of the queens tonight, actually. I just thought there was a lot going on. And the bottom armor piece that she was wearing was kind of giving Bedazzled's diaper, which I'm not sure if that was supposed to be an intentionally campy thing that she was doing, or if it was just not fitting where it should have fit. Otherwise, I loved the color story. I thought she served it beautifully and was 100% giving something unique, gorgeous, and branded as Raja. So I'm gonna give this look a hot. Next up, the last of our little piggies tonight, Jaida Essence Hall. She played the character of Twiggly in the Fairytale courtroom, who is Jinkx's more foul-mouthed sister. And oh my god, she has on a pig nose prosthetic and still looks so freaking gorgeous. And I think Jaida did an excellent job tonight of both complimenting and meeting Jinkx where she was at, and then also serving a little bit as her opposite in the moments she needed to. And she gave one of my favorite moments of the entire improv skit when Michelle asked her to watch her mouth, and she came back with even more cuss words. This little piggy definitely went all the way to market. This performance was hot. And over on the runway, Jaida is giving us a beautiful homage to one of the most, I think, interesting people to ever grace Jones this planet, both inside and out. She gave us a fully realized conceptual makeup with a great reference and brought it into this runway category. And overall, I've got to say, I have been loving the edgier side of Jaida that we've been seeing in this all-winter season. I guess I always just kind of thought she was more in that pretty polished pageantry kind of world, but girl, the Matrix is not glitching. This is our new reality, and I'm absolutely living. This look is so hot. Also, I have been living for Jaida's confessionals. She is just absolutely giving comedy gold every single opportunity that she can. Like when she was taking tahini shots. She might be onto something. Oh god, sour. Next up, how about a 2-in-1, possibly 3 or 4? I don't even know how many characters the Vivienne was doing in the courtroom, but she hit Goldilocks, Hansel and Gretel, and Little Red Riding Hood for sure, with also some of her own invention mixed in there, I think. And her performance as this character was dynamic, interesting, and also very deadpan. Very British. Like, she was subverting the characters at any opportunity she could, because you're kind of sitting there like, where's the punchline? And you're like, oh, like, she is the punchline over and over and over. And I think most importantly, she did a great job of driving the narrative in her improv skit. There was a lot in Viv's basket for this challenge, and overall I was really happy to see her reprise her role as the excellent actress that we know she is. This performance was hot. And over on the runway, she is giving us Catwoman, the Squealquel. This look caught me so off guard because I was like, oh my god, Shea just did this like a week ago. Luckily though, the looks are very different, even though they have the same base reference. Vivienne's though, oh my god. It was probably the most stunning look on the runway tonight. It was so clean, crisp, and I loved that baby blue color contrasted with all those gold spikes. I was also laughing because every time she comes down the runway, she is telling us that she is serving Vivienne Westwood, and I love that for her. But yeah, I have zero complaints about this look, and in fact, I'd love another serving. This look is hot. That was me being a cat, if you didn't catch that one. Oh my god, I feel crazy. Next up, Jinkx Monsoon playing our first little piggy in the courtroom named Spare Rib. But the A is an at and the E is a 3, and she was very much giving influencer fantasy, but modern influencer who is also doing, you know, only hams. And there were so many details built into this character. And Jinkx just has this mind when she approaches comedy that she is looking for every single opportunity she can to have a joke. When she comes into the courtroom, she's trying to close the door. It's like bouncing. She can't close it. She's like 2 or 3 times. The ear falls off when she's talking to Rupaul after she leaves the courtroom. She makes a joke about how she can only hear half as much. I mean, she's just a master at this type of thing. I'm gagged. I'm gooped at what she did here. Jinkx is somebody I could watch brush her teeth and would probably still enjoy that as a performance. This was hot. And on the runway, she wore brown velvet. Now you know why I don't sing. This look is exquisite and very clean. And I think that because Jinkx and Vivienne's looks were so clean tonight, they were very easy to look at and digest, while so many of the other queens just had so much going on. Anyways, she says she's giving us Norma Desmond meets Cruella de Vil, but she made the outfit out of porcupine instead of Dalmatian. And I think this is an excellent example of Jinkx both elevating her fashion and still being campy with the details. Everything about this look is on point. It's hot. Overall though, I've got to say this challenge probably wasn't my favorite or even the best measure of the different queens' talents that we have in this cast. Improv is possibly one of the hardest things that you can do, and Snatch Game is also improv. However, Snatch Game is also something that the queens spend, I don't know, weeks, months, maybe even preparing for, because they know it's going to happen, so they bring that character ready to go. This was more of, here's a character on the spot, learn it, make it up, go, do it. Bam, boom, bam, bam, boom, boom, bam. Girl, that's hard. Especially, I think, when you have people that are really good at that type of thing. The Vivienne, Jinkx, Raja, apparently. And I think it can be easy to sort of let those types of personalities in these situations dominate. My other critique of this challenge was I don't think Michelle played a big enough character. She felt very flat. And maybe that was just because, like, for example, Viv and Jinkx and Raja were so big. But I kind of wanted a more aggressive judge, like a full Judge Judy fantasy, like Bianca Del Rio or something, screaming at the girls and, I don't know, inciting a little more fights and drama. Even though, you know, the first team did give us a little slap fight at the end. Jinkx and the Vivienne end up winning tonight, and Jinkx, because she was blocked, does not collect a star. However, Vivienne gets her first, which means now Raja and Yvie are the only 2 without any legendary legend stars. And personally, I really wanted to see them give a legendary legend star to Raja tonight. I think she deserved it. And like, because Jinkx was blocked, like, I don't know, why not just give all 3 of them a win for this one? What's the harm? Plus, you could see Raja was like really feeling some type of way when she asked her if she could stay on stage when she was not announced as a top 2. Maybe they're playing mind games. I don't know. We all know the real winner of tonight's challenge was Officer Cottontail. Oh my god. Girl, the things that he could do to my Cottontail. And concerning the lip sync of our top 2, I did react to this over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of my video. See you there. But this was, I think, overall a pretty decent lip sync. Vivienne definitely pulled out all the stops. She even had Jaida hand her a tiny little xylophone from the audience, which was that strategy. Miss Jaida coming in. She knew the plunger could have been given basically to her or Monet because they hadn't been blocked yet. And she said, I'm gonna do a little extra for Vivienne tonight, give her the prop, and that way she might think twice about blocking me. I see what Jada's doing, and it's smart. And as far as my hottest tonight on the runway goes to the Vivienne, and the main challenge goes to Jinkx Monsoon. This was a challenge made and written for her. Just a shame she couldn't collect the star for it. And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and this week they chose the Vivienne in the same categories. So concerning the drama of the 5 and 6,000s, a clip of Alaska's show was going viral showing her performing a couple of seconds of audio from Eve 6000's Brew School number as seen in her season, which, by the way, has become a bit of a meme online.
I got a trick on my
And Yvie saw this and tweeted out, "You don't follow me, you've never tagged me, never commented, never liked anything I've posted, never shared my GoFundMe, never said a single thing to support me, but you think it's okay to use my image and voice as a joke for your show. It's punching down at Alaska 5000. And apparently this tweet was enough to get Alaska's attention because she brought it up the next night at another one of her shows, saying this.
But no, I did like this reveal, so I was like, wouldn't it be fierce if we put Yvie 6000 going, I gotta check him out, and then I reveal the thing. And then on Twitter this morning, she was like, how dare you? How dare you make fun of me? You're making a mockery of me. I was like, oh my God. And she was like, you don't even follow me on Twitter. And you're using my song and you're out. And she's absolutely right. So because I think she's sickening. I think she's gorgeous.
And like a true professional, wrapped up the topic on a high note by following Yvie live on stage and promoting her online presence, saying this.
It's really easy. Go to Twitter, click follow. I'm doing follow.
It is followed!
But this is the real tea, though. This is the real tea. She's transitioning and she has a GoFundMe, and I want all of us to go on there. I want us to get her to her goal. And also she has sickening merch, so go on her website and get some merch. I'm gonna get so much merch. We love you, Yvie 6000. We love you!
And Yvie even later tweeted out that Alaska actually sent a $1,000 donation to Yvie's transition fund on GoFundMe, which is linked in the description of this video. I recommend you go check it out. We love a happy ending. And also, quick shout out to Yvie and the rest of the cast of Canada's Drag Race Season 2. I feel like a lot of people did overlook their season, but the talent level was truly off the charts. Go watch it. Go give them a watch. Little watchy watch. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. The good news is, I'm back. The bad news is, I'm back. And so is my head. Hi, it's me, and welcome back to my channel. Today we're going to be reviewing episode 5 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Star Season 7. Congratulations, you graduated. Our winners were challenged to give congratulations speeches to their peers and the judges, and the runway category was Veiled It. And the stakes were raised ever so slightly this episode, with the 2 winners taking home 2 legendary legend stars, 1 to keep and 1 to give away. Y'all wanted a twist, eh? Okay. Oh, and also I want y'all to hot or rat the stash. Do we like it? Do we hate it? Is it scaring you? Or are you intrigued? Now let's go ahead and get started in the order in which the queens gave their speeches. First up, Monet Échange. Now, she was our blocked queen this week, and she was responsible for placing the order of the Draguation speeches. She placed herself first. And this was really surprising to me at first. Opening this type of thing, especially it being a new challenge for Drag Race, is really difficult because they're essentially being challenged here to do stand-up comedy while injecting a sort of personal inspiring narrative. But in retrospect, I think Monet putting herself first in this challenge was more strategic than she let on, because A, she's blocked. There's no way she can win a star. She might as well take the fall in the, worst spot possible, and B, she can take the worst spot possible and potentially allow another queen who may win this challenge to get a placement that they favor and win, and maybe even give her a star to reward her as a little thank you. Miss Monet thinks she's clever, doesn't she? Now, concerning Monet's actual speech, she definitely gave a speech. It was kind of meandering, wandering around, and I think was missing an overarching theme or narrative. She told a lot of jokes, some of which were funny, but she was missing inspiration or a direction to really take this speech. And unfortunately, one of the funniest moments was when the comb fell out of her hair. Anywho, this speech was a But over on the runway, the caged bird does sing. She is looking absolutely gorgeous in this literal bird feather dress with a bird cage on top of her head. That baby blue with the pink on the chest I think is absolutely gorgeous, giving us a little canary fantasy. The stones on the caged veil, also a great touch. The only thing that kind of confused me about this look was when she actually originally hit the runway, she's got this pink sheet over the cage like you would have for a bird that is sleeping. However, she rips it off so early and it didn't really match the rest of the look, in my opinion, that it kind of felt like maybe a missed opportunity to do a bigger reveal or to have a more exciting moment later on in the runway. So despite the awkward moment, I'm still gonna give this look a hot. Next up, do you want to be popular?
Learn.
Learn from Shea. Now, Shea's speech was, I think, both good and bad. It felt like she was stumbling through this narrative of her being popular and always being popular, but then she starts talking about how she wasn't always popular and how she became popular when she sat at the popular table. And that timeline for me was like, wait, what? Were you popular or not? But after she got through the story, there were a couple of jokes in there that I think were really strong. And to boot, she had an excellent cap and gown look. Like if we were just writing these speeches on cap and gown, she would be at the top. So with some editing, this queen's speech could have been hot, but as is, I'm going to leave it at a warming And over on the runway, she is bringing us a little haute couture. This is a piece from Robert One's 2021 collection, inspired by the swallowtail feathers. And the original piece is absolutely stunning. In fact, the entire collection is just gorgeous. In an interview with Perfect Magazine, Robert One said, "The collection is a tribute to my grandmother, whom I lost last year in October." And Shea too is evidently reminded of her grandmother by this look, as she said it was a love letter to her grandmother and the gardening that she used to do. And I struggled with this look a little bit, because the giant blue silk shirt over all of the ruffles and accordion pleats of the original look kind of threw me off. It completely swallowed the swallowtail ruffles. And I also didn't love the other accessories that were paired with this look. Those giant gold cuffs, this studded shoe, they just felt very misplaced. So yes, Robert's piece is absolutely hot. But the way this look was styled by Shea on the runway was for me a Next up, Trinity the Train. Choo-choo. So I thought it was kind of funny that both she and her twinner Monet started their speeches off with the cliche, "I was surprised I was asked to be here today." Conspiracy theory? Probably not. Trinity's speech, though, despite starting with that cliche, I thought was really, really fun. She immediately went into a hooked on phonics joke, which, by the way, if you're not from the US, this is essentially just like a reading program that started back in the 80s. I was a little surprised, though, to see her get so heavy and serious with the middle content of her speech, talking about her dying grandma and dropping out of school to take care of her. But at the same time, I did really appreciate her injecting those real-life elements into her story, allowing us to see a realer part of Trinity that I think she does often try to cover up with perfection and pageantry. This speech was hot. And over on the runway, Trinity continues to brand herself this season with the color red. And wow, 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 does she look good. She's giving me bride meets widow meets scarlet letter. I'm loving every second of this look. She looks expensive, beautiful, poised. Well, you know, poised except for when she's stumbling because the train of her dress is so heavy. And you can just see the construction and attention to detail in this look is phenomenal. And while I do want to absolutely give her kudos for not falling over because of the weight of the train that she acknowledges, it, you know, was pretty obvious that she was struggling to walk in this look. So while this look maybe was a little too ambitious for Trinity tonight, I still absolutely loved it. And her runways, can we just please give it up to her for what she has done this season so far? She is giving us Draguation every single time. I'm in love. This look is hot. Next up, the stars have aligned. More for Gemini. So Raja coming in right at the middle of this ceremony felt really perfect because her speech was so different from everyone else's. She gave us like the 5 points to success from the sage and soothsayer of the class. And I'm gonna say, I was really pleased with what she did, but I was so distracted with Rupaul just scream cackling the entire way through on my first watch that I had to rewatch it a few more times to really listen to Raja. But she really had some great inspirational lines in there like, "We're all gonna die, pay your taxes, and be nice to the poor." Because you never know when there's gonna be a camera to capture your good deeds. In this challenge, Raja continues to prove that she truly is the whole package and she is willing to take risks. This performance was hot. And over on the runway, see the latest of Raja. She is so brilliant. I love her mind so much. This runway is a campy play on the cover of Vogue magazine. But instead of Vogue, it says voile, which is the French word for veil. And one of the most important and beautiful details of this is the opacity of that back cover page that is following all of her gorgeous ruffles and veil behind her. I love the beading, the story of that fabric cascading down her body, and just the cleverness, the campiness. It is everything, and I love what she's done here. And most importantly, Raja hasn't forgot that this is RuPaul's Drag Race. She is bringing us drag. Drag takes pop culture, plays with it, remixes it, and turns it into something new and fresh. She has done that here, and this look is hot. read all about it. Next up, Jaida Essence Hall. She is someone who I have just really found myself looking forward to every single episode. She has unlocked a comfortability, funniness, and relatability that was there in season 12, but is now amplified even more here. This, I think, could have been a challenge for her to win, but I do think she's maybe had a little bit of trouble translating her style of humor into some of these challenges, although it was a good first step, and she had some great moments. She had a very clear direction in her speech about becoming 30 years old, looking around and realizing that she wasn't where she wanted to be. But despite not having that same success level that she saw others at that age having, she was able still, in spite of those failures she had had, to find the success in her own way, telling us that it is never too late to join the party. Hold for applause. That was so funny. Jaida gave us a really solid speech tonight. This was hot. And over on the runway, Black Veil Brides, anyone? The Screamo Kid jumps out. So I liked this look at first glance a lot more than I think I did after it sat with me for a while. I think the silhouette was originally against that backdrop really fun and intriguing, and I wanted to know more. Like, I was kind of hoping for some sort of reveal or some of the pieces to come off so we could see the beautiful queen underneath all that fabric. But because she stayed completely covered up, she ended up kind of giving me like piece of furniture in a haunted house with a permanent dust cover over it. Like, she's just shrouded in mystery. Who is she? Where is she from? What's her story? We may never know. And because she stayed covered up, maybe a few more textures or colors might have really helped this look, because I just felt like I was playing Who's That Pokemon? Rather than enjoying a beautiful garb. So I'm gonna give this look a soft rat. Next up, Yvie Oddly. Boo. So I will say, thematically speaking, Yvie had my favorite speech of the night because I, like RuPaul did, really relate to that story of overcoming failure to find success. I think the reason that she didn't secure a win tonight, though, maybe was that she didn't have the funniest jokes, but she did still land a couple, like calling RuPaul their Lord and Savior, and talking about how all the checks the queens behind her cashed allowed them to get new grills. Overall, I think Yvie did a great job of blending her punk anarchist personality into this challenge about motivation, and deserves even more credit, I think, for being bold enough to turn RuPaul's "don't F it up" phrase on its head with her message. She gave me class president speech vibes. You know, the speech that you want to hear at the graduation ceremony. This was hot. And over on the runway, she is giving us a gorgeous beaded fantasy. It looks so heavy, like when she spins around, you can really see the weight of it. And I love the way it's moving around her. Kind of reminded me, I actually just read this article about Ginger Rogers' costume that she wore for one of her numbers with Fred Astaire that weighed over 25 pounds, and it would actually throw her off balance when she would twist and turn. Luckily for Yvie, though, she maintained her balance on the runway and looked stunning in it. The only thing I probably would have changed with this look would be that heel. I just don't feel like it matched this, but overall I enjoy the look and I think it's hot. Next up, our lovable weirdo is now the valedictorian and giving speeches. It's Jinkx Monsoon, and she approaches this challenge in the only way Jinkx would, as a witch giving a speech at, I guess, some sort of school of wizardry. So I will say, Jinkx had the best opener of any of the speeches, starting with congratulations to the class of whatever year it is that you're watching this on YouTube was brilliant and had me screaming. And overall, I've got to say, I think she had some of the funniest jokes of any of the queens, which was probably why she won tonight. But I've got to say, I didn't really relate to or understand the middle part of her speech about getting hit full speed by a car going backwards in the middle of Amsterdam. And then she goes on to connect that to the trauma of being born and being taken out of your safe space, and then finally ends with some more funny jokes. It just felt very valedictorian, trying to make a speech larger than life and too intellectual. So still a very hot speech, but missing a flame for those reasons. And over on the runway, Jinkx. She is having me fully gagged, bound, and chained this season with her runways. So elegant, poised, perfected, beautiful, perfect. I loved the detail of the butterflies literally holding up the back of her veil as she walked down the runway. And the color, fit, and silhouette of this gown is absolutely perfect. The train touches the floor in all of the perfect ways, and you really couldn't ask for more. If I could, though, make one small change, I might have made the veil just a little more see-through so that we could see her beautiful face, but could have just been the stage lights, not really sure. Plus, who doesn't love a look where no butterflies were harmed in the making? This look is hot. And finally closing us out of this Draguation is the Vivienne. This queen's speech was, I think, a sleeper hit, and I was maybe overlooked a little bit. I thought she did really, really good. Her approach to this challenge was to be completely sloshed. And sure, the first couple of sentences of setup that she did were maybe a little too wordy, exactly as the judges had critiqued her for in rehearsals. But once she got past those, it was joke after joke after joke. And she had me laughing continually once she got her groove on. Jinkx was at the top of her class, Trinity was at the top of her professor, and Raja won't get to use her degree because she'll be dead. I thought this was an absolute home run for Miss Viv. And had she been a little more succinct in the beginning, maybe the judges would have seen that too. But this performance was absolutely hot. And over on the runway, veils and belts excite me. I can't say any of the words related to the, I guess, subculture of this category of look because YouTube loves to demonetize me, but it is all of those things and more. There's a pained elegance in this look that she carries really, really well. Like the performance of this look from her is just stunning, visually speaking. She's giving me Lulu from Final Fantasy X with all the belts on her dress. And you would traditionally expect a look like this to be done in all black latex or leather or a mix of those materials. Yet she's done it in a soft blue with all of this gorgeous see-through fabric to construct a gown, and it is so beautiful. Beauty truly is pain and pleasure. This look is hot. Now concerning the winners who won the legendary legend stars, Jinkx and Raja. Personally, I probably would have selected Vivienne and Raja or Yvie and Raja as my two winners of this challenge, but I do think it's pretty clear when you listen back, the judges mostly selected for this challenge based on comedy and who they laughed at the most. After all, they did have Nikki Glaser there to give them feedback, so it was pretty obvious that they wanted this to essentially be, I think, a replacement for a traditional stand-up challenge. Girl, this ain't RuPaul's Best Friends race. This is RuPaul's Make RuPaul's Laugh race. And may the funniest queen win. And concerning the lip sync between our two winners, this was 100% Jinkx's lip sync to win. But I did react to this lip sync and the challenge over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my channel, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of my video. See you there. But yeah, Jinkx was a lot more dynamic in this lip sync, and Raja was very one note, and honestly, this didn't really feel like a song that she was as comfortable as Jinkx performing in. I will say though, these lip syncs of this season, I feel like they're just happening. They're just happening on the screen and I'm watching and I'm enjoying them, but I don't care who wins them because we've already got two winners. Both of them get their stars. They're winning to win $10,000, which is amazing, but it's like, okay, yeah, whatever. There's no stakes. There's no stakes. I want some stakes with these lip syncs. That is what makes a lip sync, I think, a good lip sync. Turn up the heat a little bit. But that's just me, and I'd love to know what y'all thought about this episode and the season so far. As for my hottest this episode and the challenge, I'm going to give it to Yvie Oddly, and on the runway, Roger. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and they voted for Jinkx in the challenge and Raja on the runway. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. So wait, did you have that Samantha told Emily, who told Allison, who told Megan, who told Carol, who told Karen, who told Jason that Dave was doing drag? It's me, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today, we'll be reviewing RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 7, All Winners, Episode 6. Our queens were challenged to parody Y2K girl groups in a drag-tastic tribute to TRL, the now ancient, fossilized dinosaur show that once reigned on MTV. Back in my day, MTV played music. And the runway category was Night of 1,000 Dolly Partons. Plus, we'll also be covering the Tuvalu name pronunciation controversy. Now, let's start with some controversy, shall we? The judging panel today was joined by Swedish pop star Tuvalu, as RuPaul pronounced her name not once, but twice, which kind of shattered my entire reality because I, a peasant, had just been saying Tovlo the entire time I listened to her music. And I was even more gagged to see Eve tweet this out saying, "That's how you pronounce Tuvalu?" And then to see Tuvalu quote tweet Eve and say, "This is not news." But I knew something was up, so I decided to do a little bit of an investigation. Pulled up some old interviews, and it seems she says her name both ways, kind of depending on how she is framing her name.
There was a lynx, the Nordic wildcat animal that was named Tove. Then, my mom just started calling me Tovlo instead. But now actually, My friends have stopped calling me Tolo and just call me Tove because they feel like, you know, they're speaking about the artist now.
So it seems she was mostly having a bit of fun with the fandom and RuPaul pronouncing her name that way, but both pronunciations are acceptable. Case closed. Now let's totally break down these girl groups. First up, we've got Mr., comprised of Shea, Monet, Trinity, and Raja singing the epic breakup song Titanic. Monet opened up the entire challenge and sang, "I hate you baby boy, you're tearing up my heart." Too busy, T9 text, destiny fell apart. T9 text, by the way, that's like when you had to text using the number keypad 1 through 9 and type out using the letters that were on the numbers. If you know, you know. And destiny fell apart, referencing Destiny's Child falling apart. Whew. Like Kathy Lee dumped Regis, love went down the drain. You are the weakest link, reality TV show, dust it off, try again. Wow, wow, wow. Monet nailed these lyrics. She literally encapsulated the entire Y2K era in her set of lyrics in a girl group performance and delivered some solid choreo. I think she deserved a little more respect on this check tonight because this performance was hot. But over on the runway, she maybe should have dusted this one off and tried again. This one's not my favorite. It's giving Metamorphosis the design challenge a little bit. And let me just say, if I didn't know that this was supposed to be a Dolly Parton illusion, I think I would like it a little more than I do. Because as a quilted jacket dress in multicolors, it's pretty. And the biggest sin, I think, of a challenge where you are supposed to be giving Dolly Parton illusion is to drag down Dolly. Dolly's outfit that is similar to this is literally covered in rhinestones. She is doing drag. And Monet said, you know what? We don't need the rhinestones. We're just gonna give multicolored quilted fabric. Dolly outdragged Monet here, so this looks gonna be a rat. And next up, if you're caught on the Titanic with her, well, you're in luck because silicone floats, baby. It's Trinity the Tuck. She sang, "Frosted tips, you know I had 'em. Yeah, Justin, you had me gagging. I went crazy, was obsessed, then fell in love and couldn't have 'em." And for what it's worth, I think her lyrics were decent. She was sort of telling the story, I guess, of a crazed fan living through this era, obsessed with Justin Timberlake, but could never have him. I got it. I got what she was throwing down, and I did appreciate it. I do think she was slightly outshined by several other girls tonight, but this was solid. I do also want to point out, it seemed like she was again struggling to lip sync her own lyrics like she did in week 1. If only she had been a little more in sync. Still gonna give this performance a soft hot. But over on the runway, oh my god. Why are you gagging so? She brings it to you every ball. Trinity. This Dolly illusion is immaculate. This is the type of Dolly illusion that beats Dolly and Dolly Parton lookalike contest. Fun fact, Dolly actually tells a story, which now kind of thinking about Dolly could be a big joke, but she tells a story about how she was beat by a drag queen in a Dolly Parton lookalike contest.
Once I dressed as a Dolly, over-exaggerated Dolly, and there's a gay bar down on Santa Monica close to my house, and they have a Dolly Parton lookalike contest. When they walked across the stage, if they applauded, you won the contest by the amount of applause. So all these beautiful guys were walking across these dollies, and here I come walking across the stage, and I got the least applause of anybody.
And maybe Trinity was that queen that beat Dolly in that contest all those years ago. We may never know. Trinity, I'm begging you, please, 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 don't take my man because this look is hot. Just kidding, I don't have a man. No man to take. Ow, ow. It's the cough medicine. I'm sorry. Next up, look at the CDs that she scratched today. It's Shea Coulee. Firstly, I have to call out her choreo and her ability to command a team in that type of performance. She did it well in week 1, and she took charge here again, it seems, in this challenge as well. She's very good at what she does in this realm. Her lyrics went, "Hell nah, boy, you best stop trippin'. What's wrong, boo? Your CD skippin'?" That lyric, smart. Too smart, even. Better not play me like a clown, or like Titanic, it's going down. Just got hit up by your friend, cause oops, I did it again. And overall, I think she did a phenomenal job in this challenge, but I think she front-loaded her verse really powerfully with some smart lyrics, and then kind of ended in such a way that didn't rhyme or flow as well as the beginning, which made her oops, I did it again lyric feel a little too much like a mistake. But still a very performance. I'm literally splitting hairs here. This challenge was so good, y'all. And over on the runway, let's start with the positives. I love the jacket with the fringe, and I think the gold applique on those chaps and the gold spurs that are attached to the boots, very creative and fun. However, there's something about doing an illusion I think that requires the hair to be perfect first and foremost. And this hair is far from perfect. It is, dare I say, really dry. To quote Laganja, kind of like your. And the way it's laying on her head, I'm getting George Washington, not Dolly Parton. I was also a little confused by the plate illusion. The skin tone is very off from her own. I'm thinking maybe she borrowed this from somebody else since she isn't typically a plate wearing type of drag queen. This look overall, I'm going to give a rat. There's two things that you have to have right with a Dolly illusion. Hair and bazungas. Bazunga bazangas. Next up, Roger. And firstly, shout out to one of the most fabulous randomized sim outfits I have ever seen. I loved her workroom look today. And if you'll remember, she won an extra Legendary Legend star last week, which she was tasked with giving away this week. And she opted to give that star to Miss Yvie, oddly making it her first star of the competition. Anyways, Raj's point of view here was all about that LA party girl socialite, the Paris Hilton, the Kim Kardashian. And her lyrics showed that. Atlantic deep, my loots I keep. Seek my bling bling, bye bye ring. So she is firstly referencing the song title Titanic, and then throwing in a little bling ring reference, which was this group of teenagers literally stealing clothes and jewelry and such from Paris Hilton's mansion when she wasn't home, clubbing in our Juicy coup. Juicy Couture, referencing how popular Juicy was in that era. Call me Angel, Lucy Liu. Hi-ya. Charlie's Angels is also like one of my favorite movies. These lyrics, girl, they stole my heart. But her missteps here, I think she was giving the Paris Hilton kind of, I don't really do this or that lazy socialite vibes, which I don't think fully translated on stage. I just kind of read that she didn't really rehearse the dance moves. So that is the reason that she did not get 5 full hot flames from me, but a stellar performance nonetheless. That's hot. And over on the runway, talented, brilliant, amazing, show-stopping, Dolly Parton. Raja gave us, I think, a top-tier Dolly illusion here. She did Dolly hair, but even bigger and draggier, and she gave us a caricature of her mannerisms, and the makeup illusion was done really well. My only critique is I was kind of wondering if she borrowed this dress because it fell a little bit short, I think, of where it maybe should have landed. That is such a small critique for such an amazing homage to Dolly Parton. This look was hot. And next up, we've got the other girls, great name, performing Together Forever. And you'll notice each of their characters was a really good on-the-nose parody of who these Y2K pop girlies were supposed to be. Let's start with the Vib, who opened their group's number. She yelled, I've got an English guy to love me. He's got a and he drinks tea. Bangers and mash, we're meant to be. I love it when he sweeps my chimney. Her verse was so very and perfectly obnoxiously British. I loved what she did. It was so dumb and perfect. It rhymed. She did such a good job. Her whole verse and performance kind of reminded me of that TikTok meme where they put like the crazy teeth and then they do the terrible British accent.
Can someone please tell me what these are? They are everywhere in the UK.
Well, at least I'm not getting slaughtered while I'm doing mathematics.
It's very offensive, I think. Maybe British people think it's funny. I don't know, but I laughed if they think it's funny, and I did not laugh if the British people are not laughing at that one. This performance was hot. Over on the runway, it was a perfect illusion. Wrong gay icon. I'm working 9 to 5 just to make an illusion. So when I saw this look, originally, girl, those runway lights, who was operating those? They kind of blew out her makeup, illusion, and hair. And I was like, what's going on? Later, though, when she was receiving her critiques, I was like, oh my God, the makeup's perfect. The hair is perfect. The dress is literally Dolly. And it wasn't an exact Dolly recreation from what I can tell, but Dolly was kind of known for wearing these heavily rhinestoned, gaudy blue looks. One of her most famous ones was like that blue suit thing that she wore at the Steel Magnolias premiere. And I loved what Viv did here because blue has very much been her branded color this season so far. So she was like, I'm gonna give you an exact Dolly illusion in a unique look that is also giving the Vivienne. Iconic. This look is hot. Next up, the funny, the sexy, the hungry, and dirty Jaida Essence Hall. please enjoy my 2022 Jaida Essence Haul mood board here. Can we please just take a second to like appreciate all of the ridiculous camera moments that Jaida has been giving? She is so effing funny. In the challenge, she rapped intentionally bad, which actually sounded good. I get this rumble in my tummy when you're holding my hand. So baby, let me clear the air. You're my #1 fan. But you're my #2. I'm so in love with you. Just like diarrhea, we've exploded in love. You've got me high, babe, like I'm gassy, and we're floating above. And this was maybe one of the most outrageous verses I think we've ever had in a challenge like this. She literally went on stage and yelled poo poo pee pee for like a solid 30 seconds, and I lived. Plus, she nailed the choreo with her group. Her group did so good. This performance was hot. And over on the runway, we've got Sweet Southern Belle in Canary Yellow, Dolly Parton. And this Dolly runway, I thought was solid. Was it the best tonight? No, but I think she achieved what she was going for. The outfit itself is a great recreation of Dolly's, and importantly, it is draggy. I think if I were looking for some improvements here, she could have gone a little bigger on the hair and a little bigger on the chest items. But what she's serving is clean, professional, and achieved the brief. This look is hot. Next up, it's mommy time. It's Jinkx Monsoon. So the egalitarian that Jinkx is decided at the beginning of this episode to consult with Raja, and they would decide who would be receiving their extra legendary legend stars together. And she decided to give hers to Jaida Essence Hall, making it her 2nd star of the competition thus far, officially making Jinkx and Jaida the queens with the most legendary legend stars of the entire cast. We also unlocked a bit of fun Jinkx Monsoon lore this episode when she told us that her tooth is chipped from a LARPing incident, which of course made perfect sense for the Jinkx Monsoon fantasy. In the challenge, she decided to play the motherly pop girly of the group, being kind of aged out as she's performing. Like my hip, our love is titanium, and we're aging at the same rate. And I've still got 2 years left to have your baby, because I've fallen for you and I can't get up. A great reference to those TV infomercials back in that Y2K era where they would have an elderly person falling and hitting their life alert. Well, I'm about to need life alert for this COVID, I'm tired of it. And my thoughts here on Jinkx' performance in the challenge, she was very solid, like titanium. There's no critique to give her. She does everything that is in this realm of performance with such professionalism, perfection. I think the only thing she could have done to secure another win this episode would have been to have tried a different character, because she does often fall back into the mom or elderly roles. This performance was absolutely hot. Over on the runway though, y'all know I love me some Jinkx Monsoon. I'm sweating because I'm nervous. But this is not Dolly Parton. This is Renaissance Fair. Literally Renaissance Fair. She literally wore this dress while she was LARPing and chipped the tooth. That is what's happening here. And she found it in her closet and thought, oh, that's Dolly Parton. But it's not. And the funny thing is, she knew it too. She's coming down the runway giving us that campy, ridiculous caricature of a performance, knowing every cowboy boot tootin' step of the way that outfit was not right. A 9 to 5 fantasy this was not. It's a rot. And finally, you've got mail. The trauma I can't even describe to y'all of like turning on your computer to find the speaker set at full volume, and you have to log in through AOL, of course, and every time you log in, it just screams at you in that bellowing voice. You've got mail. Still hear it in my nightmares. And her talking about dial-up noises and stuff actually got me really curious. Is there anybody watching this video that has never connected to the internet via a dial-up connection? Expose yourself in the comments below. I want to know. I'm curious. But concerning what Yvie did in the challenge, she's saying, baby, I'm your baby, you're my baby. I'll love you forever, never maybe. If you ever need me, you can page me, and I'll call you from this flip phone till I'm 80. Our connection is amazing. Dial up my modem, and I'll never keep you waiting. Baby, baby, baby. It was really, really good. Because her group was all about being on the nose, and too obvious, but the way her lyrics flowed and rhymed with those beautiful little triplets, I think she did an amazing job. This is exactly what, if this were a real pop group, you would be singing over and over. This is what gets stuck in your head. Yvie killed this challenge. This fembot gets a fem hot. Over on the runway, let's talk about it. It was almost too much for me. I didn't like what she was doing with those crazy manic caricature movements at first. I was like, girl, what is she doing? This is Dolly Parton going to her 9 to 5 after 10 cups of coffee, 3 Benadryls, and a bottle of cough syrup. Like, she was wilding out. But then it kind of grew on me and I was like, you know, she's really giving me drag here. I did like it at the end of the day. Because for as crazy as she was acting, she gave a great Dolly illusion. The makeup, the blown out highlights in the center of the face, the hair was right. It was Dolly, but dragged up, and the outfit itself, a beautiful recreation of an iconic Dolly look. The drag and drama of it all. This look was hot. And I'm gonna say, I really enjoyed this episode. I think I've already said that, but I'll say it again. I really enjoyed this episode. And again, part of that reason is because I'm so nostalgic for this era, but also because so many of the girls did so amazingly tonight. I think you could have justified a win for the 2 winners, Yvie and the Vivienne, and Monet, and Jaida, and maybe even Shea, and maybe even Jinkx. I think what ended up happening though was so many of the challenge performances were so good that they kind of had to rely on the Dolly Parton runways to make their decisions. Because of those queens I named that I think did stellar in the main challenge, only 2 who ended up receiving the win, Viv and Yvie, had really good Dolly illusions. So both facets of this episode considered, I absolutely agree with those 2 winners. And our 2 winners lip synced to Dolly Parton, and I did react to this lip sync and this challenge over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. Concerning the outcome though, I was actually surprised to see them give the full win to Viv, just based on like the trajectory of the episode. It kind of seemed like they maybe wanted, from a producing perspective, to set Yvie up as like a late to the game, showing up as all of a sudden, oh, she could win type of character. But Viv got the win. I guess RuPaul preferred the more traditional Dolly lip sync that she gave as opposed to Yvie's manic Dolly that had a little too much coffee. And surprise, surprise, Viv blocks Jinkx. A little karmic retribution for your nerves. Okay. And concerning my hottest hots this week, in the challenge, I'm gonna give it to Yvie Oddly, and on the runway, Trinity the Tuck. I also asked my patrons to vote for their hottest hots, and this week they've chosen Yvie Oddly in the challenge and the Vivienne on the runway. See y'all later, love ya, bye. I feel like I could burst into flames any second now. Hi Ugly, it's me, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing episode 5. No, that's not right. Episode 7 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 7. To win their Legendary Legend stars today, our legends were challenged to create Legendary Legend looks inspired by the legend RuPaul's Legendary Looks. And with all the legendary blocking going on, there's been a bit of drama between Jinkx and Vivienne, highlighted between last episodes and this. So we'll be covering that and what the Vivienne had to say about it on Twitter in today's episode, as well as breaking down all the looks. Now let's get started in the order they walked the runway. First up, Yvie Oddly. The lucky gal, she ended up with RuPaul's Supermodel of the World look, which I think is the most legendary of them all. RuPaul filled us in that back in 1992, Zaldi made this dress based on the Versace prints at the time, and 2 years later, Versace was making outfits for Ru. Hello, icon. And I just want to stress, because I know we have a lot of younger viewers in this audience. Back when the song and video came out, RuPaul was the drag representation, and to a larger extent, queer representation for a lot of people all around the world. Releasing a disco house album and having its singles chart like on the top 45 of Billboard 100 was a big deal. Still is. But that concludes our history lesson. Let's jump into the present with Yvie Oddly's interpretation of it. Her creation is, of course, a little edgier, a little punkier, but really true to the original. It basically is RuPaul's look, but kind of flipped upside down. She's got the big Hakama pants that honestly by themselves are a total mood. She could have just probably worn these pants down the runway and still served. I think Yvie should be really proud of what she was able to create here. It's a beautiful homage to Ru, and I think also very much represents Yvie. This look is hot. Next up, is she the drama or is it all for show? Maybe a bit of both. It's the Vivienne. So we saw a little back and forth between Jinkx and Vivienne getting blocked by each other. Then last episode, we saw the Vivienne talking about how she wasn't too happy to end up on a team that she wasn't able to select for. And out of nowhere, Vivienne had told everyone that she would have blocked Jinkx the week prior. And even I found myself thinking, wow, that's kind of strange to admit to the entire room who you would want to block, because that kind of puts a target on your back. But the Vivienne apparently has bigger plans. On Twitter, she addressed situation saying this. Viv isn't very clever, is she? Telling the room who she'd block. Actually, Viv is very clever, creating the biggest storyline so far and making a TV show. I knew exactly what I was doing. I've also shown that if you block me, I'll probably block you back. And sure enough, she did. So honestly, I'm kinda glad she gave us a little bit of drama and intrigue because this season has been really fun, but
we need the drama.
Thirsty for it. But on to the challenge. Vivienne chooses RuPaul's Despy Awards look from season 7, all gold, and she turns it into this really simple but beautiful 80s Madonna meets present Madonna meets a little bit of vintage Hollywood red carpet with that hair. And in terms of creating a look, I think the actual dress that Viv created is flawless. She looks gorgeous. However, I think to get the win in this challenge, she would have needed to interpret this a little bit more because it does kind of just look like a different version of RuPaul's dress. Whereas I think the most successful queens tonight actually created something entirely different. That said, I do feel like Viv would have worn the original as is, so I guess it was true to her as well. This look is hot. Next up, look at the leopard print she painted today. It's Shea Coulee. And Shea ends up with the season 5 sugar ball look. Girl, the drag and drama of this look, the impact that it had on us, the veteran viewers of RuPaul's Drag Race. I still remember the day. But really, this is, I think, an excellent representation of who RuPaul was in this era. Big hair, bright colors, loud prints. So Shea definitely had her work cut out for her with this look. And the first thing I noticed was, oh my god, she only has plain pink fabric. But Shea did not shy away from this challenge. She took that pink fabric and hand painted the leopard print on it, just like apparently Zaldi did for RuPaul's original gown. Concerning the final result though, I think the top third of what Shea did is stunning, beautiful, perfect. The way those ruffles are attached to those black latex sleeves and that little headscarf, beautiful. The outfit really kind of loses me though when we go down to the pants. It's a plain pink or purple fabric that doesn't quite match the tone of the pink on top. And it kind of read to me that she maybe ran out of time for finishing the look. So again, the top third, I mean, untouchable, absolutely hot. But the rest of the outfit for me was a shout out though to that lime green leopard print look that she changed into to potentially lip sync in. That, I'm still shaking. Honestly, that is one of the most stunning things I think I've ever seen Shea in. She looked so gorgeous. And next up, Trinity Teresa. And I've got to say, it has been such a joy to watch her in the workroom interact with her sisters because she is not just good at what she does, but she also is very helpful. And sure, it's strategy, but it also does feel like something she was offering out of the goodness and sisterhood in her heart. And she was given RuPaul season 8 promo look, which was this baby blue baby doll dress. And the look that Trinity created tonight was nothing short of legendary. She is a walking, talking pageantry Tiffany's jewelry box just waiting to be opened. She gives a nod to the baby doll silhouette of RuPaul's look by putting this giant trumpet stool skirt at the bottom of her look. Kind of reads as water around her, like she's walking on water. And she has fully rhinestoned this look, even added a little bow on the back. I was originally expecting when she would turn around, there would be a little cutout with some skin showing, but she showed some restraint and kept the classiness in there and an homage to Mother. This look is legendary. Next up, the OG Design Challenge winner, Raja. So this is now our second design challenge, and if I were a betting woman, I would have said that Raja probably would have been able to take home a legendary legend star for both of these challenges. The first time I do think very justifiably Raja could have been put in that top 2, but this was her chance for redemption. And we start to put together this kind of cage looking tassel contraption, and I still had hope at this point. Fast forward to the runway. It's very Saint-Tropez. Meets Burning Man, rave girly art installation meets Jiggly Caliente's apocalyptic couture look. Girl, Miss Raja said, I'm gonna put everything on this look. The kitchen sink and whatever I can find at the garbage disposal. Of the question though, if this look looks inspired by Ruse, I would say, sure, yes, absolutely. But was the legendary look legendary status? At the end of the day, no, I don't think so. It at least is a good conversation piece, but it just is not a good look. There's too much going on. Pieces are not constructed well enough to stay up while she's walking, and I think she started teasing it and just pissed it off. This look is a Next up, back at the old Western Saloon, we've got Jinkx Monsoon, and every single episode that there is no drama, I am at least happy and thrilled that we have Jinkx Monsoon in the workroom to entertain us. And the look she ended up with was RuPaul's Down Under look, which was a purple dress. Remember, she had purple in the first design challenge too. Her first iteration of the look is a corset that she glued together without putting on the mannequin, so it didn't fit. And I was a little worried, but what she finally ended up with on the runway, I was pleasantly surprised with. She hit the asymmetrical shoulder moment that Ru has on in this look. She went for a Western saloon type fantasy. She is perhaps the madam of the saloon. And I think it was really smart for her, being a professed, not great sewer, to go for a look that has this huge bustle on the back that is stacked with ruffles, which can, no shade intended, be stacked together using hot glue, I think a lot easier than using a sewing machine. And the look is very Jinkx. She's giving us a bit of camp, a bit of silliness, and some interesting makeup. I was wondering where her lips were, because she kissed them off. This look is a very safe for me. Next up, the one, the only, the supreme Jaida Essence Hall. Y'all, a moment of silence for the slayage that Jaida Essence Hall put on the runway today. How about another one? Maybe a third. Have a third moment of silence for this. Look at this look. She was challenged to create a look based off RuPaul's 2000s Diva tribute to Diana Ross. And this was another look that, had I been there, I would have been super nervous to do, because Mother Ru looks so damn good in the original. Like, wow. The legs? Back when she showed leg. Wow. And doing Diana Ross inspired stuff for Ru, whew, she's a tough critic. But Jaida not only did the assignment, she also did the extra credit. The construction of this gown, with the crazy giant sequin fabric that she had, and the fur that she complemented it with in a nod to the original in a unique silhouette that is similar but different to RuPaul's, and the hair. Come on, the hair. I just can't express how truly happy I am to see Jaida thriving in this competition. And I think I'll go ahead and say it. This is one of my favorite looks that I have ever seen on the runway of RuPaul's Drag Race. This look is legendary. And finally, Monet Échange. The look Miss Monet has chosen tonight is RuPaul's infamous face bikini sunglasses look that she did back on season 10. And girl, did it get the girlies talking back in the day. I mean, there were even theories running around the internet that RuPaul was not even in that episode and they had a stand-in. But what I didn't remember was that this was actually the look RuPaul wore during the episode that Monet Exchange was lip-syncing for her live. And to her, this was way more special. The look that she created based on this, she says, is very RuPaul meets Lee Bowery. Lee Bowery's impact on drag and really fashion at large across the world, I don't think can be overstated. This was somebody who back in the time of no social media had no problem going viral. One of my favorite looks from them was that black pleather catsuit that she wore. Side note, Kim K, I'm on to you. But back to Monet. I think she did a great job here of creating something that was in the flavor of what Ru did, meets her inspiration for the look, Lee Bowery, and it was also fun and whimsical, I think, in her own way. The little top hat was a great addition with the campy feathers coming out. And it was really smart of her, I think, to use the two different types of paint splatter fabric to do the accessories versus the actual catsuit. Because in a catsuit type of look, you do run the risk of losing your silhouettes. On the contrary, though, Monet found every centimeter of every curve. She looked great. The one thing I was confused why she didn't integrate into the look in some way were RuPaul's giant glasses that she wore, because that was the more iconic and unique to Ru piece of the look that Ru wore, but I do still think this look was hot. And as for our winners this week, we've got a sequel. Trinity and Jaida take the win again, their second time sharing the top 2 placement for a design challenge. And this top 2, I mean, I don't think anyone could seriously debate that anybody else should have been in the top. These two were, I think, just one step above everybody else tonight. And as for the lip sync, I did react to that as well as the runways over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family can get exclusive member benefits like early access to my videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. You can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. Trinity does go, I guess, the extra mile here and slides right into Jaida Essence Hall's DMs. I was a little nervous. I was like, oh my god, are we gonna have a drag is not a contact sport moment? But we didn't, and it all turned out good. Trinity took home the win. As a reminder, last time these two lip syncs, Jaida took home the win. And Trinity chooses to give the block to Yvie, oddly. And strategically speaking, I think this made the most sense looking at who has the most stars, because as of this challenge win, we've got Jaida with 3, who she can't block, Jinkx with 2, who's already been blocked a lot of times, Monet, Raja, Shea, and Viv with 1, herself with 2 now, and then Yvie with 2, who, as all the queens are noticing, was kind of in the background episode 1s, 2, 3, and all of a sudden turned up the heat. And as for my hottest hots, I choose Jaida Essence Hall. I also asked my patrons to vote for their hottest hots, and this week they've chosen Jaida Essence Hall. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Excuse me. Does anyone know where I could find some empty tubes? Hi, Coulee. It's me, and welcome back to Hot or Rat, where you can have it my way. And today we'll be reviewing episode 8 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 7. Today our queens were challenged to act in the campy holiday horror film Santa's School for Girls. And the runway category was Nitty Nitty Bang Bang. Bang Bang. So we'll be going queen by queen to break all of that down, as well as taking a look at a video that's been circulating the internet that features Raja calling out Violet and Gottmik. But before we get started, I just want to look around at where we're at here on the Bussy Queen channel and acknowledge that we are about to hit 200,000 subscribers. And I just can't express how much it means to me as an independent creator to reach this level of audience on this platform. I truly feel so blessed when I wake up every single day. So thank you from the absolute bottom of my rotted heart. And of course, I have to give an extra special thank you to every one of my patrons. My patrons are the reason I can be a creator full time. And if you're interested in joining my patron family, you can get exclusive member benefits like your Patreon icon featured in my videos and you vote on your hottest hot, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and the Bussy Queen Collector tier even gets physical benefits like signed Polaroids and postcards sent directly to them every single month. So one last time, thank you to everyone who has made my channel a success, both big and small, and cheers to 1 million. Okay, we'll stay humble. 300,000, we'll start there. And then the world! Now let's open up these tombs. First up, the Vivienne. On the runway, the first thing I thought was like gorgeous Candyland marshmallow field dreams. The thick cable knit ball gown is 100% to the brief, done with style, polish, glamour, and elegance to the maximum. The other thing that I love about the Vivienne is she's not afraid to have fun with it and add campy elements to her looks. For example, today we've got these beautiful little knitting, what are they called? Knitting, what? I've never had to say that word out loud. Knitting needles. Okay, knitting needles in her hair, which beautifully complements this gown. This look is hot. Also, girl, she said this was 100% wool. I get overheated behind this camera wearing nothing but a crop top and basketball shorts. I can only imagine how she feels. And in our family-friendly holiday loose parody of Mean Girls, the Vivienne played Headmistress Nutmegan, or Nutmeg if you nasty. And girl, I'm feeling nasty. She approached this with the Faye Dunaway as Joan Crawford in Mommy Dearest mindset, which I think was a really smart character choice because RuPaul loves Joan Crawford. Girl, play to the judges. She's smart. No more wire hangers. Thank you. Every time she was on camera, she was stealing focus. She was acting at a level that I'm not sure anyone else besides Jinkx even was aware of in the room. And my only small critique for Viv in this role was there were a few moments where she slipped into that comfortable for her Trump character. Granted, it seemed like the writing did kind of want her to go that way with the Let's Make Christmas Great Again reference, but I think this role still would have shined even without the element of orange tinting that one scene. This performance was hot. Next up, Slay Coulee. On the runway today, this is what she wrote about her look on Instagram. This is by far one of my favorite runways. When we got the theme, I went on a deep dive researching anything that spoke to me. That's when I came across the incredibly beautiful style of the Ndebele people of South Africa. Known for their brightly painted homes, they decorate the exteriors with vibrant symbols and expressions that portray communications of personal prayers, self-identification, values, emotions, and marriage. One of my favorite compliments that didn't make the final cut was Ross Matthews saying he felt like this look belonged in the Smithsonian. The thing I love about this look most is that it has both cultural and historical significance mixed into a modern drag interpretation. And I think it's cool that she did this in her own color palette. And there's a whimsicality to the knitted neck rings and leg warmers that she's wearing. I just had a lot of fun with this look. That said, if I were looking for areas of improvement on this runway, I would say the shoes were probably not the right choice for this look, given the original reference and bright color palette of the rest of the look. I also would have looked for a way to elevate the blue plastic bowl that is attached to her head. Given the runway category, I think this would have been a great opportunity to include some sort of knit covering around that matched the knitted dress she was wearing. But all things considered, this is a great look, and Shea should be proud of it. This look is hot. And I'm not sure if this was just a happy accident or part of the plan the whole time, but I have to point out, Shea referenced the Indabelly people on the same episode. They did an acting challenge parodying Mean Girls, where need I remind you, in one of the most famous scenes of the movie, Katie's mom asks her, "This is the fertility vase of the Indabelly people. Doesn't that mean anything to you?" And Katie, in her rebellious face, just says, "No," but it probably all just was a coincidence. Shea plays the role of Noelle, who basically would be the Katie Heron, the new girl to the school, who is kind of wandering around with doe eyes like, "Oh, y'all do that here? Oh, you worship Santa here?" But really though, her role here is to serve as a sanity litmus check against everyone else's crazy characters as they overact and give extreme exaggerations of themselves. Overall, I think Shea did a fine job in the challenge, but I don't think she transformed the role in the way that so many of her peers did tonight. Like, I found myself really wanting her to push the envelope in some of the scenes where she just did what was basically a good job. So I'm gonna leave this one at a warming up. Next up, welcome to the odd side of the world. It's Yvie. On the runway, girl. She gave us immaculate drag on the runway tonight. This type of look is the reason I love Yvie oddly. It's reminiscent of those crazy things she did in her original season, like with the jellyfish look. Her artistic prowess is shining through here. She made this whole thing, dip-dyed it, made the matching hair, and that headpiece to die for. This is so creative, so boundary pushing and different. And it goes without saying, this look is hot. And I would make a joke about how she probably shouldn't wear this look around any cats because they'd tear it up, but she's already serving so much. Oh. See, I'm funny sometimes. In the challenge, she is playing the role of Mary with an E. This character would basically be the Regina George of the group of girls. And what I liked most about what Yvie did was that this was different from what she has been giving us so far in the competition. This was Yvie being the queen bee, the popular girl who gets what she wants, but also she found ways to integrate some of her weird little mannerisms into pieces of the role. And that, I think, is what really made this Regina special. And for that reason, I'm gonna give her performance in this a hot. Next up. It's Jinkx Monsoon. Wow, I just realized how hard it is to do vocal fry in a loud tone. But we'll get to that in a second. First, on the runway, she is giving us reference to Marlene Dietrich, who was famously played by Sasha Velour in Snatch Game. We know she's gonna give us some old Hollywood glamour. We know she's gonna ham it up on the runway and all of that. But this reference that she is giving is a near direct copy of Marlene Dietrich's outfit, and no less found a way to do this type of look on a knitted runway with this like knitted fishnet oversized-esque glamorous gown. And I just want to celebrate how beautiful, glamorous, and old school opulent Jinkx looks here. So was I surprised? No, but I did have a yarn ball with this look, and I think it's hot. In the challenge, she plays the role of Holly. The role was basically written as an airheaded shopaholic, but Jinkx was, quote, admittedly not happy with her role, and so she completely subverts everything about this play and probably what this character should have been according to the writers, and just does her own thing. And for that, I commend her. And I think what really sold me on this character was the devil possession moment and when she like snapped in the middle of the art room. There is, I think, literally no one else in the drag race for babies. Drag Race Queendom that could have taken such a small role and done so much with it. Like, she did so much with it, which in some cases was kind of bad because you don't notice literally anyone else on the stage, and it's not something you would probably want to do if you were actually acting in a film or on stage. But given this is a competition, it's exactly what you want to do. Jinkx wants to win, and I think she proves it every single week. But as Oscar-worthy as this performance might have been, she didn't secure the win. We'll talk about why I think that is later, but for now, I'm gonna give this performance a hot. Next up, Trinity, the trained actress Tuck. On the runway, when I think of knitwear and a drag queen doing knitwear, this is really exactly where my brain goes. But what I think none of us could have expected was that she would have this undergarment with leopard print and leopard print spray painted into her wig. That was a gag. She's carrying what she calls a grumpkin down the runway that a fan apparently made for her. And I love how fashionable that she has made knitwear feel. But if she were looking for that top runway position, the leopard print part of the garment maybe could have also been knitted. And I still don't know what a grumpkin is, but this look is hot. Girl, is a grumpkin related to a blumpkin? Don't Google that. Don't Google that. In Santa School for Girls, she plays the character of Joy, who basically would have been the dumb blonde stereotype Karen from Mean Girls. And this is where I have to highlight Jinkx, the guest judge's presence in the directing room. She was giving advice to the queens that was actually helpful. So often I feel like Michelle or Ross, as good a job they do, as okay a job they do, they're not directors. Jinkx is actually a movie director, and I was vibing with the flow of her energy and critiques. For example, she told Trinity to take pleasure in her absence, which completely changed the direction of Trinity's character and landed Trinity in like the top 3 for me tonight. She was so delightfully dumb and completely both nailed and transformed this character into something way smarter than it was originally written as. This performance was hot. Next up, it's one of the baddest bees in kindergarten, Monet Exchange. On the runway, she is giving us knitwear meets streetwear, and I absolutely adore the multi-tone yarn that was used with the way the different colors intermix and are woven together to create a little houndstooth pattern on like the jacket. Phenomenal detailing there. I love the bow in her hair, the high-waistedness of the shorts, and she just looks so cute. My one critique on this look is the shoes. They do feel a little bit like an afterthought. She kind of just glued some puffballs to some ankle booties. This look though is still hot. Also, conspiracy theory, I'm full of them tonight. Maybe her promo with the puffy jacket was actually a reference to this runway because she thought she was robbed of winning this challenge. Anyways, in the challenge, she played the role of Miss Toe, first name Camel. And girl, the exchange rate just went up. The hair, love to see it. And this role was won by Monet through the strategic alliance that she has with Trinity. They did the little auditions on the couch, but Trinity still gave the role to Monet. I love that she is honoring that alliance though, I've gotta say. And even though the couch auditions and rehearsals were a little flat, I think she really turned it out in the final performance. She gave us a character that was to me reminiscent of Professor Trelawney from Harry Potter meets That 70s Show. And she shared what was, I think, the best scene of the entire parody movie they made when the Vivienne is trying to slay her and they just are taking turns air dodging, and then gets her. Oh, you didn't get her. She's still alive. And then finally, she does get her. Huh! I'm acting! As great as that scene was, though, I think she had trouble securing the win because in her other big scene, which featured pretty much every other queen, they were kind of taking turns showboating and doing new and different things while her character was just one note there. This performance was like totally hot, though. Next up, pillow fight. It's Jaida. On the runway, she's giving us a direct reference to Big Comfy Couch, a kid's show from many moons ago. Only millennials will remember. And I think this look shows off my favorite thing about Jaida, her attention to detail. The look is immaculate, head to toe. The afro hair puffs, the headband, the little cutouts in her yarn onesie, and the way that those cutouts and pieces are creating different shapes and colors throughout the look keep it very visually interesting. Plus, I thought it was so nice and sisterly of Vivienne to just lend her entire gown to use as a shawl to perfectly complement this look. Jaida, is there room for one more on that couch? This look is hot. In the challenge, Jaida asks for some of the smaller roles and ends up with Hannah, the nerd character. She really nailed it for me with the mannerisms, like when she would just stand off to the side. I can't even do it, but when she would stand up to the side looking like the Humpback of Notre Dame, the method acting, we love to see it. Plus, this role was, I feel, very different from what we've seen from Jaida in previous acting challenges, so I applaud her stepping out and turning a new leaf. That said, she could have gone bigger, and bigger is not always better, but when you're in a room with Vivienne, Trinity, Jinkx, girl, the challenge becomes not just can you act well, but can you overact their overacting. This performance, though, definitely deserves a passing grade. It was hot. Next up, why are you gagging so? She's carrying a gold metal chain ball. It's Raja. Girl, get out of here. Get out of here with this look. She's giving us intergalactic Barbarella Space Queen, but really done in such a fresh way. She's giving us hard armor lines with those boots, perfectly contrasting the knitwear gold chainmail that she has draped across her body. And she has perfectly accessorized this with those beautiful gold cuffs on one arm, the face mask. Girl, this is a look. This is a look. She is turning a look. I actually think the runways this episode were maybe some of the best of the entire season so far. The looks were solid across the board from all the girls, but Raja found a way to put that cherry on top. Put my cherry on top, baby. Raja, thank you for gracing us with your presence today. This look was hot. In the challenge, she plays the character of Scrooge, which is short for Lisa. of course. And she says her acting inspirations in her approach to this character are Nancy from The Craft and Lydia from Beetlejuice. But did she act well or did she act a fool, girl? The thing is, her character was written to be a scene stealer. People always connect to the outcast, and choosing this role in a movie like this where so many of the other characters are uniform, and not only uniform but wearing uniforms, was so smart. Because as interesting as some of the other roles were, they did kind of blend together. I close my eyes and I think of Raja giving her boyfriend a Frosty. And revealing the pumpkin in her dorm bed. And the thing is, I don't think Raja's raw acting skill was the best in this cast, but I think her performance in the role was the most memorable and one that I had some of the most fun with. And I think she found really interesting ways to blend in her cool mom energy into this alternative character. Scrooge was not 1 cent short this Christmas. This performance was hot. And we'll get to the drama with Raja here in a second, but I just want to say I think this acting challenges was one of the better that we've seen recently. Lots of girls tried different things. They had an amazing guest judge come in and help direct, and the writing wasn't hell-bent on constantly referencing quotes from older seasons of Drag Race. Plus, I think the new things they tried with this worked well, like adding in those confessional moments where the queens broke the fourth wall, and where Jinkx literally chased down the cameraman like a demon. And sure, maybe it was a little reductive to parody Mean Girls, but then again, it is my favorite movie and a cornerstone of gay culture, so I was happy to see it. And overall, this was yet another episode where the judges had a near impossible time, I think, picking a top two. The Vivienne, an obvious choice. She was the lead role and absolutely slayed the house down boots, yes God. I think the second win, though, could have been given to Raja, Jinkx, Monet, or even Trinity, who all had excellent moments in this parody. They were also totally like fetch. That's what the kids are saying, right? That caught on? Imagine the alternate universe that exists parallel to ours where fetch became a popular term. Wow, I wonder what would have been different. But our second win does go to Raja, and again, I think that made total sense because her character and performance was so memorable and different from everyone else's. Raja and Viv each gained another legendary legend star and Lipsync, and I did react to this Lipsync over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, access to exclusive videos, and more, and you can join by clicking the link in the description of my video. See you there. But dare I say it, I think this was one of the best lip syncs we've had so far. I love the juxtaposition of the Vivienne's absolute desperation to win this lip sync with licking Raja's armpit, doing a solo wet t-shirt contest, and literally throwing the kitchen sink at the lip sync next to Raja's cool, calm, and collected energy. She was like, I'm not playing that game. I'm not getting that messy. And that is like why I think she definitely deserved the win there. And we end the episode with Jaida getting blocked, but with 3 stars. And with everyone else but Monet and Shea having 2 stars. They each have 1. And as promised, here's the video of Raja that's been circulating the interwebs where she calls out Gottmik and Violet. And unless you've been hiding under a rock lately, you'll remember that Violet got into a little bit of hot water when she booted Raja's first 2 runways. I can't wait to see what she says about this one.
Let it be known if anyone is filming right now that thank you, Violet Chachki and Gottmik. Those 2 horrible little it would be nothing without me.
But it is also very clear to me, at least, that she is being a little shady, a little catty. She's having a little fun with her drag sisters, and I don't read this clip as having any animosity or true negativity wrapped up in it. Never forget, all press is good press. Press, 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 press. And as for my hottest hots this week, I'm gonna give it to Raja on the runway and the Vivienne in the challenge. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and this week they've chosen as I have. Conspiracy? See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Nothing to see here, just a married Christian woman living the most biblical life you could imagine.
You're right.
Hiya, Coulee. It's me, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today, we'll be reviewing episode 9 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 7. Today, our queens were challenged to go viral by creating their very own social media dance challenge videos. And the runway category was What Lies Beneath. AKA many, many, many reveals. And honestly, the judging this episode left me scratching my wig wondering what were the judges thinking. So we'll be breaking all that down, and then at the end of today's video, catching up with the drag world's hottest topic, Violet Chachki, who's finally broken her silence on the whole fashion photo review situation. Now, let's get this rumpa-bumpin'. First up, Shea Coulee. On the runway today, she's giving us a little I'm blue, da-ba-dee-da-ba-da fantasy, but make it 20s. The first look we see her in is this oversized oversized multi-toned blue coat slash poncho, which definitely does not say I have more looks under this one, but the gag was, it sure did. It reveals to a really pretty tulle nightgown, which finally reveals to a deep blue satin gown that has some little peekaboos in the back. One of the things I found really strange though, when the judges were giving their critiques on these looks was Michelle said she had never seen a gown with cutouts on the back like Shea's. And I was like, we see that all the time. Like, I guess Trinity's drag, Detox's drag. And this could just be me overthinking Shea's looks, but I think she maybe was the only one to really hit that what lies beneath part of the runway category. I was very much getting that she was the beautiful jewel that the old lady dropped in the ocean. This look is hot. And the challenge Shea is trying to teach us the shake down. Firstly, I think the look she is wearing in her shakedown video was gorgeous, but the actual content in the video I'm a little split on. Her intro was kind of awkward and unrelatable, but the other place I think she missed the mark on here was relating the intro of her skit to the dance, and that seemed to be what the judges were really looking for, because what did the Dance Academy have to do with learning the shakedown? She honestly should have called her dance the cha-cha slide, like Shea, like slide. Does that work? The Shea slide? There it is. All of that said, though, Shea nailed the part of this challenge that was meant to be a TikTok dance. There was constant movement throughout her body, her moves were very clear and obvious what she was doing, and I was really interested to see how she would bring it all together as she was teaching us the steps. So while the skit half was rot for me, the dance part was like flaming hot. Next up, she now knows the secrets of the plunger. It's Jaida Essence Hall. On the runway today, she is giving us the 4 seasons of Jaida: winter, spring, summer, and fall. These 4 looks are phenomenal, and some individually speaking are better than others. For example, I think the summer and fall gowns were top tier on this runway tonight. What gagged me the most though was I feel like I never knew where the next reveal was coming from. She was taking pieces down, pulling hats out of her belt line, letting dresses down, putting dresses up. Like, it was truly a show what she was giving on the runway, and she is just a queen who every single week now I cannot wait to see what she does. She's the reason for my season. This look is hot. And for the challenge, Jaida is teaching us today the Divas Essential Dance Challenge. I don't know where she got that name from. It's a bit of a mouthful. I will say though, skit-wise, I think she was really strong. It was branded. She put in her running bit about look over there at the very end, and she incorporated these elements of her being super glamorous and famous, but also like quirky and weird and relatable. The dance moves though didn't feel too much like dance moves. They kind of just felt like, I'm doing this, now I'm doing this, and now I'm doing that. And when it all came together, it just felt a tad empty. I feel like the challenge for things like this, when you see them on TikTok, is you want them to catch the viewer's attention and keep it as long as possible. And as soon as those TikTok users see a pause, a still movement, swipe, you're gone. Overall though, I enjoyed what she did, so I'm gonna give her a very safe hot tonight. Next up, something wicked this way comes. It's the Vivienne. She's giving us a little into the woods, wicked fantasy. First, she's in her, as she says, haggard old witch cloak, which then I guess reveals to a Glinda the Good Witch type of look. And then the third part of her look is the skirt part of her dress is a tearaway, which reveals to some power joggers. I think Vivienne did a really good job on the runway tonight. However, I was kind of missing the 3 distinct looks from her, like many of the other queens truly did have. I wanted to spend more time with that old haggard witch in the beginning and have a better story arc for that third look, which was just the tearaway piece. But I do think she looked absolutely glamazon gorgeous on the runway, at least in that second look, and third, which was the same. So I'm gonna give this look a hot. In the challenge though, she tries to teach us a dance called the Vivio. Again, this challenge is about dancing, apparently, as much as it is about self-branding. And the branding part, yes, she absolutely had that down. She made sure that we knew that she could brand a dance name with her name, and Vivio it was. But my take on how she performed in this challenge was the Vivio doesn't really sound like a dance. It sounds more like the app that the dance is on. And then on top of that, she didn't even teach us a dance. She just kind of rolled around on the floor and did the YMCA. And sure, while sometimes playing the, oh, I can't do this, so I'm gonna make a joke out of the entire thing character can work, but here it just felt a little forced, and none of the dance or what she was doing had anything to even do with the name of the dance, Vivio. I'm gonna give this a rat. Next up, I've got a trick up my sleeve. It's Raja. And does her first look not literally look like Yve's reveal look from the Rusical? First, she's giving us this crazy tropical circus tent with a pink flamingo in the hair, which reveals to psychedelic clown in the Hamptons, which finally reveals to alien goddess of the other worlds that are filled with Venus flytraps instead of people. Each layer of Raj's look was more exciting and kind of uncovered more lore about what this creature, I guess I could say, was on the runway. Ben Platt, I think, said it best when he called all of this controlled chaos. I think everything she did was effortlessly, overcomplicatedly beautiful. If this is what lies beneath, I would like to see more. This look is hot. And in the challenge, she tries to teach us the Raja. Cool. Her dance is based around the concept of her, I guess, being like a self-help guru. Each letter in her name stands for something more complicated than the last and uses honestly so many words that I stopped paying attention. I could not for the life of me pick up on all of the advice and the dance moves at the same time. It was too much. I also think her delivery here came off a little bored and uninterested. Despite all that, I think the actual dance that she did came out pretty good. It's probably not gonna go viral, but I kind of liked it in the end. So all of that considered, I'm gonna give this dance a warming up. Next up, howdy y'all, it's Yvie Oddly. And this runway tonight was oddly, but I think my issue with it is she was kind of getting caught up on some of the different pieces, and the whole thing would have translated a lot better if it were, let's say, on a theater stage where she was standing and doing these reveals. She starts off in her chrysalis, which gets torn open, and then there's goo everywhere, falls on the floor, and finally, after all of the drama, she is just a larva. Nothing weirder happened, no wings came out, and I was just kind of like, is that it? What was really cool about the look that I realized later during critiques was the mask she's wearing is controlled, I guess, electronically with a button. That was sick. I just don't think this concept as a whole worked for the runway tonight, so I'm gonna go ahead and give it a rat. In the challenge, she is teaching us the odd bod to put the oddities in your bodities. Oddities in your lobotomies. Yvie was one of the few tonight that I think really nailed it on the skit and teaching part of it. Like, I really felt like, oh, this is a teacher that wants to help me learn this and is being campy and silly and weird and really being over the top to help me understand what's going on. Plus, the theme was great for her. And that's branding. I could definitely see this one being picked up in an app like TikTok and then remixed with extra odd things for each person happening at the end like she did with the sucker. This dance I'm gonna give a hot. Next up, Jinkx Monsoon, who I am apparently cosplaying today. On the runway, Jinkx gives us a little educational moment. Her reveals are 4 different looks representing 4 different eras of art. First, she's giving us Picasso, and this piece is structured kind of like a blazer, which reveals to a Monet, which reveals to an Andy Warhol featuring some pop art of her very own face. That finally reveals to a verklempt inspired gown. These looks, more than any, I think tonight, are what I would truly consider reveals because you don't know when or where they're coming or how they're gonna happen, or why. And what got me the most was that each of these looks not only represented the art of the artist she was honoring, but were different silhouettes. I was just as amazed at how she accomplished that as I was with Jaida accomplishing like 4 different gowns. See, in the MoMA, these looks were hot. And in the challenge, Jinkx takes an interesting approach to this social media viral dance video challenge. Her frame of reference here is, remember the cinnamon challenge? Glozell sure does. How is Glozell doing, by the way? I miss her. She takes the route of trying to put as much peanut butter sandwich into her mouth as she can for her dance. And the skit / branding part of what Jinkx did tonight was phenomenal, top tier. This is literally what Jinkx does. It's where she shines. But the dancing portion could have used a little jelly, because you know jam don't shake. Apparently neither does peanut butter. It was just some swiping peanut butter on bread and shimmying side to side and her being completely ridiculous, which again was very entertaining. But is it going viral? Because it's funny, yes. Because it's a good dance though, no. Oh no. Oh my god, my earring just fell off. Jinkx literally just ripped that off my ear because I said that. Jinkx, I'm sorry. I realized though when I rewatched that Ru told them in the workroom it really was supposed to be a masterclass on branding. And let's be honest, how much time do you think RuPaul and Michelle spend on TikTok? Actually, Ru spends quite a bit. And, well, here's a clip.
Don't mess with that girl Vicky, she is not one of them. Yeah. Mrs. Put that shit on. Pussy can never. Period.
So all things considered, yes, I am gonna give Jinkx a for this performance. Don't exchange the channel. Next up is Monet. On the runway tonight, she is giving us looks comprised of reveals that are all about Black empowerment. Her first look is Harriet Tubman, which transitions into a Black Panther inspired look, which by the way had to be one of my favorite looks on the runway tonight. It was just simple in its elegance and very clearly referencing the Black Panthers. And she ends in the current era with a nod to the BLM Black Lives Matter movement, and on her dress is printed, "And still we fight." And this was another look that, besides all these looks being a beautiful use of Monet's platform, I thought was really cool. It kind of looks like a sports jersey, but it's a sequins dress. And the best thing about these looks was they perfectly encapsulated Monet's casual yet stylish and thoughtful drag. These looks are absolutely hot. And in the challenge, she's teaching us the Monet, Monet, Monet. And thank God Ru convinced her to change from that prior concept, which is supposed to be called the Exchange, good name, but it was conflated with all these weird details about seeing an ex at a club and what you do to, like, I guess get his attention or get him away from you. Anyways, the final product is worth millions. She did a really great job of tying in the concept of getting that direct deposit cash money out of the bank and incorporating that into her dance, and using her name Monet as a pun for money. Plus the actual dance that she did was phenomenal. This is absolutely something that you would see on TikTok or what have you. Monet absolutely killed this challenge. This was hot. Next up, Trinity the It's Not Harry duck. I loved all the beautiful pink flowers throughout this look and how everything was beautifully constructed. This is definitely one of the most gorgeous looks we have seen from Trinity. My critique on this look is I wasn't surprised that this is where she took this category. I think it would have been more of a challenge for her to serve completely different looks instead of just slightly less versions of the prior one each time. But what she did was a flawless execution of this concept, so I'm gonna give this look a hot. And over in the challenge, she's teaching us the tucking dance challenge. And this was another moment this episode where Trinity did what we kind of knew Trinity was going to do. If you remember, Trinity actually taught us how to tuck back on All Stars 4 in the variety show. And her name is Trinity the Tuck. So conceptually speaking, I maybe would have liked to have seen her try something different. However, she absolutely nailed what she was asked to do in this challenge. This skit was super funny, very easy to understand, and the actual dance that she turned these moves into, I think worked well and were unique enough that they might catch my attention were I scrolling on social media. Girl, I live! This performance was hot. Our winners tonight though, not gonna lie, caught me off guard. They give the win to Jinkx and Monet. And the reason I was caught off guard was because I originally watched this episode thinking, oh, they need to make a really great dance, something that I would see on TikTok. And Shea and Monet were the only ones that did that of this entire cast for me. But it was also very clear that each contestant heard different things for this challenge. And phrases like going viral and social media dance challenge don't necessarily mean the same thing to every person. So because the judges were evaluating everything in a skit slash branding slash dancing, teaching slash personality way, I think more than anything, it did make sense that they selected these two as the top two. Even though they both, I think, won the challenge in very different ways. And concerning the winner's lip sync tonight, I did react to it over on my Patreon. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But I was gagged to see that they finally did a spoken word lip sync, and this one was from Designing Women. And the thing you may not realize at first is that spoken word, in my opinion, is much more difficult than lip syncing to a song. There's no beat or cue of words, and you can't really hide it if you don't know them. Which in this lip sync did become a little obvious. I think Monet was much more on the cadence of the speech from the woman in this movie. So she gets a much deserved win and ends up blocking Raja, which was interesting, but we are at a point in the competition where it looks like you are going to need 3 stars to get into the top 4. We've got 2 episodes left before the finale, with 4 potential stars to give out. And actually, now that I'm looking at this chart and the number of stars left and the number of stars that queens have, I am wondering how this is gonna play out, because let's say 4 different queens each got a star in the next 2 episodes, we could be looking at a weird tiebreaker situation where 6 queens have 3 stars. So that tells me that either the block is going to come into play in the next 2 episodes, has to, or there could be another twist, probably in episode 11 before the finale if I were a betting woman, where RuPaul gives out more stars or potentially takes away stars. But that's just a theory, a drag theory. Hey Matt Pat. So as promised, let's go ahead and chit chat about the Violet drama. She has finally spoken out about the whole fashion photo review situation. Ugh. I'm tired, I don't have time to redo this. Because as a reminder, the last thing we heard from her concerning all of this was a tweet where she said, yes, I booted your faves and I'll be doing it again. And then some gossip and rumor from the Roscoe's viewing party where the host said that she demanded to have those episodes taken down.
Okay, so we had Violet here. And she said it. She was like, no. She called and she's like, pull them. That's it. Pull them. Take them down. While she was because here. I'm pissed. And they kind of were like, don't worry, you're doing great, sweetie.
They kind of like, they put a little like icing on it. And she was like, no, we're not having these to be seen.
You can hear everything that she said on the latest No Gorge episode, but I took the liberty of pulling out some highlights for everybody. She starts off discussing everything by saying that she does not need to be associated with that franchise anymore.
The other thing is that I don't necessarily need to be associated with this franchise anymore, honestly. Like after this experience, I'm like, you guys can keep it.
I'm like, we're sitting here getting like threats, transphobia, like the craziest shit I've ever seen.
And they were apparently both so soured on the whole situation that they offered to give the money back.
I even told them, I was like, I don't care, like take it down, like delete the whole series, and they wouldn't do it. They paid us X, Y, and Z money. We all was like, take the money back, like take the videos down, like I don't need this.
And she also talks about how, yes, the comments on YouTube were terrible to them, but the other really big thing was this was cross-platform. Remember, she went viral on Twitter and everyone was chiming in with their thoughts and concerns and questions about the situation, and sometimes vitriol. The one complaint they had that I will critique a little bit though is they were talking about how the Drag Race fandom has a really big issue with bullying online, and they absolutely do. But I will also say, I think it's actually just a fandom problem. This happens in any online community where there are enough people talking about one thing. And I'd actually argue, in my experience at least, I think there's a lot more good than bad in the Drag Race fandom. Plus, the other poop that Violet stepped in with all of this was critiquing somebody whose spot she was basically replacing on a season where there are no negative critiques being handed out. Because even I've experienced people coming at me for having an opinion about a dress or a performance in a challenge, because to some of these fans, having an opinion about their favorite queen that is not in line with like what RuPaul and Michelle said about them can feel like a personal attack, which I understand, but doesn't mean that they need to be taking it out on anybody. Anyways, I'll end all of this with some positivity by saying, please be nice to each other online, and especially to the queens, but I'd love to know what you're thinking about everything down in the comments below. And the moment you've all been waiting for, my hottest hats. The runway was super tough for me to decide on because I loved the artistry of Raja's, the unexpectedness of Jinkx's, the reveal quality of Jaida's, and the message of Monet's. But I've got to give it to Raja, who I was completely mesmerized by. And in the challenge, I double tapped Monet's video. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hot, and today they've chosen Jinkx on the runway and Jinkx in the challenge. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. The good news is it only took me 4 hours to get in drag today. The bad news, I'm literally falling apart. Do you know what this is? It's my skin. Hi, Coulee. It's me, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be reviewing episode 10 of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 7. All winners. Today our queens are challenged to make some jokey jokes in the Kennedy Davenport Center Honors Hall of Shade Roast. Say that 5 times fast. And the runway category was all glowed up, which by the way I'll just say now could have possibly been the best runway of all time. Maybe so. Maybe no. And then at the end of today's video, we'll be covering the latest in the ongoing and never-ending drama of fashion photo review, with an update from Raja herself. Now let's knock some rocks together and get this roast a-cookin'. First up, our OG style icon, Raja. So Raja came into this roast challenge with no prior Drag Race roast experience. On her original season, there was a stand-up challenge that, if you'll remember, Shangela won. I expected good things based on how she did in the Draguation challenge, and she did not disappoint. I love that she kept true to really roasting the other girls. She was not being shy in her reads. She came from Monet's bald head, Shea's stars, and Vivienne's participation in the Kentucky Derby. That had me on the floor. The one thing I thought was a little peculiar about her roast though was the amount of laughter coming from RuPaul, because yes, Raja was funny, but my god, Ru was screaming, cackling at every single joke. Like, let's pull it back a little bit. Maybe one less coffee enema. Anywho, Raja served this roast hot and juicy, and I wanted seconds. And over on the runway, wow, 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 she comes out. I was stunned before they even turned off the lights. She's wearing this giant red butterfly rib cage construction thing that she says was 3D printed and has has, as it turns out, 200 lasers, which are all just beaming off in different directions. And wow, this was stunning when the lights went out. She also, I might point out, was wearing stilts with this look. And the little wiry headpiece antennae that she had going on were the perfect complement to everything happening here. I just love how apparent it is that Raja thinks of every single detail when she approaches a runway, and headpieces are often not considered on Drag Race. Props to you, mama, this look is hot. Next up, Yvie Oddly. In the roast, she was a little bit of a slow burn. It took her a while to actually finally land a joke, even though RuPaul was laughing at everything that everyone said. I started laughing when Yvie started going in on Jinkx. That joke Yvie made about Jinkx's hairline surgery was possibly one of the funniest things of the entire night, and not really because of the content of the joke, but really how she impersonated Jinkx's voice and everything when she was like looking in the mirror. I might not have laughed at anything else Yvie said on that stage tonight, but that was worth it. And so for that reason, I'm gonna give this roast a safe hot. And over on the runway, microdosing is functional and fashionable. I was gooped, I was gagged, my jaw dropped. Actually, it snapped in half looking at this runway. Firstly, this is the most beautiful Yvie has ever looked. I loved the wig. I loved the stacks of mushrooms in the folds that you could see underneath those mushroom caps, and that beautiful light blue color that this dress was made of. This garment is exquisite. Girl, the mushroom kingdom, I want to go there. Plus, not only is she lit up, but she really truly is glowing, which is the core of the theme of this runway. Like you would think a mystical magical mushroom forest would glow. I also loved seeing her do a mushroom look because we just saw her drag daughter, sister, family member Willow Pill do a mushroom look on season 14. There's a fungus among us, and this look is hot. Next up, Miss Coulee, who first participated in the roast of Michelle Visage back on season 9. And she didn't win back then, but she did a pretty damn good job. Her roast tonight, though, I'll say, while good, didn't quite live up to that one. She came into this challenge with only 1 star, and I think that was weighing really heavily on her. She looked damn good, though, I'll say. That power suit was sickening. I'm assuming based on the edit of each queen's roast that they showed the best jokes from each queen, and hers seemed to be focused mostly on Jaida being a skinny little, which was a funny bit, but felt a little worn out as it went on. And while she wasn't like slap your knee funny, for me, I really did enjoy her presence on the stage, and she was at least consistent. So I'm gonna give her roast a hot. And for her glowed up runway, she is giving us a glowing sunflower. This yellow color on her is absolutely stunning. The light show of this look is amazing, and I love the petals, and the detailing of it is fabulous. The makeup, the little white crosses on her face, kind of looking like freckles, but meant to be light reflex, I believe. Also a great detail. I think this is absolutely one of the finest looks on the stage tonight, and possibly the best from Shea that we've seen in this competition. She is radiant, she is a goddess, she is stunning, she is Shea Coulee. This look is hot. Next up, it's Monsoon season. Girl, this literally is Jinkx's season. So Jinkx actually participated in the first roast ever, the roast of RuPaul, where she didn't win, but she did originate the iconic line, "Who would want to top Coco?" And the crazy thing about Jinkx in this competition is every single episode, I'm thinking she's going to do great. She's going to do amazing, and my expectations are literally up here. You can't even see my hand because that's how high my expectations are, and every single time she exceeds them. I love that one of her core jokes about Yvie, the activity that she was doing with Yvie's part, was a kind of callback to the joke that she made as Judy Garland on Snatch Game. And the joke that she made about Trinity and her last boyfriend had me screaming. She let him down easy by saying, "Let's just be cousins." So great. How does she do it? How does she do it? This roast was hot. And over on the runway, she actually shows us how she manages to do all of this amazing stuff. She's a witch, and they're burning her at the stake for it. I love that she took this all glowed up runway and gave us a full theatrical production. Her light show is this beautiful red glow under this gorgeous, for lack of a better word, pile of white fabric that is this dress, which kind of looks like smoke, and wrapped around her is a rope. And I love also that this is a perfect thing for Jinkx to do as a drag character, because she always talks about being a witch, and she's a ginger, so her orange hair plays very well into this theme, looking a little bit like a flame at the top of all that smoke. Plus, you can see she thought about every detail with that eyeshadow looking a little bit like burnt ash. This look was hot, literally. And next up, the biggest surprise on the stage tonight, Miss Trinity the Tuck. And Miss Trinity has the unique experience of coming into this challenge with 2 prior roasts under her belt, both of which weren't great. Let's just say that. And it's so weird to reflect on her flopping so hard in both the season 9 All-Stars Force roast because she is like a comedy queen. She is excellent in sketches and has been great in Snatch Game every time, but has failed to translate that into stand-up. However, third time's the charm. I think she did a great job going in on Jinkx and Monet in particular, and really had joke after joke after joke. And she had maybe the toughest challenge of all tonight, following up Jinkx, who undoubtedly had the funniest roast. Which I will say also could have really benefited her because Jinkx warmed up the audience so well. Conspiracy theory Trinity, meaning 3, third time's the charm. This is her third roast and she nailed it. Coincidence? I don't think so. This roast was hot. And over on the runway, Trinity is giving us neon colors, flashing lights, and this is kind of reminiscent of like a Vegas showgirl type of look. It also reminds me of her hometown look she did back on season 9 with that beautiful mural that she had painted behind her. Again, I have no critiques. These runways were just so fabulous and truly were a great showcase of what all-stars can do on the main stage, given a really truly unique and stunning runway category. This look was hot. Next up, Monet Change, who in the All-Stars 4 roast actually won with Manila. Look at that big bloated bitch in that box. However, Monet's roast tonight didn't quite reach the same temperature. I think that she was truly stunned at having sat through both Jinkx and Trinity's roast. And she did have some good moments, don't get me wrong, like with the callback to Jinkx's narcolepsy thing from season 5. But what really caught me up was how long she went on about the Vivienne size and like the cake and the butter and the eggs and all that stuff. And I was just struggling to laugh because I didn't really know where or why she was coming from with that joke. So bad? No, but I would leave it at a warming up. And next up, the James Webb Telescope has finally released its images, and it's a Monet exchange. Monet comes out on the runway giving us a more demure and subtle celestial light show. Where Trinity's runway tonight, for example, was loud and in your face, Monet's takes a much more gorgeous and soft approach, and she looks so stunning. The silhouette that she has in this gown, perfectly sculpted. I love the hair. The makeup is gorgeous. And I'll admit I wasn't really an astrology girl, but after seeing this look, I might be. This look is hot. Next up, Jaida Essence Hall, who did not have any roast experience coming into this challenge. Back on season 12, they did the one-woman show thing, which admittedly she did not land very well. But Jaida is one of those people who is just so naturally funny. I think she still just is in the baby steps of figuring out how to translate that natural comedy that exists within her into live comedy, like for example Snatch Game and this roast. Because she has a good start, but then gets a little bit lost in her words. She trips, she tumbles. However, she makes a recovery with acknowledging how bad she was doing, and it actually turned out pretty good. Technically speaking, her roast was a bit of an undercooked rot, but because she was able to take a step back and acknowledge how badly she was doing, I still had a lot of fun with her tonight. And over on the runway, Surf's Up, the only drag mermaid is here. I can't get over the show of this look. It is so much fun. She says she's giving us a little Treasure Island showgirl Vegas fantasy, and I love how there are different types of lights that she has integrated into this look. There's the hair lights that are blinking from the root to the tip. The pink strip neon lights coming down the front of her mermaid tail that is sitting on top of this huge giant blue wave piece that has its own style of blinking lights. And then she's got the blinking lights in the chest. This look is so incredible in that she literally just looks like a mermaid surfing the big giant blue wave as she comes down the runway. This look is hot. Next up, the Vivienne, another queen who I think we all expected to do well in this challenge. And again, she lives up to those expectations. She also proves, again, how good of a presence that she has on stage. She truly knows how to command a room, give pause when she's talking, and allow everything that she says to really have impact. I also love that she let that British humor really shine through in this roast. It was a little drier, more sarcastic, and roastier, because I feel like a lot of the girls were funny, but didn't really go in that hard. The only thing I wanted from Viv's roast was more. Gimme more. This was hot. And over on the runway, I don't think we've seen angel wings this big on the runway since Courtney Axe. Definitely where my mind went when I saw this, but this look was so gorgeous and unique to Viv. I don't know how this look was constructed, but I absolutely loved how the movement of the wings really gave the illusion that they were real and had muscle in them. Like they had a snaky, wiggly quality to them that really looked looked like she was flapping about to take flight. Her light show on the runway was multicolored. When she turns around, she has a rainbow on the back of her wings, and the bodysuit she's wearing was more like a solid strip type of lighting. She was sort of giving me like Power Rangers, but make them angels fantasy. I will say there was a lot about this look that I loved, but I did not love the page boy haircut. That was such an interesting choice to me. But it's her fantasy and I'm gonna let her live it. My only question, did it hurt when she fell from heaven? This look was hot. As my final thoughts on this episode though, I had so much fun. The roast was fabulous. The runways were amazing, like 10s across the board. Oh, and I love seeing Wintergreen. I also loved seeing, or I should say hearing, how much fun that Rupaul had this episode. I think this episode will go down as one of the best in this season's history because it truly showcases what's possible on an All-Stars All-Winner season when the judges and producers aren't looking for somebody doing bad. They're only looking to show the best of each queen. And our winners tonight are Jinkx and Trinity. This was no surprise to me. I called these two as being our winners immediately after watching, which my patrons know because they watched my reaction to this episode over on patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And you can join my patron family by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. Really, this roast was great, and I think other candidates for the win this episode could have been Viv or Raja. And because we were getting so close to the end, I was half expecting there to be some kind of twist where Ru handed out extra stars. But there was no twist, and Jinkx wins the lip sync, I think rightly so, and ends the episode with 4 stars. Trinity with 3, Jaida with 3, Monet, Raja, Viv, and Yvie with 2, and Shea with 1, which, as it seems, pretty much solidifies Jinkx's spot in the final 4. There's only 1 more episode and 2 more stars for Ru to give out, provided there's no twist. And it seems it's likely Trinity and Jaida will join Jinkx in the top 4. However, there's not going to be a block next week, which was the kind of twist that was given this episode. However, I'm sure something else weird is going to happen because let's say that 2 queens that have 2 stars each get another one. That means that there's gonna have to be some kind of determination to figure out who ends up in that final 4 because there will be too many queens with 3 stars. I have seen some of y'all speculating in my comments though that they'll do some kind of like Mario Party event at the end where they give out stars according to like random titles, but that probably would frustrate the people in the competition, so I don't imagine that they would be giving out random stars. I'm sure they'll make them work for them in some fashion. And speaking of fashion, let's jump into that fashion photo review drama. As we heard last week, Violet Chachki is done with the franchise. She says she doesn't need it, doesn't want it. There's too much vitriol from the fan base.
The other thing is that I don't necessarily need to be associated with this franchise anymore, honestly. Like after this experience, I'm like, you guys can keep it.
And the last thing we heard from Raja was her being playful and shady at an event where she said this about Violet and Gottmik.
Let it be known if anyone is filming right now that thank you Violet Chachki and Gottmik. Those 2 horrible little it would be nothing without me.
She did join Jinkx though at the latest Roscoe's where, of course, the topic of fashion photo review came up and they were asking, would you ever go back now? And she said this.
Not right now, you know, I need to take a little bit of a break because honestly, I think that there's so much room for other queens. There's like 300 queens that have been on RuPaul's Drag Race.
You're ready to pass the
torch. And all of them have opinions and all of them are fans of the show just as much as I am. And frankly, we've been doing it for 8 years. I have nothing to say about anybody's outfits anymore. I don't give a what you wear.
And her ambivalence towards returning to fashion photo review really did not surprise me. I mean, she has been doing that show since season 6 of RuPaul's Drag Race. And girl, that is a lot of looks to review and talk about. As to what she'll do instead though, she said this.
I have to focus on other things. There's things that I really, really want to do in my life creatively that have nothing to do with talking on people's outfits on Drag Race, really. I have a kid's book that I have to write and illustrate still. I have my first Sauvignon Blanc coming out in a few months, so to me, it's like, y'all kids talk amongst yourselves. I got business to do, you know?
And Raja being busy with her drag career, having All-Star 7 sort of launch her into a new stratosphere with all of her new fans, really excites me personally, and I can't wait to see what she shows us. But let me know what y'all are thinking about all of this down in the comments below. If Violet doesn't return and Raja doesn't return, girl, who's gonna host that show? And now the moment you've all been waiting for, my hottest hots. In the challenge, I'm gonna give it to Jinkx, Monsoon, and on the runway, Yvie Oddly. I also asked my patrons to vote for their hottest hots, and tonight we are in perfect synchronicity. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Go team. Hi, Ugly. It's me, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing the penultimate episode of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars Season 7, All Winners. Today our queens were challenged to give a unique performance in the Drag Race Gives Back Variety Extravaganza, where the winner of this week's lip sync not only won their $10,000 cash tip, but $30,000 for charity. And in a shocking turn of events, there was a twist. But really, what would an All-Star season be without a shocking twist that changed the entire course of the season in one fell swoop? Y'all wanted a twist, eh? This week, our queens had the legendary opportunity to win not one, not two, but 3 legendary legend stars for a win in the challenge, which some fans I've seen discussing online as being extremely unfair. However, I'm here to debunk that and present an alternate train of thought. If that wasn't enough twist for you, we found out one more thing. The 4 queens not entering the final 4 will be competing for their own alternate title if she done already had hers and $50,000. So we'll be breaking all of that down, plus going over some of the drama concerning last week's roast. Apparently what we saw wasn't half of the truth, according to what Trinity, Viv, Willem, and Shea said on Twitter. Now let's get this Mario Party started. In the order they performed tonight, and first up, Trinity the Tuck. Trinity comes into episode 11 with 4 challenge wins and 3 stars from the Snatch game, the ball, the legendary legend design challenge, and the roast, which by the way cements her as the queen with the most challenge wins across the entire franchise with 11. Her variety show performance is an original song, which is kind of like a country girl rap that both embraces and ironically celebrates country culture. She leans into the trope of having big blonde hair and long nails, and educates everyone that didn't grow up in the South that bless your heart actually means, damn, you are stupid. And I loved hearing her sing about this because as someone who grew up in Texas and has family in other parts of this southern US, I would always hear people saying things like, bless her heart, bless his heart, when they truly felt sorry for somebody, but in like a sad, pitiful way. And I loved hearing her bring this background later in the lyrics singing, if you got a MAGA hat, well, bless your heart. And I overall loved the theme of her reclaiming a culture that often queer people are pushed out of. Plus her set design was phenomenal with all the haystacks and giant barn door, which, by the way, how did she fit that into her suitcase? That was sarcasm, by the way. I know that wasn't in her suitcase. But this set was great. And it ends with the pit crew pouring like 4 pitchers of tea on her, which is about as southern as you can get. I do think this performance will have a little more impact and ring truer for people that are from the South or familiar with that deep country culture. But overall, this was a phenomenal, funny, and intelligent performance. And I'm gonna give it a howdy hot. Next up, boo! It's Yvie Oddly. She comes into this episode with 2 stars, one from Raja during that episode where Raja and Jinkx had extra stars to give out, and the other from the Y2K girl group episode. And while Miss Yvie won't be entering the finale, I absolutely have to give a quick toast to her performance throughout this season. She's had some phenomenal runways, some great challenge performances, and truly proved that she's more than just the odd one in the room. She has a whole breadth of talent that she deserved to share with the world. She says her variety show performance is a love letter to the stunts that she probably cannot continue to do due to her chronic condition. She even says during the episode she's starting to lose her ability to do things that drag queens do, like walk in heels. Her performance starts out with her, or someone who we think is her, walking onto the stage wheeling a box. As it turns out though, the person wheeling the box is not her, but I guess one of the pit crew members wearing her ghost costume from the ball. And this was possibly one of the most creative reveals we have seen in a variety or talent show, so I really enjoy that aspect. The rest of her performance is an original rap song, and it has a great beat, good lyrics that flow really nicely, and she ends the whole thing, as Yvie would, with a gymnast backflip routine. Splitting hairs though, in a comparative sense, her set design was not as elaborate as some of the other queens was, and there were several queens that did original raps of sorts, so I think that is why some of the ones that chose to go the rap route didn't actually land in the top tonight. But I still had fun with Yvie, and this performance gets an Yvie so hot. Next up, and retittling the retitle to the rebuttal, is Jaida Essence Hall. And she comes into this episode with 3 stars, one from the ball, one from the legendary Legend Design Challenge, and one from Jinkx Monsoon. Her variety performance is an homage to 90s rap and the iconic music videos of that era. She's got this giant spray paint wall and wooden crates off to the other side that are part of her set design, and the best part of her performance, the look, which I think is definitely one of the things that people are going to be remembering Jaida from on this season in particular for many years to come. Looks. When ball is life, but you have a drag performance at 9. And the beat, choreo, and lyrics of Jaida's performance are phenomenal. I had so much fun with her. From the self-referencing jokes in the beginning with the rebuttal, and down to the look over there at the end with that dance move. Iconic. And she talked a little bit this episode about how she has been able to relax and really be her true self throughout this season, and I've got to say that has absolutely shown through. She has radiated even more confidence than she already did in the past, and also found a way to be so relatable at every turn. There's absolutely nothing Jaida did that I would have changed tonight, and I thought this performance was I was gonna say 3-pointer because that's like a basketball joke, but girl, it was a 5 flame pointer. I guess a slam dunk, a home run, a touchdown. Next up, the Queen of Monsoons herself, it's Jinkx, and she comes into the penultimate episode with 4 stars and 5 challenge wins from Snatch Game, Fairytale Justice, the Draguation speeches, the viral video, and the roast. And she was, if you're keeping track, the only queen that was actually guaranteed a spot in the final 4 from the outset. And I would say that Jinkx came out and does what Jinkx does best, but there are so many things that she does best. Acting, singing, performing in general, theater, existing. I don't know, she's just literally a cut above the rest. Proven time and time again throughout this season. It's because she's a witch, self-admitted. And this performance is a sort of showcase, an homage to all of those things that she does so well. Singing, comedy, not caring about what anybody thinks, and just being amazing. Plus, she looked great in her Judy Jetson hooker look. So you think she looks like a Judy Jetson hooker. I'm gonna see how many times I can make that reference in my videos before people start rioting. This performance was Next up, look at the 3 stars that she snatched today. It's Shea Coulee. She came into this episode with only 1 though, which was from the premiere where they wrote lyrics and choreography to RuPaul's Legend song. And if you watch Drag Race, and if you're here, I know you do, unless you just love me, you'll know that the writing was on the wall from the very beginning of this episode, with the editing and storyline of Shea sort of gracefully accepting her fate as not being able to make it to the final 4. But I'm here to say that certainly does not mean she didn't deserve it. We'll dissect that in deeper detail at the end of today's video though. In the variety show, she does a song from her upcoming album, which is to be released when she finishes it. And it not only is a great reference to the pop artists that made iconic disco house music of the yesteryears, but also is tapping into current trends like Beyonce is doing right now. You can't break my soul. You can't break my soul. And this song, I've got to say, was not just a good drag song. This was a good pop song. And the choreo that she paired with it was so spectacular. But again, that really shouldn't surprise any of us, considering I think her best moments were designing choreo and writing lyrics throughout this season, as proven with her win on episode 1, and the great job that she did in the Y2K Girls Group Challenge. There was just something about the fire in Shea's eyes that you could see as she was performing that made you think, wow. And wow, did I think that this performance was hot. And next up, our OG style queen coming into this episode with 2 stars from the Draguation speech and Santa's School for Girls challenges. Shockingly though, none from the design challenges, which are where I thought Raja would be sweeping in this season, considering how great she did in those on season 3. I loved her candid moment this episode during the Tic Tac lunch when she was saying that she might not ever do this again, and then confesses that, oh no, not only might she not, she doesn't want to. In the challenge, she's doing what she describes as a Balinese temple dance that can be done as either male or female, and it is overall a love letter to that culture that she grew up in when she was a young child in Bali. And I'll admit, when I first watched her perform this dance, I wasn't as in love with it as I was after watching some reference videos of this dance style on YouTube. And I've linked to a couple of those in the description of this video. If y'all know of any other that I should check out, definitely let me know down in the comments below. And from the couple of clips I saw, what Raja did truly was a beautiful homage to this style of dance. She looks beautiful in this dress and headpiece she's wearing. I think she did a great job capturing some of the mystic energy that is in this style of dance. I will point out though, this was a huge risk for her to do, because most of the Drag Race audience, and probably the judging panel included, will not have any point of reference for this style of performance. And I think that ultimately is why she didn't place higher tonight, because analyzing this performance through that Drag Race TV perspective, I can see how the judges maybe were looking for a whoa, gag worthy, crazy crazy moment, but that would not have been in the proper theme of that dance. This, though, was a beautiful slow burn of a performance, and I think it was very brave and beautiful of Raja to share that piece of her culture with us. I think she did a job. Next up, the Vivienne, who, as we found out in her Tic Tac lunch, learned that the US drag queens are just as rotted as the UK ones. And I don't know how she ever thought otherwise. Just kidding. She comes into this episode with 3 challenge wins from Fairytale Justice, the Y2K girl groups, and Sent to School for Girls. But only 2 stars, as she was blocked during the Y2K girl groups week. And I also want to point out she won 2 of her lip syncs, which could make her a phenomenal contender in the SmackDown for the crown next week. Or I should say, SmackDown for the she then already had hers' tiara. But without that block, it's really interesting to think that the tiebreaker could have been between Viv, Trinity, and Jaida. In her variety show, she sings an original song, Bitch on Heels, which she shares with us is written by Diane Warren, who, by the way, has writing credits on Rhythm of the Night by DeBarge. And by the way, do y'all remember when they played the little snippets of that song every time that RuPaul brought up Crystal Method looking like DeBarge? But another Rhythm of the Night. So I'll start off by saying I don't think this track will be for everybody. I have a feeling the slightly older crowd, and I'm talking about myself, will like it more than the younger crowd, because it does have that more retro 80s kind of feel. But the song itself and performance that Viv gave is a solid powerhouse of a bop. The kids still saying that? Are the kids still listening to Kids Bop? I'm losing my mind. Where her performance, though, was possibly half a flame less than, like, let's say Jaida's or Shea's tonight, was in the choreo. It was relatively simple, but in the theme of the Vivienne, and overall, I really loved what she did here. Another legendary legend that can do it all. This performance was hot. And we did indeed save the best for last. It's Monet Échange, or I should say, okay, nope, not gonna try to do opera. She comes into this episode with 2 stars from the Legends track in the premiere and the Branding Dance Challenge TikTok video. I still think, though, she deserved way more credit for that Y2K girls group performance and lyrics, but maybe the judges were just too busy T9 texting. Monet's variety show performance today comes out of not only left field, but the field left of left field. She sings opera in the bassiest bass of all basses. Side note, though, the foreshadowing we got from Jinkx when she mentioned the bass in Monet's tone when she was whispering that she could hear across the room. What Monet did in this challenge, though, swept me off my feet, or, swept me off the wheels of my chair. But my patrons already knew that because I posted my reaction to this challenge over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family can get exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. I just said that all with one breath. I'm gonna pass out. Okay. But yeah, this was one of the most phenomenal things that I've ever seen on RuPaul's Drag Race. And not only because it was so unexpected, but because it was so damn good. I was shocked and appalled to hear Monet has been hiding that talent from her drag persona because she was afraid that nobody would want to hear a beautiful woman sing in a bassy voice. And I'm like, Monet, that's exactly why we would want to hear that. The juxtaposition of these two very different contrasts with such a beautiful, unique art is exactly what made this performance so phenomenal. I really don't have enough words for how much I enjoyed Monet's performance tonight, but I've just got to say this was so hot. And deservedly so, Monet is announced as the first winner of tonight's variety show. The second, Shea Coulee. And this, as I hinted at earlier, has been stirring some pots in the fan base. Because their wins, of course, mean that queens with 2 and 1 stars respectively are now in the final 4, ahead of queens who had, like, let's say 3 stars, Jaida and Trinity. However, I don't think any of this was unjust or unfair, especially when considered under the lens of challenge wins and not stars. Like, let's just throw the stars away for a second and consider that we have Shea entering the final 4 with 2 challenge wins, Monet with 3, and then Trinity and Jinkx with 4 and 5 respectively. The other 4 queens who did not make it into the final 4 each have 2, 3, and 1 challenge wins for Jaida, Raja, the Vivienne, and Yvie oddly respectively. When you look at the queens' progress throughout the season in this way, it is readily apparent that Vivienne was really the only one that was sort of shafted here by this large number of stars in the end. Had only 1 or 2 stars been given out, there still would have had to have been some kind of tiebreaker to even these odds. And when you look at Drag Race over the years, both regular and all-star seasons, it rarely is the case that the queens with the most wins end up taking the crown or even making it into the final 3. And that all is to say the difference between 2 or 3 challenge wins in this season specifically, in my opinion, is so marginally tiny. And overall, I think this last challenge really being a winner takes all moment really is just a metaphor for how tight this race has been and how evenly matched so many of these queens are. Now back to our variety show winners and the lip sync they gave today. Monet is wearing her season 10 promo look, iconic, and they lip synced to Supernova by Kylie Minogue. And this was the best lip sync of the season, right next to the spoken word designing women one that Monet did a few weeks ago. But Shea wins this one, and she really was on fire tonight. I agree with the win. Her charity gets $30,000, and we also find out that everyone else's charity tonight gets $10,000 of their own dollars. And after the lip sync, we have to face the music. Jinkx, Monet, and Shea are going to be in the final 4, but that last spot is up for debate. We have Jaida and Trinity both with 3 stars, and Monet is put on the spot because she has the most stars out of anybody to decide who enters the final 4 with her. Wow. I was sweating bullets for Monet just thinking about trying to make that decision. She does though end up taking Trinity, her twinner, with her to the finale. And that is the decision I would have made as well because firstly, we know Trinity has been helping Monet and everyone else behind the scenes here and there with outfits and stuff, but Trinity also has a ton of challenge wins. And I personally wouldn't pass up the opportunity to once again compete with the person that I had to share a crown with on my original season. And finally, after we have our final 4 decided, we find out that the other 4 queens will be competing in their own lip sync SmackDown bracket for the title of She Done Already Had Herses and $50,000 in Kohl's cash. Just kidding, it's actually Ru dollars that can be redeemed for Kohl's cash, which you can sell on eBay for a similar but lesser value. And finally, as promised, we've got some drama from last week's episode that the queens have been discussing online. After the roast episode aired, Vivienne tweeted out, "My favorite joke was Trinity the Tuck. She's been canceled more than AJ and the Queen." Ru went off screaming laughing, and then we had a fun talking about it in the critiques. Shea replied, "Yeah, there were a lot of great jokes that didn't make the roast, ... And someone else replied to a tweet that was talking about Monet's reaction to the lip sync with Jinkx, because there was a reaction shot there that looked a little out of place where Monet was like leaning way far back, and she wrote, "Girl, if you only knew, we are reacting that way to something they completely edited out of that lip sync." And someone else replied to that writing, "And the NDA strikes again." And then Shea wrote, "There's a lot of untold truths about this season, to be perfectly honest, like a lot. But for the sake of the fandom being able to enjoy the show, I refrained from saying anything." Vivienne also tweeted, "Not all my favorite jokes being cut out of the roast. So sick of this Hashtag All-Star7. The girls are mad. Elsewhere on Twitter, we saw Trinity confirm everyone had jokes cut out, and she wrote this about their light-up runways. Yes, almost everyone had major technical issues with their light-up looks not working at some point. The most stressful runway ever. Luckily, they had a professional working back there on all of them at some point. We also saw another tweet where a fan was telling Trinity that if this season were done again, they would like to see some negative critiques from the judges, writing, "I live for moments when someone's fantasy is destroyed by Michelle Visage." And Trinity wrote, "They did. Not sure why they edited it out." We also saw Willem on Instagram writing on the RuPaul's Drag Race page concerning, I think, the roast here. "You should have shown RuPaul standing up, clapping for Raja, to be honest, because it happened, but you all are too concerned with your storytellings and mother goosing." And Yvie oddly also said something about the editing from the episode that week on Twitter, writing, "The editors deserve a legendary legend star for all their hard work." So yes, this season has been drama-free, and I've had such a great time watching it and reviewing it with y'all, but it seems the queens are still having their gripes with the editing and how things are playing out on TV versus real life. But I can understand that with $200,000 on the line. I'd be pretty upset myself. But that's all I've got for you today, so let me know what y'all are thinking about the drama, our final 4, and how everything played out in this episode down in the comments below. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. My eyebrows aren't sisters today, but when I tilt my head this way, they might just be cousins. Hi, Ugly. It's me, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today is the day we've all been waiting for. What day is it? It's time to review the finale of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Star Season 7. All winners. Today, our legendary legends walked the runway one last time and competed in not 1, but 2 lip-sync SmackDowns for various titles. She Done Already Had Herses and Queen of All Queens. And yes, we will be talking about the goopery, the gaggery, and the riggery, and all of the tomfoolery that occurred this episode. To do so, we'll break down each lip-sync and take a look at each queen's runway as we go through the brackets. And we'll end today's video with a discussion about why I think RuPaul's Drag Race should abolish the lip sync smackdown for deciding the winner of the crown. Girl, I live! Now let's make some arbitrary decisions. First up, in competing for the title of She Done Already Had Hers is, we've got the Vivienne and Yvie Oddly. On the runway, we have the Vivienne giving us a fairly simple but elegant and glamorous look. The gown is all black and made of feathers on the skirt of the dress and sleeves. But are they ostrich or chicken? Let's ask Joey J. I love the elegance and simplicity of this look and how she paired it with a really colorful eye and soft, gorgeous, simple pink lip. And this look from Viv, I'll say, maybe isn't the most exciting or memorable from what she did across the season, but I think it's a really great reminder that, yeah, she can serve really severe up in here crazy stuff like she did in the leather principal look, and also pare it down and give soft beauty and glamour like this. And side note, shout out to Viv for wearing every shade of blue known to mankind on the runway this season. This look is hot. Yvie Oddly, though, took the opposite approach from Viv tonight and went cake balls to the wall. This look is insanely gorgeous and weird, strange, campy, fun, exciting. I love the sprinkles on her lips. The details in her makeup are really fun. And this tiered cake is not only covered in beautifully saturated colors, but is also being supported by wheels because it's so big. Love a big cake. Get a slice. This was an all-stars level of weird from Yvie Oddly, and I loved every bite. Let them eat cake! This look is hot. Now, concerning their lip sync to Push It by Salt and Peppa. So Viv came into this SmackDown with 2 lip sync wins across this season, and one of them was against Yvie Oddly. So this was a little bit of like a rivalry situation going on, I suppose. And given the track records, you might have expected Viv to come out on top, but Miss Yvie, girl, she spilled the salt and the pepper all over the dinner table and made us eat it. And I actually think Yvie in this lip sync in particular gave one of the best performances of the night. She was doing handstand bicycles, splits, the robot, and hit every lyric. Real talk though, personally, I'm not a huge fan of the lip sync style that Viv was doing here. It felt like Viv just kept relying on the same shtick of not being able to dance, but we know she can dance, and it's funny once or twice, but to see her do it over and over again in this lip sync while Yvie is busting out dance move after dance move and hitting that choreo so hard, it was just like, okay. I'm gonna give it to Yvie Oddly, gets a hot, and Miss Vivienne gets a hot. And in round 2 of this bracket, we've got Jaida Essence Hall versus Raja. And Jaida was another queen who had excellent runways this season. Every single week, I was excited to see what she was going to bring. Or literally make there. Oh my god, she is an excellent designer. Can't believe Jaida invented designing women. And her finale runway is, I think, a really beautiful capstone on her runway presentation throughout this season. She's dripping in diamonds. I'm sure they're all real. And she looks gorgeous. It's very 20s, very Hollywood, very I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille. This look is obviously hot. And Raja, oh my god. The OG queen of style did not disappoint on the finale runway. Where everyone else pretty much said, I'm gonna give you elegance, class, and glamour, Raja said, yeah, I'm gonna give you that, but I'm also gonna be a crystallized alien glamour bug just for fun. Why not? The textures and shapes and silhouette that she has created in this look are so otherworldly and gorgeous. True eye candy tonight. And also, gotta point out, she blocked her brows and went all the way with her makeup. As Raja said, they didn't even invent a word for how great she looks, but we'll definitely give her a hot. And these 2 lip syncs, Let's Hear It for the Boy by Denise Williams. And this lip sync was, I think, one of the most evenly matched tonight. I truly was watching both of them thinking, wow, either one could take this. Jaida was doing the running man. And worth mentioning, put a pin in this one, Rupaul was literally screaming in laughter at everything Raja did, including when she was fake cradling that little baby in her arms. Both of them get hots for me, but Raja does take the win here. And you'll notice, so far, I really did agree with how the judges selected winners for these lip syncs, but in this final one for this bracket is where I think things start to get a little crazy. We got Yvie and Raja lip syncing to Sisters Are Doing It For Themselves by Aretha Franklin. And honestly, this was another lip sync where I thought both queens did a good job. However, Yvie Oddly did a great job. She had really energetic and on the beat choreo, and I loved how everything that Yvie was doing while she was performing felt so intentional. Even the intentional mistake to a wig reveal that she gave us, which was an amazing way to reinvent a lip sync cliche and bring a new freshness to it. And I was living, I was gooped, I was gagged. This was so fun. But the way RuPaul reacted really shocked me. First, confusion, of course, like, oh my god, she's losing her wig in All-Stars lip sync. I can't believe it. But you would expect that once it was revealed that was part of the plan the whole time, that RuPaul would be screaming in joy and excitement like Michelle was, getting her life on that judging panel. But no, RuPaul looked at her stone cold and looked right in the other direction to Raja. Like, let's just quickly compare Ru's reaction to Raja pretending to cradle a baby in the lip sync from earlier and her reaction to Yvie reinventing a wig reveal. Something's not adding up. Raja's performance was cute, but she really didn't do much besides the little dancing number that she did, and I wanted more from her. Raja danced to this song, but Yvie lip-synced for the crown. Yvie would get a hot for me and Raja a warming up here. However, Ru does select Raja as the winner of the title she done already had herses and 50,000 Ru dollars. Oh, and by the way, as we go through each lip sync in these brackets, you'll see a little pie chart representing how my patrons voted on who they thought won each lip sync. And if you'd like to be able to influence the outcome of my videos in the future, you can join my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. I also send out things like Polaroids, postcards, and stickers to my highest tier patrons every single month. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there! Next bracket, Queen of all queens. First up, the fickle finger of fate gives us a lip sync between Jinkx Monsoon and Shea Coulee. And Miss Jinkx is in, I think, one of my favorite runways that we have seen her in throughout this season. She's in her fully evolved Ren Fair Womana fantasy, complete with armor, a flowy skirt, and a big, shiny sword. She also gave me a little Joan of Arc fantasy, but you know, make it like Ginger Witch. And most importantly, I could tell that she felt really powerful and beautiful in this runway. And I think she should be so proud of everything that she showcased throughout this season, runways included. She had some of the most memorable looks throughout this season, like her art reveals runway, the light up burning witch look, and even her very first I'm crowning look. She did not miss in this season. The nerd in me was also really happy to see her wearing this look because of her sharing the story about how she got the chip in her tooth earlier this season from the Ren Fair. This look absolutely gets a hot from me, and Miss Shea tonight also looking gorgeous. I love this color combo. There is just something about these different tones of yellow or orange and that black trim around the almost doily looking pieces of peplum that are going down into the final dress skirt with the train. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous gown and a gorgeous, gorgeous girl. So many gorgeous, gorgeous girls, so little time. And the thing I'll remember most about Shea in this season is that even when she wasn't at the top, she still held that unshakable confidence, which is, I think, the mark of a true winner. This look is also hot, and the lip sync that these two are battling it out in is Judas by Lady Gaga. So both of our queens have reveals in this lip sync, and I don't think either of the reveals had a ton of payoff, but they did both certainly have reveals. And this song, I'll say, is one of my favorite Gaga songs ever. So I did have a lot of high expectation here, and I've got to say, despite looking like Kenny Davenport's crystallized chicken while she was doing it, Miss Shea Coulee hit the Judas choreo in this lip sync, and she slayed. It doesn't seem my patrons agree with my opinion tonight, and maybe y'all don't either, but nothing makes my heart happier than seeing actual Lady Gaga choreo in a Lady Gaga lip sync. And y'all know I love Jinkx to death. She is one of my favorite queens of all time. She's literally on my wall back there, etc., etc. We'll talk more about this at the end of this video, but for me, Jinkx gets a warming up, and I've got to give Shea a hot. And next up, our final entrance into tonight's lip sync brackets, the Twinners. And these two look gorgeous, but due to YouTube's monetization policies, I actually can't show you how beautiful they look. Like, it is so wild to me that I literally cannot show Illusion Fabric without getting a video demonetized. It's happened before, I'm sure it'll happen again. I'm not gonna fight it, but just know that they look gorgeous. Trinity's completely vajazzled, and she's giving me just woke up in the Ritz-Carlton, and my God, I don't have anything to wear. I'm just gonna throw this crystallized curtain on and hit the runway. She looks stunning, definitely hot. And Miss Monet, she says she is giving us neo-African futurism, what they would wear in Wakanda to go to the Oscars. And it's absolutely giving me that. It is also a little dystopian Mad Max Thunderdome type of fantasy with all the piercings and chains. The rouged blue fabric circling around her body makes her very ethereal on the runway. Definitely a hot look, but too spicy for YouTube. And now for their lip sync to So What by Pink. What a coincidence that the All-Stars 4 Twinners, who shared a crown in one of the most contentious crownings of Drag Race history, who ended up on the same season of All-Stars All Winners, are now seen here in the final four battling it out against each other in a lip sync for the death. I mean, crown. There's definitely somebody behind that wheel, and you cannot convince me otherwise. Girl, they milked this storyline dry. Kind of like your These two queens, these twinners right here, gave it their all. It was so crazy to see how synced up they were tonight, both on the runway and in the lip sync. There were somersault splits and fist pumping, and this has got to be, for me, one of the closest calls. I was sitting there on the edge of my seat biting my nails, wondering who Ru was going to pick because they felt really evenly matched, and it was really clouding my judgment that they were so in sync, especially, you know, with the little top and bottom moment that they shared. How beautiful. And I would have believed either of them regularly performed Pink, but I will say Monet's face was emoting so intensely for this song, and I think that is where she really took the win here for me, but both of them get highs. So Monet comes out on top, as we saw, and she moves on to the final lip sync bracket round with Jinkx Monsoon. So these two lip sync to Swish Swish by Katy Perry. Let's talk about it. I've got to say, this was a bizarre lip sync choice. The rest of the songs tonight were making so much sense, and I was really enjoying them, even if some of the outcomes weren't as I thought they should have gone. I was living. I can't believe I was living while other people were having their dreams snatched away from them. Oh, that tweet. So I can only assume they selected the song for the bracket based on it containing a pretty fire verse from Nicki Minaj, which would have been great to see these two actually lip sync, but they only showed them lip syncing to like 3 or 4 bars of Nicki's verse, which, by the way, is the only good part of this Swish Swish song. Sorry, Katy Cats. And I just didn't understand the like weird cuts from different parts of the song to other parts, which felt really just like an extended chorus or something. Anyways, Monet flosses. She tosses money in the air, and I really do think Monet made the most out of a fairly boring cut of a lip sync song. I also saw somebody point out that at the beginning of the lip sync, Monet pulls out some lip gloss or lipstick to touch up her makeup, and the goop and the gag is that she has Jinkx's name written on the side. Wow. Her mind. Jinkx, on the other hand, was giving us campy hot mom, as she does best. And I would give both of these queens hots here. Like, they really were given lemons, and they made a okay tasting lemonade. But I do think Monet's was a little bit sweeter. However, despite my opinion, and apparently the majority of my patrons thinking that Monet won this lip sync, Ru announces Jinkx as the winner. I will note here, though, I heard an obvious difference in sound quality when Ru was making this announcement. The camera cuts away from Ru talking, saying that she made her final decision, and focuses on the two queens, where we hear Ru saying, based on the lip sync and their performances all season long, at which point it cuts back to Rupaul. And like, yeah, maybe this is me having a little conspiracy moment, but I think this line was a voiceover. I think they pulled Ru into the sound booth and said, look, you gotta announce Jinkx as the winner, prefacing this announcement by saying that the decision is including her performance throughout the entire season, or else it's not going to make sense. But I encourage y'all to go check that out and let me know what y'all thought in the comments below. So Jinkx wins, and she takes the title of Queen of All Queens. She is the winner of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Star Season 7. I'm so happy for her. I'm excited. I'm enthralled. I, yes, admittedly, was in her corner the entire time, but I wasn't just in her corner, and I don't think the entire fan base was just in her corner. She excelled every single week and is 100% undoubtedly, in my mind, based on the track records throughout this season, the Queen of All Queens. Like, we're talking about somebody with 5 challenge wins, 3 of which were lip sync wins, and who even in episodes where she didn't take a win could arguably have been justified as a winner. This is someone whose legacy as a contestant and breadth of talent as a performer I don't think will ever be matched in this franchise. But with all of the niceties and congratulatory things said, I still don't think that Jinkx won this lip sync bracket, which is why I think that a lip sync SmackDown bracket for the crown is possibly one of the worst ways that you could decide who to give a crown to. The ability to dance and move your mouth to a top 40 pop song cannot possibly measure the prowess of any drag entertainer. Literally put yourself in any of the heels of these queens in this season and ask yourself, if it all came down to lip syncing to Swish Swish by Katy Perry, is that fair? Is that representative of what you did for the past 11 episodes? And I think the answer is a very obvious no. Because yes, lip syncing is a traditional cornerstone of drag, but the art form of drag itself has evolved so far beyond just lip syncing. And I think there's evidence of that just based on the challenges that the show presents to these queens alone. Acting, stand-up, singing, dancing, choreography, sewing, curating, content creation. And we as viewers, I think, have a social contract with the producers of this show that if a contestant is good at many of these talents, maybe not all of them, then they might deserve a title from this franchise. But I'll say that again, when a queen is good at many of these different talents, talents, not just one of them, which measures only one small, tiny facet of what drag is and ultimately can be. Plainly put, it's reductive. And no, I don't think that having the most challenge wins should necessarily guarantee a queen's crowning. There are other factors at play, like what the audience would like and who the franchise sees as a good representative of the brand. And none of what I'm saying is a knock on any of these queens. In fact, I think I am trying to highlight a celebration of these queens' many different varied talents. And ultimately, I'm happy that the Lip Sync Smackdown was evidently not the ultimate determinant of who won the crown, despite the show advertising it as such. Indeed, I think production knew exactly who they were going to give both titles to before this episode even started, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I do think that it's just plain bad TV to pretend otherwise. I just think it would have made a lot more sense in a season about celebrating the talents of these queens to do a finale that was just the final four showcasing a set that they designed and a performance that they wanted to do. It is just truly what I think our legends deserved. Not a lip sync to Katy Perry's Swish Swish. Not that. Anything but that. And yes, I've said a lot of words here. Welcome to my TED Talk. But that's because I'm passionate about these queens, and I just hate that the SmackDown went the way it went because I don't want it to taint the legacy of any of these queens. So my final thoughts and pleas are, Drag Race, please get rid of the Lip Sync SmackDown for the crown. It's not a good format. Sign the petition in the comments below. And yes, I might be an insanely intelligent and beautiful woman obsessed with the drag queens on my TV who lives alone with not even a cat. But thank God I smell good. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Okay, this is officially your chance. I'm asking for your opinion on the mullet. Is it hot or rot? It's me, and welcome back to my channel. Here we are about a week out from All Stars 7, where RuPaul crowned a queen of all queens, Jinkx Monsoon, and a queen of she done already had hers, Raja. And we are gathered here today not to mourn the death of RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars Season 7, but rather to commemorate its life in a data-driven post-mortem exploration of its reception. To do so, we'll check the pulse of what the fans thought about All Star 7 by digging through its IMDb reviews, and along the way, we'll calculate All Star 7's ranked position against its peers, and even dissect the nitty-gritty of how individual episodes rank against the greater RuPaul's Drag Race episodic library from around the world. And you better buckle up because we've got data, spreadsheets, charts, and graphs. Now let's go ahead and get this legendary analysis all started by pulling some data from IMDb, a media ratings website where users can submit reviews for content like movies and TV shows out of a possible 10 stars, like this. And I will acknowledge, using IMDb to measure audience perception of a piece of media is not a perfect way to do that, and we'll talk more about the problems with this data at the end of the video, but let's just have fun with what we do have, and that's thousands of user-submitted reviews for the show that we all know and love, RuPaul's Drag Race. To collect our data today, I used a Python web scraping script, which works by visiting the pages of IMDb and pulls off those averaged user ratings on an episodic basis by season and puts them into a cute little spreadsheet. And from there, I did some gay math to calculate a number that I'm calling the average episodic rating, or AER, which is just the average of the average user ratings for every episode in a given season. And I calculated this myself for two reasons. IMDb only shows scores in aggregate across a franchise instead of on a per season basis. And their ratings library includes data for things like the Meet the Queens, early seasons clip shows, and reunion episodes, which I've removed from this new data set to better standardize the data. And drumroll please. All Star 7's IMDb average episodic rating is currently sitting at a shiny 8.45 legendary legend stars. And for context, this 8.45 AER is great. Across the 35 completed seasons of RuPaul's Drag Race from around the world, All Star 7 is only beat in this ranking by All Stars 2, España 1, and España 2, which have AERs of 8.85, 8.57, and 8.53 respectively. It's the fourth highest ranked completed Drag Race season in the IMDb database, and the second highest ranked US-based season. And filling in the rest of our top 10 here, we've got US seasons 6 and 5, UK seasons 2 and 1, US season 9, and then All Stars 6, which is actually tied for ranking position number 10 with US season 4. And for further frame of reference, because we would not have tops without bottoms, the bottom 5 of our ranking list includes US season 13, UK versus the World, Holland 1, Down Under 1, and Holland 2 in that order, with AERs ranging from 6.75 to 5.5. But back to All-Star 7, what comprises that 8.45 legendary star rating? At the top of the episodic ranking list in the All-Star 7 season, we have Snatch Game with an average user score of 9.8 stars, which is not only a top in this season, but an extremely high rating across all 363 episodes in my dataset. The 9.8 episodic score is shared only by Espana 2's talent show. And for some more context here, the next highest rated episode in this dataset belongs to All Stars 2's episode 5, where Alyssa and Tatiana lip-sync to Shut Up and Drive. Its user rating, by the way, is 9.6 stars, which I heavily disagree with. It deserves all 10 stars. It is my favorite moment in Drag Race history. All Star 7's best rated episode, The Snatch Game, with 9.8 stars was exceptional. But the crazy thing is, the Legends premiere episode and Roast have 9.3 and 9.4 stars respectively. And having this many highly rated episodes in itself is legendary. There are only 13 seasons out of our 35 that have a single episode rated over 9 stars, and only 6 other seasons that have more than one episode rated over 9 stars. All Stars 2, Espana 2, and All Star 7 share a 3-way tie for having 3 episodes rated over 9 stars. And the crown holder here is Espana Season 1 with 4 episodes rated over 9 stars. However, all 3 of All Star 7's episodes rated over 9 stars crack the top 6 ranked positions of all episodes. And 10 of its 12 episodes appear in the top 1/3 of our episodic ranking. We have the Realness of Fortune Ball at position 38, tied with the Draguation Speeches episode. Then Legendary Legend Looks at position 50, Dance Like a Drag Queen at position 66, and Fairytale Justice at 96. At the bottom of this top third, we have Total RuQuest Live and Santa's School for Girls sharing a tied position at 116 with a star rating of 8.10. And I know what you're thinking. What's with all the ties in this episodic ranking list? And the actual reason is because the data scraped from IMDb is rounded to the 10th place, which is not a very live, laugh, love thing of the IMDb people to do, but I suppose it's fine? All Star 7's 2 ugly stepchildren are the LalaPaRuza Lip Sync Smackdown for the Crown, rated at 7.8 stars, which sits at ranking position 172. But it still means this episode is ranked in the top 50% of all Drag Race episodes ever. And the worst rated episode from All Star 7, according to IMDb, is the Variety Show, which is not only low for this season, but also low in comparison with the entire episodic library. It sits at position number 324, tied with Down Under's Snatch Game. And y'all are wrong for that. That's wrong. But it is impressive that this season managed to have one of the best and worst rated episodes across the entire franchise. It truly was the best of times, and the worst of times. But generally speaking, I think the IMDb ratings do a pretty good job of capturing fan sentiment, despite an inability to capture nuance. For example, the All Star 7 variety show was, I think, the best variety show we've ever seen. And evaluating this episode through that lens makes this IMDb user rating really confusing? But I think its low IMDb rating reflects the unhappiness fans had with the twists introduced this episode, and someone who did not like the outcome of the top 4, I would propose is likely to rate this episode quite low, despite the TV or challenge itself actually being good. IMDb ratings being nothing more than a temperature check of fan sentiment, though, is also evident in the actual episodic user ratings. The variety show received 270 votes of 10 stars and 265 votes for 1 star. The LalaPaRuza episode received 223 votes for 10 stars and 111 for 1 star. These ratings are basically just fans going onto this website and clicking thumbs up or thumbs down. While a more serious critical rating of RuPaul's Drag Race seasons would consider much, much more than if someone was happy with an outcome. It's also worth noting this data does have some inherent problems. Users can submit reviews for episodes at any time, even if they've not watched them, and submitting a rating is as simple as a click. And while a sufficient large number of respondents should solve for problems like this, the truth is the sample size for these episodes is kind of small when compared to the amount of people that actually watch Drag Race. I mentioned at the beginning of the video that this dataset across every season includes almost 130,000 votes, but that number starts to seem small when we take a look at the average votes per season of Drag Race. All Star 7 received 10,841 votes across its 12 episodes, and the average number of votes received per episode comes out to about 903. And generally speaking, earlier seasons have less votes overall. For example, All Stars 1 received 1,317 114 votes across its 6 episodes, averaging 219 per episode, and US Season 7 received 3,164 votes, averaging about 243 votes across its 13 episodes in this dataset. So whether the data is getting more reliable because more people are voting over time, can't really say. But interestingly, we do see episodic ratings hit higher highs and lower lows as time moves forward and amount of votes cast increases. In addition to there being less centricity in the data as time moves forward, there is also a discernible negative trend line in it. Episodic reviews of Drag Race from around the world are trending slightly more negative. A similar negative trend line is also present in the season-wide AER ratings data when plotted by their premiere air dates over time. And breaking that data out a bit, we see regular US Drag Race seasons are trending more negatively reviewed, while All-Stars seasons are trending more positively reviewed. Combined, though, US and US-based All-Star seasons are trending more negatively reviewed. And the international seasons are trending in the positive direction, albeit not by a lot. But don't look too deeply for meaning in these trends. Instead, let me know what direction you think Drag Race as a franchise is headed in the comments below. Tell me your favorite and least favorite seasons and why. And finally, we'll conclude with the thoughts of my patrons who make my channel possible. I asked them over on patreon.com/BussyQueen, which is my members only website where they get exclusive benefits like early access to my videos and access to exclusive content, to vote on which episode of All-Star 7 they thought was their favorite, and to give me a star rating for each episode in the season. In terms of my patrons' favorite episode from the season, there's about a 2/3 majority for the Snatch game. And in terms of average episodic rating, my patrons were a little harsher than the IMDb users. Or I should perhaps say more critical. They gave All-Star 7 an average episodic rating of 7.45 stars. And comparing across these two groups, we see their top 3 episodes are all ranked in the same order, but notably my Patreon group ranked the variety Extravaganza way higher. It sits at their rank position number 4, while, if you'll remember, it sits at the very bottom of the IMDb ranking. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Boys! Been watching a lot of Ludwig. Hi, Ugly. It's me, and welcome back to my channel. Today, we are going to be sipping some quick tea brewed from the ashes of the All-Star Season 7 finale. We've got Shea, Trinity, and Yvie oddly speaking out about the editing, Viv's final thoughts on the season, some interviews from Monet and Jinkx giving us more insight about what really happened at that lip-sync smackdown LalaPaRuza for the crown, because what you see isn't always the truth. And finally, some mystery tea to ponder over from the girls over at Race Chaser. Plus, as a treat, we've got some announcements from Coco Montrese and Alexis Mateo. First up, we've got Yvie oddly talking about her feelings concerning the finale and the overall edit throughout the season. After the finale aired, she posted these messages on Instagram. I just like to remind everybody that we are all winners, and the amount of excellence that was displayed every day was indescribable. So no matter who got crowned what, it would have been the correct choice. That being said, now you've got your cootie shot. I truly wish you could have seen even a quarter of the real journey we experienced together instead of all the strategy BS. But I guess that's what I get for participating in a celebratory is the cursive word there. Participating in a celebratory season of a global reality television franchise. In the end, I'm happy you all enjoyed our hard work and harder play. But these short and sweet messages weren't all she had to say. Later, she posted this Notes app screenshot writing, "Actually decided I'm not done. TBH, my experience was pretty gruesome from the start, and while you can be assured that none of that will make the edit, it doesn't change anything in the moment. Going back, I learned a lot about myself as I was forced to question whether or not I fit into this specific world, even as a winner. But instead of showing any of that struggle, or really any reason for me to be there, I've been lobotomized and presented as some goofy, big-thinged mascot, bravely laughing through my chronic illness. The only part of my truth that was shown was how the girls were my rock in this competition, and how happy it's made me to share any more of my art with you. So for that, I'm truly thankful." And as someone who really fell more in love with Yvie oddly throughout this season, it does hurt me to see that she was unhappy with how she was portrayed in certain aspects on the show. But I hope that we as fans can show her that her time on the season was not only worth it, but exciting and fun to watch. Next up, Trinity the Tuck, who on my channel I have read a lot of tweets from talking about the production this season. She called out cut jokes from the roast, talked about how the judges did indeed give all the queens negative critiques that they just cut, and is our source about the infamous Raja clapback to Michelle Visage. Girl, I'm sensing a name change, Trinity the Hot Tea. I say as I drink cold iced coffee. For today, I'll start with a tweet she posted after the finale. I've already congratulated Jinkx. Also, huge congrats to our wise one, Raja. To all my sisters, I love you. This was truly an experience with y'all. You all blew my mind every week, and we're all deserving to win. Leading up to the finale, though, Trinity had tweeted this out. I'm telling y'all what, if queens ever told the real tea, ... gag. Monet replied to this tweet writing, girl. Trinity followed up with a gif of cornbread giving some shady eyes. And a Twitter user wrote in response to this tweet, we've been heard about that production favoritism, by the way. Trinity responded to this with some eyes emojis. What we see is not always the truth. And Shea was another queen who's not been shy to share her feelings about this season's editing and overproduction. On the finale night, someone tweeted at her, I'm so mad you fumbled that lip sync. And she responded, girl, please. Nothing about that was fumbled. Production played the same tricks they were playing all season to get the results they wanted. I devoured that lip sync, mama. But despite her feelings about production tricks, she did take to Twitter to defend the wins of her sisters and peers that night. Someone tweeted out, Shea Coulee is constantly robbed, ? To which Shea responded, before people post their think pieces, it's important that we remember that this show is purely for entertainment. If you were entertained while watching the show, we did exactly what we were supposed to do. We're all winners and the decision has been made. Major congrats to our newly crowned queen of all queens, Jinkx Monsoon, and she done already had hers, Raja. This season was an epic adventure with the both of you. I'm celebrating you and wish you both nothing but the best. And in an exciting tangential announcement from Shea, it's just been announced she's joining the Marvel Universe as an Ironheart series regular. The Entertainment Weekly article about this doesn't confirm her exact role, but says it's going to be a Disney Plus show. And this show will be based on the character Ironheart, who is an inventor who makes a suit similar to that, but rivaling Iron Man's. Props to you, mama. That's exciting. That's awesome. Next up, the Vivienne, who was also not shy this season to share her thoughts about the editing choices made during, like, let's say, the roast episode. On the 31st, after the finale, she wrote, here's to the next chapter. 2.0 is in full swing. I'm so glad I did All Stars. Not only did I have a blast with the cast who made it so special, but it's reinvigorated my drag and reminded me why I love it so much. I get to share a little piece of my art and humor with you. Now let's dig into some of the tea from the interviews Joey Nolfi with Entertainment Weekly did with Monet and Jinkx. They get the important things out of the way first, of course, and Monet is asked, we need to clarify because most of your sisters in recent weeks seem to think you're fibbing about hooking up with someone on the cast. So who was it? The person it happened with, they know who they are. I'm keeping my mouth shut out of their request. It was not a fever dream, but it happened. She's then asked about how she felt concerning the result of the final lip sync between her and Jinkx. I was a little gagged because I really felt like I went in on the lip sync. Pound the Alarm was one of my favorite lip syncs, but this one, it's become my favorite lip sync I did on Drag Race. The lip sync bit I did at the beginning, we didn't really get to see it, but I had Shea's and Trinity's lipstick and I pulled out Jinkx's last and I used it to put my lipstick on, which is I think the most important part from this little response because that was totally edited out of that final lip sync. Only if you looked really closely could you catch Jinkx's name written on the one that she applied her lipstick with. To get the names on the lipsticks, she said that she Ben de la Cremed the S out of that. As we were leaving the workroom to go to the main stage, I was like, I should do some lipsticks. I grabbed some, asked a PA, do you have any white nail polish? I knew not to ask for white out because they banned white out, and I did it right before we went on stage. So now for future seasons, white nail polish is going to be banned too. And she said concerning people calling her a robbed queen, their intentions are sweet to say I was robbed and I should have won the lip sync. I don't want people to say it to take away from Jinkx. She did great all season. I think it's less than savory to put the other queen down. It's sweet, but don't do it at the expense of Jinkx's celebration in this moment for a job well done all season. And in this interview, she's asked if this is going to be her last time doing Drag Race. Monet says, this is definitely my last. I'm done. I'm good. 3 times. I'm good. I'm good. And then there's a follow-up question, unless it's a best friend season with Bob, to which Monet says, no, I would never do anything with Bob the Drag Queen except the podcast. Which is interesting because I want to pivot and compare this response to a response that she gave to an interview appearing in Vulture. The interviewer is asking her if she would do something like RuPaul's Best Friend race. Monet says, no, outright no. And Monet then says, no, You know what? Here's the only way I'd do Drag Race, a 10-episode arc of just me and Bob, the drag queen, doing Drag Race together. That's the only way I'm coming back. Is it both of you competing against each other or just like a talent showcase? Oh yeah, it's me and Bob competing against each other, and it's me whipping his ass every week, making him my son, as Nicki Minaj would say. This clearly was, though all said and just. I'm sure that she is totally exhausted and tired, I'm sure they all are, of people asking them when they're gonna do All-Stars again, literally having just finished the all-winner season. I would be so annoyed. Monet also defended her opera performance in the Entertainment Weekly article because there are still people saying that she lip-synced that. People had the nerve to say that I was lip-syncing, and people will get online and make up anything. They have a thought and they're like, I know for a fact, but you don't, because I literally didn't do that. It was impossible for me to pre-record it because I switched it the episode before. Spoiler alert, yeah, I was singing to a track for the arrangement because we don't have an orchestra on Drag Race. I was singing to a recording of the song, not my vocals. Next up, Jinkx Monsoon. The big piece of tea that we have in this Entertainment Weekly interview with Jinkx is about the little reaction shot that we saw in Jinkx's lip sync from a couple episodes ago.
I will say that if you notice right after her cartwheel, they like cut it at the very end of her cartwheel.
Jinkx said, I'd say I did 85% of a cartwheel, and all I can say is that I'm not the editor. I guess they edit out some of the crunch on my cartwheel. And I'll end Jinkx's section with her response to the question, what do you want people to remember most about Jinkx on All Stars 7? I can honestly say production did everything they could do to make sure we had everything we needed to be our very best, and that was so appreciated. The sisterhood we formed throughout the competition every step of the way, I felt that I had everything that I needed to do my very best work. I wanted to play a short clip of Willem in Alaska talking around some tea on a Race Chaser episode recently.
Is it common knowledge about things that happen behind the curtain?
People know that there's more challenges than the girls actually do every season, listed on the sheet with all the outfits and things.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, you know.
I don't know. Do you know?
The whole situation with all the girls, World of Wonder.
They're drag queens?
Why are you playing dumb now? I'm gonna go to Bussy Queen, first of all.
Oh, bust down Tatiana. What are you doing on Bussy Queen? What's she got to say?
So we're not gonna talk about it.
No, I don't know. I seriously do not know. What are you talking about?
So you want me to talk about it so that it's my fault. So that I'm exposing.
Lord knows what Alaska is talking about here. I mean, Will doesn't even know, so God knows what it is. But this was more like they waved a tea bag in our general direction, and we got a whiff from a distance. Maybe they will find out in a really exciting reunion, crossing my fingers that someone can pull that together. And now for the bonus tea brewing over in Vegas. There's Alexis Mateo and Coco Montrese, both with announcements about quitting their what seems to be regular gigs. Alexis said, I've decided to not be a part of the Garden Las Vegas Bottomless Drag brunch. I love Eduardo and the staff there, and I wish them nothing more than a great future. Money isn't everything in an entertainer's life. I'm sure it will be more brunches in my future, but till then, you can catch me at Flamingo, Las Vegas, and Casino for RuPaul's Drag Race Live on select days. And Coco Montrese shared this to Facebook. Attention, patrons, fans, friends. I pride myself on the majority of my professional career striving to be the MVP in any project or establishment I decide to lend my talent to. When that is disregarded and overlooked, I must make my exit. That being said, I'm announcing my resignation from the Garden Las Vegas effective immediately. I'm not an artist who can grow in uncertainty, but I know this for sure, I will always find a place to plant a seed that will blossom into a beautiful flower. Stay tuned and join me on my next amazing project. Till then, you can find me at Flamingo, Las Vegas for RuPaul's Drag Race Live on select dates, and also still touring the country and abroad with the Benedetti group. I bring up these two announcements from Alexis and Coco because they are so similar. They're both leaving their positions at this one place and announcing that we can find them at the RuPaul's Drag Race Live place in Vegas. And I'm not saying I smell a stunt, but the timing and specificity of these announcements is very interesting to me. And it wouldn't surprise me if we saw these two queens pop up in some kind of RuPaul's Drag Race Las Vegas spinoff or something. Literally just speculating. I have no insider knowledge about any of that. But congrats to both of them on their success and ability to perform in the RuPaul's Drag Race Live Vegas shows. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye.